Sunuja Wekanugoda, Vignaswaran Akash, Pulisha Tilakaratne, and Setmaika Senaviratne. So that is the Sri Lanka 11. And it'll be Viran Chamadita who will open the attack as he runs in from this, the commentary box end for the first ball of the day. It's played quietly up to mid-off, and there is no run. Chamadita in again, and again it's played into the offside and no run. Opening batsman for West Indies under-19s, Micah Greenwich, who's on strike, and Zachary Carter. In fact, it's Kukatats Matulan is the bowler. So right arm medium pace, Matulan into Greenwich, and once again plays it quietly up to mid-off, and there is no run. So a quiet start so far. There's Matulan right on target. It's feeling their way in this first over. So I say a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Morning to you, Terry. This lovely Saturday morning here in Antigua, Barbuda. And we prepare ourselves to look at the next generation of world cricketers from Sri Lanka and the West Indies.
It's turned back with a square into the boundary for four. So the first boundary of the innings off the bat of Micah Greenwich. Turned that nicely just behind square. A fast outfield here. It's been very dry, hot conditions here in Antigua of late.
Well, I think one must give some real credit to the Kadeem Phillip and all the guys here at the Survivor Stadium who have done an excellent job. Just the layout of the outfield. We're playing on track number 5 today, and the boundaries are 70 meters straight, 70 meters square. A lovely shot there by Micah Greenwich. And didn't try to overhit it, just used the pace. And the first boundary for the West Indies under-19 this morning.
Tulin in again, play quietly into the cover region. So West Indies under-19s winning the toss. They're 4 without loss.
Looking forward to see this young man, Terry. Zachary Carter, who I understand is almost like a Phil Wallace, Joshua Dawn type approach. Those are the Clayton Lambert, somebody who really hangs around and hits the ball.
Full pitch delivery clipped off the toes by Greenwich, back with a square for a single to complete the over. So at the end of the first over of play in this first youth one-day international between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss, electing to bat, are 5 without loss. Micah Greenwich is on 5, and Zachary Carter yet to face a delivery.
Motherland's opening over there, Terry. More or less a very slingy action. Something which is almost like a trademark
for Sri Lanka
of Sri Lanka's cricket, and one would know where they would have got that from. Let's just look at the guys this morning warming up in terms of going through their technical skills. Real development programs taking place all around consistently. something that we've been crying out for in the West Indies. Although Cricket West Indies will put their necessary tools in place, I think it is up to the territories now to be able to take the players to a different level, because when they leave here, what happens when they go back to the territories, Terry?
Yes, most definitely. But a good initiative started a few years ago now by Cricket West Indies to have these competitions just prior to the Under-19's World Cup. Of course, there'll be a tri-series also, as Seneviratne
starting very well, Terry. And already the Sri Lankan captain has assessed the conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You realize that they've just not come and have slip fielders in place for fashionable areas. They've kind of sought that out, really. So there's no slips at all, Terry.
No, just a gully, backward point, third man on the boundary, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg on the boundary. To the left-handed Greenwich, who plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Zachary Carter's yet to face a ball. You say Philo Wallace type. He's certainly got the build. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's indeed a big boy. Kind of passed through, Terry, and looked at them a couple of days practicing, and he looks a very organized player. That's what I'm saying. With matches like these, it's going to be very important that we can be able to get to see the strengths and the weaknesses of these youngsters. Ball keeping very low there from that end. It's a pleasure, Terry, to be back with you again after the CPL.
Yes, the CPL. Falcons top the table while they were in Antigua. Now they got some work to do. Big match tomorrow against defending champion St. Lucia.
They can be able to pick that one off. A little hesitation there in the run-in, but quite comfortable in the end.
Greenwich picks up another 2. He moves to 7, and the score is 7 without loss. We're in over number 2. Micah Greenwich, left-hander from Barbados, made 232 runs at 29 in the CWI Rising Stars Under-19's competition, which of course Barbados won. Highest score of 85. And turns that fine down to fine leg. Little work for the fielder there. He does well. And they pick up another 2.
Yeah. Most important thing here with Greenwich is he's playing the ball as late as possible. You could see him peeping, more or less as a coach, using his head and his shoulders. So he's really not trying to get extravagant. Just playing every ball in its merit. Young Greenwich.
Yes, and he looks quite confident.
Well, the rotation of the striker has been impressive so far by Greenwich. Playing the ball from right under his eyes. That's a good sign. Over number 2 completed. At the end of it, 9 without loss, Terry, on this lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, beautiful morning. Sun is out in all its glory, so it'll be hot day out in the middle. It looks a good batting strip, good toss to win. West Indies Under-19s will be looking to post an imposing score. As Matulan will continue the attack from the commentary box end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. The bowling to Zachary Carter, who's about to face his first ball of the day. In comes Matula now to the big left-hander, and he slammed that high, wide, handsome over mid-wicket for 6. So he's made his intentions felt quite high over mid-wicket for 6. Excellent shot. Looks to be a man in form. Score rockets up to 15 without loss. Carter's on 6. Greenwich is on 9. We're in over number 3. It's after West Indies under-19 skipper Joshua Dawn won the toss. No hesitation in batting as Matulan in again to Carter. Full pitch this time, clipped past the diving short mid-wicket, and good run in again. They'll pick up another 2. So Carter moves to 8 and the score 17 without loss. Carter in the CWI Rising Stars under-19's 50 overs competition. Made 324 runs at a healthy average of 40.50, highest score of 79. Comes Matulan again, and that's crunched past point into the boundary for 4 more. So Carter means business. Moves on to 12, the score 21 without loss. Expensive over so far from Matulan. 12 runs off the blade of Zachary Carter as Matulan in again, a slip in play, and that's better delivery, full pitch right on line. Shows a bit of aggression, fires it back at the stumps. Big imposing figure, almost in the frame of big Rakim Jimbo Cornwall is Zachary Carter. Matulan in again to Carter, and that's well pitched up, defended into the offside, no run. So he's got a slip, he's got third man inside the circle, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg for the hard-hitting Carter. Matulan in again from the commentary box end. That's wide down the leg side. Keeper can't stop that. It's gone for 4 wides. So 5 more to the score. Proving to be a very delivery to go. Can't get his line right. He's medium pace at best, Matulan. Slingy action, referred to before. It's turned nicely back with a square off the hip by Carter for a comfortable single. So 18 off the third has certainly got West Indies under-19s going. And most definitely Zachary Carter, he moves on to 13 at the end of the over, 27 without loss. Micah Greenwich is on 9. So a good confident start here by the young West Indian opening pair in Greenwich and Carter. Both hail from Barbados. Of course, as we say, Barbados were the CWI Rising Stars under-19's 50 overs champions. be Senaratne to continue from the northern end. Over the wicket to the left-handed Carter. Slip in play. Carter goes for the big drive. Doesn't make connection. So Viratne in again, and he's hooked that powerfully into the sticky wicket. Restaurant. That was a short ball to the left hand, and he just moved in line and pumped it straight over square leg. So that's his second six of the innings. He moves on to 19, and it's 33 without loss in over number 4. And that's pitched up and driven beautifully straight back past the bowler. 4 more. Is both Sri Lankan opening bowlers some trouble. They're either too short or too full at the moment. As Sena Viratne has decided to come round the wicket now to the left-hander after being pumped for 6 and 4 consecutive deliveries, and he comes now around the wicket to Carter, and that keeps a little low outside off stump through to the keeper. Score remains on 37 without loss. So excellent start here by West Indies under 19s. So Viratne in again and he's gone for the big heave again of the inner portion of the bat. Flies over mid-wicket, and they take a single.
Almost lost his shape there, Terry, because more or less looking for power. He's looking to go for the maximum again. But went to the right correction. We'll have to understand that as you go higher, that right foot just needs to come out to the ball, because the bounce is also going to be very important as well. But he's really an aggressive player, Terry.
Most definitely.
You've really seen some rare shots already from him so far.
Sena Viratne staying round the wicket to Greenwich, and plays that nicely through the cover region for a comfortable 2. Good chase by the fielder.
What I like about these two is if they're running between the wickets, the positivity, how they've gone about their running. And they've been able to turn 1s into 2s, which is something that we don't normally see from young West Indian batsmen. So the score's already shot up to 40 without loss.
Yes, they're going at 10 and over, and good understanding between the two openers. I think the young Sri Lankans are just a bit rattled at the moment with the way Carter has dealt with them.
Well, the lack of pace, he's somebody that you can tell that likes fast bowling. So, based on his height, he's a big guy. He's about maybe 6'3", 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
So the length to him is also going to be completely different. Spin comes into the conversation very early.
He's forced to change. First look at spin for the day. Right arm off spinner Tarusha Novodia.
Number 17.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Will be coming in from the commentary box end. He's going to be around the wicket to the left-handed Carter. He's got a slip. Short,
No idea.
short third man, point cover, extra cover. It's played quietly into the cover region.
What I liked about that, Terry, was his stride here. Looking at the young man's stride. Carter got a good positive stride out to the pitch of the ball. Nice straight bat. So he's really looking to have a look, so that's good.
Yeah, I was going to say at least he's giving himself time to have a look at the new bowler and, of course, spin for the first time today. Novodia in again. That one's short, dragged down, and given the punishment.
I think when this guy is batting, Terry, you always have to keep your eyes on the game. And he had his tremendously short. That was a short delivery. He just dispatched that.
Yeah.
Quick on judging
picked
on
up
the
the
length
length
there.
Yeah, picked up the length very quickly. So that's his third six. He shot up to 30 of just the 14 deliveries, and it's 46 without loss in the fifth over. Novodia deciding to come over the wicket now.
As well bowled. I was wondering why he started around the wicket in the first place. It's almost like a trend, Terry. You know, we've been talking about that all the time. I always feel the off-spinner bowl into the left-hander. It's almost like on the left-hander's blind side. Just have to just bowl the ball into the surface.
He's
gone again.
Gave himself room.
Be in trouble.
And a beautiful shot. Straight back over the bowler's head. 6 more.
Our cameraman on the 360 crew right here on the canopy. He had to be scurrying.
Greenwich, 52 without loss. Carter's on 36. Greenwich is on 11.
It's almost like Hurricane Carter here. And we're in the hurricane season.
We are. You'd rather a hurricane like this, though, wouldn't you?
If he bats 20 overs here today, Terry, we could be in for
a big score. And that's well played again.
They're coming back for 2.
And
beautiful
excellent running.
Beautiful running. Well done by the young man.
He moves quick enough for a big man.
Well, he's an athlete. He's a young boy.
Yep. Over comes to an end. And after 5, West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss and electing to bat here at Coolidge, 54 without loss.
You know, Terry, we've been covering this cricket for so much years, and we've been able to really look at all of the young youth players come through here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You know, we can go way back, and when we saw Mackenzie in the best of the best game come and really just lit up. Isaiah Thorne, you know, another name. You know, I just feel that we missed a trick, and sometimes we keep missing a trick at all of these young players.
Absolutely.
Because they come to a cricket West Indies setup, the territories then claim them, and then when they go back,
they can't get a game.
They don't get a game.
Right.
You know, it's how can you tell me that an entire 40 season was played, and Isaiah Thorne, who was one of the most promising young fast bowlers, doesn't get an opportunity to play?
Exactly.
Nobody can explain that to me.
And now Greenwich is getting into the act,
he's
he's being caught.
He's in trouble.
On the deep backward square boundary. Sri Lanka claimed their first.
He was not in position, Terry.
No, the ball's... Under-19s lose their first in the 6th over, and that was bowled by Sena Varatne, and it's 54 for 1.
Just a little technical work there. What maybe I'd like to see Greenwich do next time is try to hit the ball down. It looked as if he was still trying to go for the maximum. Had he maybe just rolled his wrist onto the ball would have maybe just dropped a couple
Take
of meters.
one, be happy,
Yeah,
get
but he was
Carter
still
back on
looking
strike.
to go for the maximum. And that's a 70-meter boundary with the wind coming from the east to west. So
Yeah,
these are
you're
things that
hitting
the young
into the
players will have to work on. Remember, we seen Fontaine, Terry from the Windward Islands, the series which was started between the Leewards and Windwards under 15. This guy is a touch player. Say good morning to Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish, the folks in Dominica. This guy is a wonderful player. He's demonstrated that he's got an appetite to score runs at the youth level. He gets an opportunity. How was his season this year, Terry?
Yeah, he got 297 at 42.43 with a high score of 100 in the CWI Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs competition.
Scored a lot of runs at the under 15 and under 17 level
He
as
did,
well, too.
yes.
He's really one for the future. When you hear the name, it sounds like he's been around for a long time. But he started, I think, around about 11 years old for the Windward Islands under 15. He gets an opportunity here at number 3.
Senna Vidrantna in with a slip. That's wide outside the off stump and called wide by the umpire. So one more to the total, 55 for 1. We're in over number 6.
Just in case you've just joined us here on the West Indies YouTube channel, we feel very, very, very excited.
That's well bowled and well played. Defended into the offside. The umpires for today, Nigel Dugood and Lyndon Rajkumar. Match referee, Stephen Proverbs. It's coming to you on Cricket 360 by the Windies Cricket YouTube channels. Senator in again, and that's guided down to third man by Fontaine. That gets him going. He moves to 1. 56 for 1. Brings the big man himself, Zachary Carter, back on strike. He's on 38 of just the 17 deliveries. 2 4s and 4 massive 6s so far by Carter. Strong opening partnership with Greenwich, who just fell in this over for 11 of 54. Full pitch delivery and guided.
What I like about him, Terry, is that yes, he's looking to be attacking, but he's also very circumspect.
Yeah, he's trying to pick the ball.
The good deliveries, which is what I like about him. He was just defending. I think he now needs to understand that he can't lose his wicket now after that good start. He has to bat as deep as possible for this West Indies team. Missed out there.
Yeah, full pitch on leg. They scamper through for a single, so he got a bit of bat on it.
Yeah, I think a bat onto his toe. He's a little hobbling there. Thought it was bat into the toe, really. So that he is okay. Just some discomfort on the non-striker's end. 5.5 ounce ball.
Yeah, tickles a bit, but
yeah, especially with his power. So imagine him hitting it into his toe. Well played.
well defended there. The last ball by Fontaine. Over complete. We've had 6 overs here. West Indies under 19s electing to bat. 57 for 1. Fontaine is on 1 and Carter is on 39. So a good positive start, but Sri Lanka will be happy that they broke that opening partnership in the last over, courtesy of Sinaviratne, who claimed the wicket of Micah Greenwich for 11, caught at the deep backward square boundary. Spin will continue from this end. Right. Off spinner Novodia. He'll be bowling to Carter, slip in play. And he's hammered that. Well fielded by point fielder there, diving to his right.
Carter's going to have to be very careful, Terry. He's trying to stay leg side of the ball to try to pace the ball to the offside. I'd really like to see him stand up straight and punch the ball a lot more straighter. This ball is still new. You don't want it to skid through. And you get an outside edge and you're caught at first slip.
Oh, when he's bowled him. Poor shot that. It was a nothing delivery really, but it was straight. And he's tried to pull that once again over the mid-wicket region. And it's cleaned him up. So Enterprise. 57 for 2 in the 7th over. Carter gone for 39.
See what I was just talking to you about you, Terry?
Yep.
Once you're beginning to try to go leg side of the ball, is a lot more. You're exposing your stumps to the off stump. You want to really defend your castle. So I think the objective would be to get in line, get that left foot across, and look to punch the ball. And I find a lot of the young players, even Shea Hope, who we see a lot even for the West Indies, even though he's a class player, he stays very leg side to the ball as well too. But you always want to defend your castle so that you can use your wrists and maneuver and punch the ball. Very exciting innings from the young man. He goes back into the hut. But it's games like these that will give him that progression rate that he can.
'The longer he stayed out there to take this game away from them. So they'll be happy to see the back of him, and it brings Shaquan Bal, another Bayesian, to the crease. He scored 161.
I think it's Dawn.
It's Dawn, is it?
Yes.
Sorry for that. It's captain himself, Joshua Dawn. And of course, Joshua Dawn was the MVP of the CWI Rising Stars Under-19's 50 overs tournament. 328 runs at 54.67, highest score of 79. His record against Sri Lanka Under-19's 97 runs at 24.25 with a highest of 56. As he defends that first ball by Novodia. Back to the bowler.
Well, Sri Lanka really just looking to put some pressure back on the Cricket West Indies team, and that's important about picking up wickets. Lovely shot play by the young man. Just leaned into it and just turned it in down to the long on area. Sort of gave him that single, Terry.
I was going to say.
With no short mid-wicket area feeler there.
Yes, they've left the long on and the deep mid-wicket out.
These days you have a lot of the analysts who would have done a lot of work. I like to see the batsmen. I think that's giving away a single there. They got to plug that gap. If the off-spin is going to be bowling that line, Terry, you really need the short mid-wicket feeler into that position to take away that single.
Yeah, and especially since they got two new batsmen at the crease in Fontaine and Dawn. They've picked up a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs. You want to try and keep the pressure on.
Another single.
Yeah, too easy.
I bring that man in, Terry.
Most definitely.
That's three singles that have been given away there quite easily. Over comes to an end. Success for Sri Lanka. The end of 7. West Indies under-19 men. They're 60 for 2. Greenwich and Carter back in the pavilion here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yes, I would have kept both of them in. Myself, Vern, the deep mid wicket and the long on, and say to both Dawn and Fontaine, you want to keep this run rate going, hit me over the top. They do. You say, well played, good stroke, then you can drop the field back, but keep the pressure on. You've only faced 2 or 3 deliveries each. But nevertheless, it'll be Captain Joshua Dawn to face Sinaviratne. Viratne.
Coming now from the what we consider to be the CIU road end. Still no slip for him. He got a mid on, mid off.
And that's clipped nicely down to fine leg for a single. So Dawn moves on to 3, 61 for 2. Sinaviratne in again, this time to Fontaine, who pushes that out to cover, and there's no run. So he's got a gully, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Right arm fast medium to the right-handed Fontaine down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. So one more to the total, 62 for 2. Fontaine is on 2, Dawn is on 3. He's looking to continue the momentum. They're losing a couple of quick wickets after a very brisk start. That's hit firmly but straight to short extra cover, no run. So the Sri Lankans have hit back well here.
And that's the funny thing about cricket, because, you know, one brings 2.
Yes.
You know, and then all of a sudden the fielding team is back in the conversation. They now have to reassess Cricket West Indies, their approach.
Wide again this time. Outside off. So another extra, 63 for 2. Beautiful day here for cricket. If you're in the area of Coolidge or anywhere in Antigua, come down and watch the rising stars of tomorrow, both West Indies and Sri Lanka. And down the leg side, so he's lost his radar here, third wide by Sinaviratne.
I think his positioning, his wrist position, just not staying long enough behind the line of the ball, so he ends up maybe just pushing the delivery more or less. But he's getting some encouragement from the fielders at mid on and mid off, so that's all good.
Comes in again, stroked nicely up to mid off. They go through for a quick single. So one more to Fontaine. He moves on to 3. And the score 65 for 2 in the 8th over. Running between wickets by all the West Indies under-19s batsmen so far. Has been very good. Viratne in again, and that is guided down to third man by Joshua Dawn for another single. So they're doing well, keeping the scoreboard ticking over, rotating the strike, letting Sinaviratne Viratne settle in this over. As we say, he's had his struggles. 3 wides he's bowled in this over. Right arm fast, coming in from the northern end to Fontaine, and again 4th wide down leg side. Rather strong breeze would be pushing the ball from right to left.
I think it's just a wrist position, just not firm enough behind the delivery. And he's falling away more or less. Just has to stand up straight and complete his action. Yeah, look at the target. Yeah. Remember his drills with his bowling coach. That's it.
Better delivery.
Yeah.
Well fielded on his follow through. So that completes the over. And the score is 67 for 2 at the end of 8 overs.
So after a hurricane start from Greenwich and Carter, things seem to have slowed down now. It's rebuilding time, as the late mighty Harry from Montserrat would have said. And so these two now will be looking to, with the platform that was laid, lost the first wicket, 1 for 54 in Greenwich, 2 for 57 in Carter. And so they will have to go about resurrection of this Cricket West Indies team based on the target that they would want. Anything over 300, I'm sure they'll be thinking about.
Yes, that should be the plan. In excellent batting conditions. We're going to have a change of ball off from at least the commentary box end. Viran Chamudita.
Is that the captain?
No. Left arm orthodox.
So they're ringing the changes here, Terry.
Yes, which is good to see.
Yeah. Not afraid to try new things. In fact, I don't think they want the West Indian batsmen to get too accustomed to any of the bowlers.
Definitely. He starts off with a slip around the wicket to the right-handed Dawn, who strikes that nicely, but good fielding in the cover region.
Fielded it was number 8.
Yes. Akash.
That's a big save there. Had it gone past him. In fact, I think he saved 3 runs there, Terry.
Definitely.
Akash. So you've got a mid on and a long off. So this guy's gonna have to be very careful against the left arm spinner.
Again.
Clubbard. Should have done a lot better there. Number 54 for Sri Lanka.
Yes. Gamage.
Yeah, Gamage. That's an easy stop. I think he's just he's also too close, Terry. He has to give himself some room so he can see the ball.
So slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off for the left arm spinner. Defended there by by Dawn.
It's tempting him there, Terry. He almost thought that he was in the conversation for a moment.
And he comes again to Dawn, shorter, quicker. Look for the cut shot, misses, goes through to the keeper. That stroke beautifully through the cover region, rolling out towards the boundary. 4 runs, timed that beautifully. The Dawn didn't try to overhit us. Played it like a true batsman. So 4 more to the total. Score moves up to 73 for 2 at the end of the 9th over. Good positive stuff there by the West Indies captain. He's moved on to 9. Of course, the Sri Lanka boys have been here for about a week in preparation for this 7-match series. They'll be enjoying their time here in the Caribbean, no doubt. Very similar conditions to back home in Sri Lanka.
Seems to be some good relationship with Sri Lanka and West Indies cricket
Yes.
over the years. They have demonstrated that sort of partnership. Mathalan continues.
Actually, it looks like
No,
Mathulan
Mathulan
has
has
swapped
got
ends.
swapped,
Yeah.
His first two scores 23.
Yes, he came in for some carnage by Zachary Carter.
So I think the captain's still searching around for his best combination as to which end would be the appropriate ends for his bowlers. We've seen a off spinner, we've seen a leg spinner. No real out and out fast bowlers, Terry.
No, and the slingy action of the medium pace of Mathulan on target there, defended by Fontaine into short extra cover, no runs, 73 for 2, beginning of the 10th over.
And a lot of the talent, Terry, is spotted in Sri Lanka and India and Pakistan from the tape ball they play on the streets.
Very true,
That's where the coaches and, people who are involved in cricket always look for the talent at an early age, 9, 10. Ooh, naughty shot there.
Yeah.
Fontaine trying to go square, really. He'd be advised to just look to have a look at the ball up in front of him. Almost like a nothing shot there. Slip employed here. We've got second slip now.
He fished at it. Yes, just the one slip, but as Vernon says, he's more or less a second slip. Third man on the boundary, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg on the boundary, and that is guided down to third man for an easy single to Fontaine.
Ground fielding has been so far great by the Sri Lanka under-19 team. I'm trying to see where the captain is, Terry.
Number 21.
Is he a mid-on?
Mathulan in again, bouncer. Slow bounce, wide outside the off stump. Dawn has nothing to do with it.
Game is a very crude game, Terry.
Huh? Most definitely.
The batters tend to be the ones who are the dominant, and the fast bowlers are almost look like they're slave drivers. You run in and the umpire says, no, you can't bowl that one.
Especially these days. Beautiful shot there by Dawn as he squeezes it out, full length delivery, timed to perfection through the cover region. 4 more.
Semja there at cover.
Dawn,
Couldn't get around.
Dawn moves on to 13, 78 for 2. So put on 21, pretty good time, these two. It's the loss of Carter, the score on 57. Wide again by Mathulan, called wide by the umpire. 79 for 2, so bowling from the northern end. I wonder if it is the breeze, or as you say, they're keeping a steady wrist behind the ball, but Sri Lankan bowlers have had trouble with their direction from that northern end this morning. Mathulan in again to Dawn. Again wide outside the off stump. Dawn lets it go, completes the 10th over. And at the end of the over, West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss and electing to bat, a 79 for 2 Dawn is on 13 and Fontaine is on 5.
Still scoring very quickly at a clipper rate.
Good rate, yeah.
Terry. The end of the first power play. So 79. It's expected that West Indies, if they continue at this rate, could be well over 300 and counting. Well, we've seen fantastic dreams from all over, so that is possible.
You never know. The left arm spinner will continue around the wicket to Fontaine, who hits that to short extra cover, no run.
Just would like to see Fontaine be a little more positive to the leg spinner. Looks a little tentative there.
Chamodita in again to Fontaine. This time gets it past backward point. And good running again. So sweeper on the cover point boundary comes round, tidies up. Fontaine takes 2.
Looks like a player who likes to play the ball very square. So he's going to have to be very careful about that, Fontaine. Like to see a presentation of his bat looking to more up the V area.
They've taken the slip out after that shot and put him right on point. Move the backward point a little finer.
And sometimes it's just your grip, your positioning and your grip that all comes into play. Something that his coach will have to work on.
Hit that one straight to short extra cover. What I have noticed about these two batsmen, though, they stand very upright in their stance at the crease.
Just need to have a little flex in the knees. That's always very important. You stay as low as possible to the ball.
That one's turned into the mid-wicket area. Direct hit might have been, but they were well home. Another well-judged single. So
this
one more to Fontaine.
It's going to be the testing period now, Terry. The middle overs as to how well the West Indies middle order batsman maneuver.
Yes, that is where we generally have trouble in the 50 over formats. Tossed up there by Chamodita, but stroked nicely through the cover region for another single to Dawn to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies under 19s 83 for 2 after 11. Dawn is on 14 and Fontaine is on 8.
Yeah. Love the presentation of the bat there from Dawn. Really looks like an excellent player as well too.
Yes, and as we say, it was the MVP of the CWI Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs competition with some 328 runs, leading run scorer in that series. Very confident young man. So Matulan will continue from the northern end. Bowled 3 overs, none for 29 so far. He comes in now to Dawn. Dawn is turning that forward of square for an easy single. Well controlled. Something that a shot that maybe Micah Greenwich would have been better off playing than going for the full-blooded pull shot.
Pretty interesting field placing already, Terry. Got a deep backward square. Fine leg and a third man out. Looking to save the boundaries. Again, Fontaine looking
Fishing
to go
again.
square. Shot certainly not on, not balanced here at the crease, Fontaine.
You're set in for the day though, Vernon, with your winter woolies on.
Yeah. It's almost like we're in Connecticut weather. We're in Iceland, more or less.
Yes, it does get rather cool in the box here at Coolidge. But it's been extremely hot weather though.
Well,
Hey, did you enjoy the carnival? Did you enjoy the carnival?
I enjoy the sun, Terry.
Enjoy the sound, yeah. Well,
I really didn't go to a lot of the shows, Terry, because, I was trying to get a lot of work done for Falcons, really.
yes, right.
And I just thought that the setup this year for the media in at Carnival Village really was just not great at all, because the positioning of the stage cracked out into the offside by Fontaine.
Speaking of the Falcons, how have you assessed the season so far?
Just give me a minute, Terry. Let me-
Sure. So our techs are working here, so we can bring you the best possible coverage, both audio and live streaming, as Matulin comes in again to Dawn. Dawn's defending that on the offside, and there's no run. 85 for 2. Coming towards the end of the 12th over here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Bring coverage of the first Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s, Sri Lanka under-19s, courtesy of Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel. That's turned nicely by Dawn, backward of square, for a comfortable single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies under-19s, 86 for 2 after 12. And Captain Joshua Dawn moves on to 16. Lucino Fontaine is on 9.
I know you were asking me about the Falcons, Terry.
Yes.
I still feel they're yet to play their A game.
Mm-hmm.
I also saw back and forth Paul Nixon. He was talking about the communication from Cricket West Indies with Justin Graves and the injury, and I saw Trinidad and Tobago coach saying, well, that player needed to report. But I think it's not about who needs to report. The tournament, Justin Graves is a West Indian player.
Mm-hmm.
And so by right, whichever franchise that he went to, I think it is only, just really communication line that we informed Terry Laraja that, hey, listen, this guy's got an injury. Could you maybe just work on it? Because in the end, it's West Indies cricket. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to leave it up to the player. It's about the player himself.
Right.
And it's also about the system in making sure that everybody is okay. Too many times I think we just pass the blame on. It's just only formidable enough.
Another well taken single there by Fontaine and Dawn.
Because what I think would happen, Terry, if the physio is communicating with the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons physio, then you can have an idea. There will be certain things that you still need to know in terms of the communication line, and especially in the medical field. I don't know all the medical terms, but I think it's always important to communicate there. We one country.
Right.
Really shouldn't be different.
No.
If any player from the West Indies team was injured or had a niggle, I think an email would be good enough to be sent off to the management or to the franchise.
True.
To the the physio, so that you know what you're looking for.
Got some good crowds though this year.
Yeah, it was
at the home games.
It was a lot of work, Terry. I mean, we slashed the prices between me. From about 60 to 65%.
Right.
And with the expansion of the CPL next year, You're going to have to be very careful, especially in small markets, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Antigua and Barbuda? Ball just played down to long on there by Dawn. Looks so easy and elegant. Nothing looks like it worries him. This
No,
young
he
man.
looks in complete control.
Yeah, he just looks very relaxed as a player. I think that's why he was chosen as the leader. Not a bottom hand coming into play there by Fontaine. Could see that. They're enjoying their feeling here, the Sri Lankan under 19 players. They're complementing each other.
Now that over comes to an end. We've had 13 overs, 90 for 2. West Indies under 19s. Joshua Dawn on 18 and Fontaine on 11.
So this partnership is, the last wicket fell at Carter at 57.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going about there. There's been a slow down in rate. Don't think any of these two players have the power of a Carter. So, but they're certainly applying themselves here, which is what is required at this stage.
So another bowling change from the northern end. We're going to have spin from both ends now. And it is Akash Vigneswaran. Akash.
Now, what I don't like here, Terry, is that he's not bowled a delivery yet. But you have long on and long off right back on the fence. And it's something that I've always, you got a sweep on the offside, you got long on, long off.
Mm.
I would have liked to see the
Start
long on
at
and
least.
long off
Yeah.
inside the circle.
Definitely.
I don't believe in giving away runs. I think the batsmen need to work for every run.
Akash is a leg spinner, so it should be interesting. He's got a slip-in play. Bowling to Fontaine. Fontaine is cutting that very fine down to fine leg past the slip into the boundary for 4.
He's been trying to execute that shot all day, Terry. Likes to
got the length to his full pitch.
Likes to go square.
So he moves on to 15, 94 for 2. In over number 14. It's clipped at the short mid-wicket fielder does well.
Fontaine, a lot of the bottom hand coming into play there with that shot, Terry. Just working it nicely. Even his positioning in terms of where he looks from, he's going to have to be careful.
Go back there.
Yeah, he's trying to force that.
And again, be very careful. He's going right back deep into his crease, trying to force it, as Vernon Springer said. Not the deliveries to force.
Yeah. I'd like him to look to play the ball more up in front of him. I think that's what Joshua Dawn is saying to him. You got to look to defend your castle as well too. Look to play the ball up the V. Not a good delivery there by Akish. He's bowling stump to stump.
Yeah, it's not a bad start.
He's bowling the ball into the surface as well too. Good comeback.
Yes, excellent. 4 off the first ball, and that was it. So at the end of the over, 94 for 2 after 14. Fontaine is on 15, and Joshua Dawn is on 18.
Twinkling of spectators, Terry. If we look right at the tree, under the tree, on the CIU Road end, I think the Matthew Miller stand is getting bigger. His mother and his father and a couple of the relatives are there. So they've been in the house very early, and they've been very supportive of Matthew, Paul.
Stifled appeal, but turning down leg from the left arm spinner to Joshua Dawn.
Dad very passionate about his cricket. Jennings Cricket Club, so I'm sure a couple of the other members of the club will be coming out to look at Matthew today as well. Beautiful variation here from Viran, the left arm spinner, teasing Joshua Dawn. He looks like his approach, Terry. Looks easy on the eyes here, the young man.
Very.
Just would like to see him just turn the hips and hit that straight down the ground. Straight away now would have put the mid-on fielder right back on long on. Big save there.
Yes, good desperation shown in the field by number 21, as the captain himself.
Yeah, big
Vimat
save.
Dinsara.
This is going to be a good contest here. And sometimes when you're on the non-striker's end, you could look at your partner and learn a thing or two.
That's better. He's coming forward to the left arm orthodox of Chamodita. Tosses that one up, played nicely to long on by Fontaine for another single to complete the over. So 15 overs have been bowled. West Indies under-19s, after winning the toss and electing to bat, moved on to 96 for 2. Joshua Dawn is on 19 and Fontaine is on 16.
Early days here, Terry.
Yes, leg spin of Akash will continue from the northern end. Bowling to Fontaine, slip in play. Again, going back to a delivery, plays it into the mid-wicket area, no run.
It's going to be a busy day today, Terry, at the VC Bird International Airport. Today's Saturday, a lot of international flights. The various carriers, be it United, JetBlue, American Airlines, British Airways, you name it. It's the local airlines, Liati 20, one of the official sponsors for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, Sunrise, Winair. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, busy day. Played up to long off by Fontaine for another single.
Two operators and the taxi drivers will be smiling today, Terry.
They should be, yes.
Thank God you're not a taxi driver.
Most definitely. $97 for 2. Cashing the Dawn, traps him in front, does he? And he's been given. Got stuck on the crease, a quicker one there by Akash. And Dawn has to go, yes. Misjudged the length.
Misjudgment there by Dawn. If you can see that replay there, and he's very disappointed with himself. There was no feet movement, and he almost like it just rushed him. It was a quicker, flatter delivery. And once he missed it, I think he knew
that was it.
He was going to be in trouble. Let's look at Dawn.
Yes, right back on his stumps. Akash makes the breakthrough after a 40-run partnership. West Indies under-19s lose their third in the 16th over, 97 for 3. Joshua Dawn gone for 19 of 26 deliveries. And we'll take a break on Cricket 360 as the first water break of the day takes place.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
after the water break. And there's a back-to-back wicket. Boodoo goes leg before without scoring. Brendan Boodoo, he tentatively came forward, missed a straight one. And Akash strikes again for the Sri Lanka under-19. Let's look at the replay. West Indies are 97 for 4. Look at the replay here. Akash, number 8. Googly. Oh, that's a straight one. Can't miss that. And the umpire had no choice but to raise the dreaded figure. And while raising the dreaded figure, out comes Matthew Miller, the Leeward Islands under 17, captain the Leeward Islands under 17, captain the Leeward Islands under 19. He's been an inspirational leader from an early age. Captain Leeward Islands under 15 as well too, from Antigua and Barbuda, wearing number 2. Had a stint in England as well. Young professionals say good evening to Keatley Williams. Scored a number of runs in school cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. I can remember covering Cool and Smooth a couple of years ago, looking at this 10-year-old. And now he's into the West Indies under-19. His first game today in front of his parents. Gets his first delivery and almost going down there. Survived the hat-trick. And that was so close. So Akash thought he had gone through, and Miller kept him out. As I'm joined back by Terry, Cricket West Indies. They're 97 for 4. And as I told you, Terry, more and more fans are coming in. Some more supporters from the Jennings Cricket Club. They're moving around into the Matthew Miller stand. So they've come to support Matthew Miller.
Excellent. Great to see, but some excellent bowling too by the Lange and Akash. 2 quick wickets.
Yeah.
Certainly done the job for his team. He rushing the batsman, bowling wicket to wicket. He knows there's not much turn on offer, but bowling excellent lines. And well supported at this end by Chamadita. It's keeping it honest.
I think Chamadita is turning around Fontaine. Fontaine is going to have to be very careful. Squeezes this one out into the sweeper, into the offside, and just wide enough. Now brings Matthew Miller, who will face his first delivery.
And they got
from
Chamadita.
Yes, from Chamadita. Second delivery in this innings. Survived the hat-trick ball.
He did. Very important.
Have you ever survived the hat-trick ball, Terry?
I've taken a hat-trick, but I've never had to survive.
You never had to survive?
No.
What are you bowling? Some gentle medium?
No. I used to bowl in my later days. A bit of finger spin.
Interesting.
It used to confuse me, so can you imagine what the batsman felt like?
True. Very positive approach here by young Matthew Miller.
Stage is set for Matthew, though. Excellent all-round cricketer.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, West Indies need a partnership.
Yeah.
Rebuild this innings. Good fight back by the Sri Lankan boys.
Beautiful. Well played by the young man. Just presentation of his bat to just ease it out into the offside. Powerful throw there from the fielder coming in. It's going to be important now to see what the approach will come from Fontaine. They're really trying to put some pressure on him. And what they've done now is that they've cut that single out now, Terry. They brought a man very, 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 very close there. Can we say at a very silly position?
He is almost, isn't he?
Number 54.
He's very straight. Kamage in that position. We're just looking at the list of names. We have these good names from Sri Lanka, but down the bottom, he's not playing today, but down the bottom, Jason Fernando. And it reminds me of, I heard one of the old Australian cricketers saying one time that they used to give Russell Arnold a hard time every time he walked to the crease, because they'd say, the name like that, you can't be Sri Lankan. Angelo Matthews, there you go, another one. Akash will continue, of course. 2 wickets in his last over. Miller lets that go through to keeper Hilmai. So 99 for 4. Sri Lanka hitting back strongly here. And use of the feet, good use of the feet by Matthew Miller as he bangs that straight back over the bowler's head into the boundary for 4, his first boundary. He moves on to 5 and it brings the 100 up for the West Indies under 19s. They're 103 for 4 in over number 18. So good positive use of the feet there by Miller. That one stroked nicely through short extra cover. Sweeper on the boundary. Tidies up. 2 more to Miller. He moves on to 7. 105 for 4. Akash in again to Miller, who's defending that onto the onside, no run. So very important passage of play here for the West Indies Academy. West Indies teams in general, 50 overs format. The middle overs between 11 and 40 is where they tend to lose their way with a few too many wickets and then struggle to bat out the 50 overs. These two will be determined to build another partnership. Had a good opening partnership of 52, and then for the 3rd wicket of 40. But losing wickets in clusters has of course brought Sri Lanka under 19s right back into the match. As the Chawaldita continuing from the commentary box end. He's bowling to Matthew Miller, who plays it quietly into the extra cover region. There's no run. This expansive drive there by Miller through the cover region this time. Sweeper out on the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Fontaine still trying to force the Sri Lankan spinners off the back foot. One played straight back to the bowler. And again trying to give himself room. He cuts it. Good fielding there by the backward point. But they scamper through for a single. And that completes the over. So at the end of the 19th over, West Indies under 19s 108 for 4. Fontaine has moved on to 19. And local boy Matthew Miller is on 9. Be Fontaine on strike. To Akash, the leg spinner coming in from the northern end. Bowled very well so far. 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 12. Prior to the start of this over, and 2 big wickets, both LBW, successive deliveries. Oh, and a big appeal for caught behind, he's gone. Well, that was always on the cards for Asino Fontaine. Backing away, getting deep in his crease rather than coming forward to the spin. And Akash has been bowling pretty quickly, getting the ball to skid on to the batsman, bowling stump to stump. He picks up his third. West Indies under 19s lose their 5th. They're struggling after being 52 for 1. They're now 108 for 5 in over number 20. Fontaine gone for 19 off the 40 deliveries. Caught behind off Akash, who, as I say, picks up his third. So spin doing the trick here for Sri Lanka, which is no great surprise. At West Indies Academy. Sorry, West Indies under 19s, I should say. In desperate need of a partnership as Jonathan Van Lange strides to the crease to join Matthew Miller. Van Lange is an all-rounder from Guyana, and he turns the first ball from Akash. Short fine leg, there's no run. He scored 223 at an average of 31.86 in the CWI Rising Stars under 19s competition. At a highest score of 75. He also picked up 8 wickets at 34. Economy rate of 5.42. Big boy as he cuts that. Can't beat third man inside the circle. So Akash, the leg spinner, been very impressive. He had a quick action. He's maintained that stump to stump line. He knows there's not much turn out there on this pitch. And he completes another successful over. So after 20 overs, West Indies under 19s have slumped to 108 for 5. Matthew Miller is on 9. Van Lange just joining him now. Yet to score. So 54 for 1 became 57 for 2. And then 97 for 3 became 97 for 4. And now it's 108 for 5. Spin continues from Chamadita. And this is the commentary box. They take a leg by off the first delivery. It brings Jonathan Van Lange into strike. Be facing his first delivery from the left arm orthodox. There's a slip in play. In now to Van Lange. Van Lange defends that back to the bowler, who does his own fielding. A rather straightish mid-wicket. Good fielding again there by Chamadita on his follow-through. It's turned nicely by Van Lange to get himself going. Just the singles, he pushed it through the mid-wicket area. So he moves on to 110 for 5 in over number 21. Imperative they just keep trying to knock the ball around. As Miller attempted to do there, cutting it backward of point. Can't get the single. They just try and knock it round, pick up the ones and twos, build a partnership. What they don't want to do is the Cardinals' sin of being bowled out inside their 50 overs. West Indies under 19s, especially after such a strong start. But these spinners have got them wrapped up at the moment. Another excellent over there by Chamadita. Comes to an end. 110 for 5 after 21. Miller is on 9. Van Lange is on 1. Chamadita has bowled 7 overs so far. No maidens, none for 21. So he's kept it nice and tight. Pick of the bowlers, of course, is Akash, leg break bowler, who will continue from the northern end of the ground. Bowling to Jonathan Van Lange. Bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3, 4, 12. The leg spinners. He's into Van Lange, and Van Lange is forcing that through the mid-wicket region. Just be 1. He moves on to 2. 111 for 1. Miller guides that nicely just forward of the backward point for another single. He moves on to 10, 112 for 5. Good sensible batting by these two thus far. So it's cut away to the sweeper on the cover point boundary. Another single. So a single of the first 3 deliveries of this over. It's imperative that that's what they keep trying to do. And that one almost sneaks through again by Akash. Quicker delivery. Beat Miller. Prods the pitch. He's been impressive. Just maintained that stump to stump line and hurry in the batsman. That one kept a bit low. Seen the odd one keep a bit low. The batsman on strike at the commentary box end. Played that one, Miller, on its merits, straight back to the bowler to complete Another good over there by Akash. Just the 3 singles from it. 113 for 5. West Indies under-19s after 22 overs. Matthew Miller, local boy, is on 10. Jonathan Van Lange is on 3. So it's important that these two just try and keep rotating the strike, try and build the partnership. Still some 28 overs remaining in the innings. We're going to see a change of bowler from the commentary box end. More spin. Number 7 on his back, the vice captain, Shamika Hina Tigala. The Hina Tigala. He's got a slip, very short. Extra cover as that one is played nicely by Van Lange out to the fielder on the cover point boundary for a single. He moves on to 4, 114 for 5. Appeal for RBW, but it looked to be turning down leg. Not out, says the umpire. They go through for a leg by. Hina Tagala is another left arm orthodox spinner. Kept a bit low again, but well played through the cover region by Van Lange for another single. That's the manual scoreboard here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They do a magnificent job out in the sun, blazing hot sun all day. No reprieve for them. But they seem to be about, by our calculations in the electronic scoreboard, about 6 runs behind at the moment. Peeled off the inner portion of Miller's bat into the onside, no run. So good intent by these Sri Lankan spinners, keeping the pressure on West Indies under-19's batsmen. And Hina Tagala completes his first over. West Indies Academy after 23 overs, 116 for 5. Miller on 10 and Van Lange is on 5. So it'll be the leg spin of Akash. Continue from the northern end. He's done a majority of the damage. Some big wickets in West Indies under-19's captain Joshua Dawn and Brendan Boodoo first ball. And he also got rid of Sino Fontaine. 3 for 15 in 5 overs prior to this one. Van Lange is cutting that out to the cover point fielder for another single. He moves on to 6, 117 for 5 in over number 24. As we say, it's important that they just keep trying to knock the ball around, get themselves in, and build a much needed partnership for West Indies under 19s. Another single there to Miller. Cutting it into the same area. Cover point fielder tidies up. Brings Van Lange back on strike. Slip still in play. Full delivery. Hit up to mid-off for another single. Cash into Matthew Miller, and Miller's forward squeezes off the inner portion of the bat. Backward a square for another single. Got four singles so far this over. The last delivery coming up. Cash steps back and crunches that through the cover region to cover point again by Van Lange for another single to complete over number 24. West Indies under 19s after winning the toss, electing to bat. 121 for 5. Matthew Miller on 12 and Van Lange is on 8. Just trying to steady things here. Partnership of 13 so far. So the West Indies under 19s lost 3 for 11. All to the leg spin of Akash. So it'll be the vice captain, left arm orthodox, Hina Tigala. We'll continue from this, the commentary box end. He's got a slip, backward point, short extra cover. Cover point sweeping on the boundary. Mid off, long on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket. And fine leg on the boundary. Bowling around the wicket to over the wicket, I should say. You got him listed as the left arm orthodox, but unless my eyes are deceiving me, he bowls right arm. So I'd say he's an off spinner. But he's keeping things rather tight. Once again, bowling stump to stump. They certainly worked out the conditions, these Sri Lankan boys, rather quickly, although, as I said earlier, they have been here for about a week, getting acclimatized and used to the conditions. Struck nicely through the cover region by Van Lange and beats the sweeper out on the boundary for 4. So his first boundary. Much needed one by West Indies under 19s. Van Lange moves to 12. 125 for 5 in over number 25. Good looking shot though. He's shorter delivery by Hinatingala. He's up on his toes and punched it nicely through the cover region. He's a big boy. There's Van Lange. Looks like he could pack a punch. A quick action from Hina Tingala, but it's stroked down to long on for an easy single to complete the over. So after 25 overs, West Indies under-19s, 126 for 5. Van Lange has moved on to 13 and Miller is on 12. Hinatigala from the northern end to Van Lange. .126 for 5. We're in over number 26. So these two looking to rebuild the West Indies under-19s innings. Tossed up, hit firmly straight back past the bowler. Up to mid-off for a single. So that's pulled over the mid-wicket area by Miller into the boundary, 4 runs. Was short by Hinatigala that time, dropped it in short, and Miller was onto it, picked up the length in a flash, pulled it in the air but quite safely over the mid-wicket fielder into the boundary for 4. So Hinatigala has actually changed ends, so he is left arm orthodox, and it was Tarusha Navodia who was bowling the off spin from the commentary box end. Maintaining the slip that peels off the inner portion of the bat. Miller looking for a big shot through the mid wicket to a fuller length delivery, but he picks up 2 off the last ball of the over. So after 26 overs, West Indies under-19s, 133 for 5. Miller's moved on to 18. Van Lange is on 14. So 133 for 5. They came together with a score on 108. So Navodia with his off-spinners will continue from the commentary box. Ball into Van Lange, who hits it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. And that is high in the air. It clears mid-off and rolls into the boundary for 4. So Van Lange just getting into his innings. Picks up another boundary. He moves on to 18. Score is 137 for 5 in over number 27. So for the off-spinner and Navodia, a pretty spread field. He got a backward point point. Now they brought the cover from off the boundary inside the 30-yard circle and dropped the mid-on back to a mid. Dropped him back to long off. Fine leg and deep mid-wicket. Navodia in again to Van Lange, who just punches that up to a long on for an easy single. .140 for 5. Matthew Miller back on strike. Faces Navodia. Again, dragged down, but gets away with it. Miller looking to pull that through the mid-wicket region. Takes the under edge of the bat. Navodia again into Miller. Again, shortish delivery, but can't beat the field. This time on the offside to complete the over. So after 27 overs, West Indies under 19s moved on to 140 for 5. Van Lange has moved on to 21. Miller is on 18. So good little partnership now starting to blossom. Much needed for West Indies under 19s. Springer. He gone looking for something. Hina Tigala continuing from the northern end with his left arm orthodox, ball into Van Lange, tossed up. Van Lange strokes it straight to extra cover and there's no run. 140 for 5 in over number 28. In again to Van Lange, who turns that nicely behind square down to fine leg for 4. So he's starting to be more expansive as Van Lange. He moves on to 25. 144 for 5. Partnership now worth 36 for the 6th wicket. He strokes that up to long off for another single. So good batting by these two, just trying to wrestle back the initiative in this first youth ODI. Coming to you live over Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channels from Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. A beautiful day here in Antigua. Encourage you all, if you're in the area, to come down and see the future stars of tomorrow, especially with local boy Matthew Miller out in the middle as we speak, as the over comes to an end. And after 28 overs, West Indies under 19s 145 for 5. Miller is on 18 and Van Lange is on 26. change of bowler from this, the commentary box end. Be the return of Sena Varatne. Right arm fast. Be bowling to Van Lange. He's got third man. Backward point, cover point on the fence. Cover mid-off, and that's pulled through the mid-wicket area. Good work by the deep mid-wicket fielder out there. Restricts the scoring to 1. So 1 more to Van Lange. He moves on to 27, 146 for 5 in over number 29. Good little partnership, these two. Put on some 38 runs now, as Miller looks to pull that back with a square. Takes one on the body. I think he was done for pace there, or lack of it, from Sino Varatne. Struggled with his radar in his opening spell from the northern end. Prior to this, he bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Picked up the wicket, the first wicket to fall at Greenwich. Big shout for LBW, but it looked like it was going down leg. Not out, says the umpire. Have a look at the replay here. Yeah. Definitely would have missed leg. Miller takes a quick single. That was a huge risk. He hit it straight to the short extra cover, who flung at the stumps. Direct hit, he was gone for all money. Miller wasn't even in the picture. But he lives to fight another day. He picks up 147 for 5. Again, straight to short extra cover. It's Hina Tagala in that area, the vice captain. Doing some good work in that area. He had to... it came quickly to him, so he dived, and as he was going down, when he stopped the ball, he flung it at the stumps. If he had have hit, Miller was gone for all money. That's pulled firmly back with a square by Van Lange, just for the single to complete the over. So at the end of 29 overs, West Indies under-19s, 148 for 5. Van Lange has moved on to 28. Miller is on 19. They've put on 40 so far for his 6th wicket, much needed for West Indies Academy. West Indies under-19s. After they lost 3 for 11. Partnership was much needed. Still got a lot more work to do. There's still some 21 overs remaining. A turn this time for Hina Tagala as he continues from the northern end. He's bowling to Van Lange. Strokes that straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. It's important from a West Indies under-19's point of view that these two keep building this partnership. That one beats the diving short extra cover up to mid-off. Van Lange picks up another single. Moves on to 29, 149 for 5. Miller goes for big slog sweep through mid-wicket, catches the under end of the bat, but has enough legs on it to roll into the mid-wicket boundary. So 4 more to Matthew Miller. The 150 comes up for the West Indies under-19s. 153 for 5 in over number 30. Miller moves on to 23. Good to see our friends there on the manual scoreboard have caught up, and that's hit firmly and enough legs to carry it over the rope, straight back over mid-on. Very safe shot there by Matthew Miller to end the over with a 6. Picked up the length of that one very quickly. So after 30 overs, West Indies under-19s 159 for 5. Van Lange's on 29, and Matthew Miller has caught up to him now. He's also on 29. And that 6 raised the 50-run partnership for the 6th wicket between Matthew Miller and Van Lange. Now added 51. And another good piece of running. Quick single taken there at the first ball of Sena Varatne's new over. Van Lange moves on to 30, 160 for 5. In now to Matthew Miller, who advances. Saw him coming, dug it in short. Good delivery. Interesting approach there by Miller as Van Lange comes and has a chat to him. They don't want to throw it away now. They've done all the hard work to get or wrestle the initiative back for West Indies under-19s. Partnership worth 52 for the 6th wicket. They need plenty more. There's still 20 overs remaining, including this one. One's hit firmly. It'll just be the single all the way along the carpet to the sweeper out there on the cover point boundary. Matthew Miller just calling for a change of gloves. Very hot day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Strong prevailing easterly blowing. The players in the field refreshed enough. Short again by Sina Viratne, fielded on the boundary there by Wenkonu Goda. Coming around deep mid-wicket position. Batsmen take 2 more. 163 for 5. Van Lange moves on to 32. Send over Varantne into Van Lange again, who just clips that nicely wide of mid-on for an easy single. He's batting very well, is Van Lange, watching the ball. And they're approaching the ball on its merits. Steady knock so far of 33. Nice shot there by Matthew Miller just for the single out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary to complete the over. So at the end of over number 31, West Indies under-19s 165 for 5. Van Lange is on 33 and Matthew Miller is on 31. So good going back too. As I say, after West Indies under-19s lost 3 for 11 after a good brisk start, 54-run opening stand between Micah Greenidge and Zachary Carter. Then lost 3 for 11 to the leg spin of Akash. This partnership has yielded some 57 runs. I want plenty more though. With still some 19 overs to go. But as we speak, the danger man, the wicket taker, Akash, has been brought back in. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 3 for 20. Bowling to Matthew Miller. Miller squeezes that onto the onside for an easy single. Sri Lanka under 19s bringing back their main strike bowler. Going to break this partnership. Still got 4 overs available to him, including this one. Tosses that one up. Van Lange drives it up to long on. They stroll through for another single. 167 for 5. Van Lange moves on to 34. Miller back on strike. Local boy is on 32. And plays that lovely through the cover region out to the sweeper there on the boundary for another single. 168 for 5. Quicker delivery almost through him. He thought he was through him there. Van Lange just jammed down on it. Kept it out at the last minute. Cash in again to Van Lange. And that's clipped nicely through the mid-wicket region, beats the short mid-wicket, travelling out towards the boundary and gets there. Another good looking shot there by Van Lange as he clipped that off his toes all the way along the carpet to complete the over with a boundary. And at the end of the over, West Indies under-19s 172 for 5. And this partnership certainly going along well for West Indies under-19s. Had 32 overs, 172 for 5. Van Lange has moved on to 38. Matthew Miller is on 33. So it looks like we're going to have another change of bowler from the commentary box end. It's going to be Kavija Gamage, off spinner. We're bowling to Matthew Miller. Desperately want to break this partnership. Do Sri Lanka under 19s. Oh, and that almost took the under part of Miller's bat and rolled back onto the stumps. Luckily for Matthew Miller, it didn't. Third man inside the circle. Backward point, cover, short extra cover. Long off, long on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. And that is clean bowling. He gave himself some room there, Miller. Looking for the big drive over long off. And missed a straight one completely and is cleaned up. Not the most intelligent bit of batting there by Matthew Miller, but a good innings nonetheless. He's gone for 33. West Indies under 19s lose their 6th. The partnership has been broken. Sri Lanka will be happy with that. And the off spinner Gamage picking up a wicket in his first over. So the players that take a water break, and we'll take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360. So a successful over there by Gamage, picking up the wicket of local boy Matthew Miller. And I understand Miller looking to push on, but you would think in these conditions it looks ideal for batting. It's a good batting track here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They would need at least 250 to be competitive. Projected score 262. 173 for 6 after 33 overs, but the problem is the wickets lost. For West Indies Academy, it was a good partnership that got them out of trouble at 108 for 5. They took the score up to 172 when Miller fell. At is still some 17 overs remaining. Vital that West Indies Academy bat out all of those 17 overs to give themselves a defendable total. So 174 for 6 for in over number 34. Van Lange is on 38. He's been joined by Aiden Aracha, who's on 2. Raja is from Trinidad. He scored 144 runs at an average of 20.57 with a highest score of 42 in the CWI Rising Stars men's under-19s 50 overs competition. Fast bowler also. He picked up 8 wickets at 40.25 with an economy of 6.08. Akash into Racha now and beaten. Excellent delivery there, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's maintained the excellent line, stump to stump all day, has Akash. Definitely the pick of the Sri Lankan bowlers. One's turned nicely by Racha, but can't beat the short fine leg to bring the over to an end. So after 34 overs, West Indies under-19s 175 for 6. Racha is on 2 and Van Lange is on 39. So it'll be Gamage to continue from this, the commentary box end. Another very interesting stage coming up here. The Sri Lankans will be looking to wrap up this West Indies under-19s innings. Van Lange and company have other ideas. That stroked nicely by Van Lange. Beats the short extra cover into the boundary for 4. He continues to play his role and is looking very positive as he moves on to 43. 179 for 6 in over number 35. It's imperative for West Indies under-19s that he stays out there for the remaining 15 or so overs of this innings. Gamage in again to Van Lange, who's turning that forward a square. They're looking for 2 and excellent running. Well-weighted shot past the short mid-wicket. And The man on the deep mid-wicket boundary had a lot of ground to make up. 2 more. Again, just strokes that nicely up to long off. They jog through for a single. So Van Lange approaching a 50. He's on 46. It's 182 for 6. 1 ball of the 35th over to go. Here's Racha on strike. He's on 2. Round the wicket to the left-hander. And takes a leading edge, but rolls safely out into the offside. No run to complete the over. So at the end of 35 overs, West Indies under-19s, 182 for 6. Van Lange is on 46, and Racha is on 2. So Van Lange is looking to take control of the remainder of this innings for West Indies under-19s. Let's say the longer he stays there and the more strike he can face, better chance for West Indies under-19s to ban out the overs, the remaining overs, 15 overs to go, and put a competitive total on the board as he strokes that up to long off for another single. He moves on to 47. 183 for 6. Novodia is back into the attack from the northern end, taking over from Akash. Prior to this, Novodia has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 29. Off-break bowler is coming around the wicket to Racha. Slip in play. That goes to short third man, no run. So slip, short third man, backward point, cover point sweeping on the boundary, extra cover long off. And that's stroked nicely by Racha to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for an easy single. 184 for 6. We're in over number 36. Racha moves on to 3. Brings Van Lange back into strike. 3 away from a half century. And he punches that up to a long off for an easy single. Moves on to 48. 185 for 6. Played very well, very mature knock this by Van Lange. Came to the crease with his side in trouble. Good partnership with local boy Matthew Miller. It was the last wicket to fall for 33. And that is the over bowled. So we've had 36 overs now, 185 for 6. And Van Lange is 2 away from a half century, as the players will take a water break. And we'll take a break on Cricket 360 before we return with live action. Welcome back to this live coverage on Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel. The first Youth One Day International between West Indies under-19s and Sri Lanka under-19s. Coming to you live from the Coolidge Cricket Ground in beautiful Antigua, home of Cricket West Indies. Has a big appeal for LBW. Umpire says not out. Raja looking to drive that over long on. Missed it. Wrapped on the pad, but the umpire said not out. West Indies under-19s after electing to bat. A 186 for 6 after 37 overs with Jonathan Van Lange holding the innings together. He's on 49 and Racha is on 3. It continues a great initiative by Cricket West Indies to have these series, the under-19s, heading into the ICC Men's Under-19s World Cup, which comes up in January next year. Of course, there'll be a tri-series between West Indies, US and England later this year. More preparation for the all-important World Cup. Of course, under the new regulations or laws of one-day cricket these days, they use 2 balls up until the 34th over, and then ball inside picks 1 ball, and that is deflected off the bowler for a single to Van Lange to bring up a very well-played half-century. It's 50 off 58 deliveries, and very well played young man. Much needed for West Indies Academy. He came to the crease. They'd lost 3 for 11, 108 for 5 they were. That's a big shot by Racha, high over mid-on for 6. He looked to do that. The off-spinner Kamaje in the previous over didn't make contact, but this time off Novodia, who's bowling from the northern end. He made good contact as Novodia now drops his mid-on back to long on, around the wicket to the left-handed Racha. Hits that firmly, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. So 193 for 6 in over number 38. That's well played by Racha, just knocking that past the short mid-wicket. Long on had to come in off the fence, so an easy single. He moves on to 10, 194 for 6, brings Van Lange back into strike. Plays it up to long off for another easy single. So Racha just getting into his innings. He's 10 off 18. came together with the score on 172 for 6, the fall of Matthew Miller's wicket. Hesitation there, but in the end, quite comfortable single to complete the over. So at the end of over number 38, West Indies under-19s have moved on to 196 for 6, with Van Lange on 51 and Racha on 11. Racha on strike as Gamage starts a new over from the commentary box, round the wicket to the left-hander, who goes high, over, long on again for 6 more. So he's certainly taking a liking to both Sri Lankan off-spinners. He's second 6, he moves up to 16. Correction, 17, and the 200 comes up for West Indies under-19s. 202 for 6 in over number 39. Round the wicket again is Gamage, and that one's played quietly through mid-wicket. They're looking for 2. They won't get it though. Deep mid-wicket was quick off the ropes. Restricts it to 1. 1 more to Racha. Moves on to 18. 203 for 6. Brings Van Lange back into strike. He's on 51. Really held this innings together for the West Indies under-19s. Really looking to as deep as possible, with still plenty of overs remaining. Wide down the leg side, call wide. By the umpire, and they take a single, so 2 more to the score, 205 for 6. Hit uppishly, just drops in front of backward point. Gets a hand to it, knocks it down, but they take a single. They've lost wickets in clusters through this innings, but in between there's been some good partnerships, and another one looming here for West Indies under-19s. Plenty of gaps, and they've all run well between wickets. The rotation of strike, even more important at the moment with the left-right combination out in the middle. Already added some 35 for the 7th wicket. Again, just knocks it into vacant territory on the onside. And long on, had a lot of work to do there. Can't prevent another 2 to complete the over. At the end of the over, Racha has moved on to 21. Van Lange is on 52. 209 for 6 West Indies under-19s after 39 overs. So good batting by the middle and lower order of West Indies under-19s team. Just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Rotation of strike. 11 overs remaining. Imperative that they bat out those 11 overs. It's the 4 wickets remaining. And if they can achieve that, they should post the way they're going at the moment. 260, 270, which would be a competitive score. But just a reminder, it is excellent batting conditions. Dry, hot day here at Coolidge as that one is cut through the cover region by Van Lange for another single. He moves on to 53, 210 for 6. We're in over number 40. Raj playing a fine hand though. He's on 21 off just the 24 deliveries. 2 sixes amongst that 21. He's on strike now. To the leg spin of Akash, who's coming round the wicket, and he come across a long way, but I think that was heading down the leg. I'll take a leg by. Another one to the score. 211 for 6. Leg spin of Akash. Coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Van Lange, who's on 53. Punching that straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. Akash again into Van Lange, and again punches it straight to short extra cover. No run to complete the over. So at the end of the 40th over, West Indies under-19s 211 for 6. Van Lange is on 53. And Racha is on 21. So we have 10 overs to go, signalling the end of that second power play between the overs 11 and 40. 4 wickets lost during that time, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking. They're in a pretty reasonable position coming into these last 10 overs West Indies under-19s, especially if Van Lange, as I say, is on 53, can see it through to the end. They should set themselves up for a nice competitive score as Gamage continues from this, the commentary box end, and that's played easily by the left-handed Racha, up to long on for another single. He moves on to 22, 212 for 6, in over number 41. Field just swapping round for the right-handed Van Lange. 2 men deep on the onside, and that's turned nicely. The keeper chases that out to the 30-yard circle, but another easy one for Van Lange. Moves on to 54, 213 for 6. A good rotation of strike. Keep the Sri Lankans busy in the field. The left-handed Racha back on strike, and again just clips it quietly to long on, who has to come in off the boundary, so another easy single. Moves on to 23, 214 for 6. So a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square for Van Lange, who lost his shape there, looking for big lofted drive, catches the inner portion of the bat, rolls out to deep mid-wicket, they take 1. Again, Gawage around the wicket to the left-handed Racha, who plays that quietly up to long off this time for an easy single. So single off every ball of the over so far, with 1 to come. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Van Lange. And again, just pushes it into the onside. Long on has to come in off the boundary, can't prevent the single. So 6 singles in that over. Moves West Indies under 19s up to 217 for 6 after 41. Van Lange is on 56 and Racha is on 24. So good going by these two, good intelligent batting. Sri Lankan spinners keeping it tight. Good contest between bat and ball. They'd need as many as they can get, though, you feel, on this pitch. These conditions today, very dry conditions, very hot day. Good for batting as Akash. Oh, that would have hurt. Into Van Lange, who strummed it straight back at the bowler. Firmly took it on the shin. And the ricochet allows for a single. So Van Lange moves on to 57 to 18 for 6 in over number 42. As I welcome back Vernon A. Springer.
How are you, Terry?
Oh, very well. And yourself?
I think you've done quite well so far. Remarkable. West in Sri Lanka fighting back here.
Yeah, it's been a good contest between bat and ball, as I say. It's good intelligent batting by Racha. Since he's come out, he's picked the ball, anything tossed up, he's willing to take on, cleared the ropes a couple of times. But more importantly, he's been rotating the strike, giving as much strike as possible to Van Lange, who's played an excellent innings. Very important one for West Indies under 19s. Again, he just knocks the ball up to long on for an easy single. .220 for 6. And over number 42. Left-handed Racha on strike, and that one takes the edge. He kept the slip in play. Good intelligent bowling by Akash. He picks up his 4th, but a good innings. Good little knock there by Racha. Very intelligent batting. It was just undone by a good delivery. He played forward, but it took the edge. And as I say, Akash was smart enough to keep the slip in play. Pretty regulation catch there. Just turned away from the left-handed Racha, but as I say, a very good knock of 26 of just the 30 deliveries for Rancha. West Indies under-19s lose their 7th. It's 224-7 in over number 42. They put on some 48 for that 7th wicket, which is just kept them in a fairly even contest here. They wouldn't want to get bowled out inside their 50 overs though. West Indies under-19s, obviously Sri Lanka have different ideas that you feel they need, especially after the start they got. They would need minimum 250, 260 in these conditions. There's a Akash big appeal, umpire not interested. The new batsman is Pajay Nelson. I've been very impressed with the leg break bowler Akash. Taken 4 wickets now, but just his style, approach, he's assessed the conditions very well, very early on. Basically bowling stump to stump. And he completes another successful over with the wicket of Racha. So at the end of the over, West Indies under-19s 220-7 after 42. Nelson is just come to the crease. He's on 0 and Van Lange is on 58.
And his spell has yielded Terry 10 overs, 1 maiden. Akash 33 runs, 4 wickets. So he's been the tormentor of the Cricket West Indies under-19 innings so far.
Yes, most definitely. He's bowled very well.
Last wickets at 1 for 54 Greenwich, 2 for 57 Carter, 3 for 97 Dawn, 4 for 97 Boru, 5 for 108 Fontaine, 6 for 172 Miller, and Racha 7 for 200.
That nearly crept through too. And a bit of a yes, no. Looks like Nelson.
I think Van Lange decided that he maybe wants to take most of the strike.
Well, he should be.
Well, if Nelson can bat, you shouldn't have to do that.
Well, true, but
And it's early days yet.
he's the one that's in, and I think they need to bat out these 50 overs. But Pajay Nelson, Jamaican, wicket-keeper batsman.
So he must have some credibility, especially as a keeper, batting wicket-keeper. Can't see him just being just good with the gloves and not being able to bat.
No, you can't do that these days, can you? Stay in the team. Oh,
Where is he going now?
yeah,
If he's going to play like that, Terry,
lost his
then
concentration in the last couple of overs.
just needs to just concentrate. And maybe Nelson just needs to just call him down and say, "Listen, I'm here. You know, I can bat. You know, just continue batting."
Chamadito's taken up the attack from the commentary box with his left arm orthodox. Single to Van Lange takes him on to 59, 221 for 7.
We've seen lots of maximums so far for the day, Terry. 7 by the Cricket West Indies under-19 and 14 boundaries. 4 were hit by Carter alone.
Pajay Nelson on strike. Cuts that through the cover region for a single. He gets off the mark, 2-2-2 for 7. He made 82 runs in the CWI Rising Stars Under-19's men's 50 overs championship at an average of 13.67, highest score of 40. Last ball defended into the offside by Van Lange, so the score remains on 2-2-2 for 7. Van Lange is on 59 and Nelson is on 1. And we've got, 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, so Matthew Miller scoring some 33 runs from 47 balls, 3 fours, 1 6. Fontaine 19 from 41 balls, 1 4. He just never really got going today, the young man. Greenwich showed a little bit of class. 11 from 14 deliveries, 1 boundary. But it was explosive Carter at the top. Had a good start, 1 for 54, loss of Greenwich, 2 for 57, Carter followed. And then we had a quick slide in Joshua Dawn, who scored 19 from his 26 balls with 1 boundary. So with some 7 overs to go, the objective here would be for the Cricket West Indies under-19 to bat all the overs, because runs on the board is runs on the board.
Most definitely. And that, I'd say, will be up to how long Van Lange can keep going. Hopefully he can bat out the remainder of these overs.
Well, he should be the last man standing.
He should be.
And he has to be thinking about that. I think the important thing here for Patch and Nelson would be just to rotate the strike. Just get a single and be on the go. If you can't get boundaries, get singles, get twos.
So the medium pacer Matulan is back into the attack from the northern end. A slip in play.
One thing I think Nelson is going to have to work out here. He's not going to get anything from this youngster thinking about maybe trying to pitch up anything to him. He's going to bowl the ball into the deck. So he's going to have to be very selective in his shot selection. Nelson. That one squared him up completely.
Yeah, and just try and push it into the gaps. Give Van Lange as much strike as possible. Again, squared up. Peels off the outside edge. Long the ground, though. Down to third man for a single.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see what Van Lange's approach will be. Because already he's bowling the ball into the surface, which means that he's not looking to pitch up anything as a Yorker, Terry. Any half volleys. And what's pretty interesting, Terry, is that they've been able to bat the bowler. They got the mid-on and the mid-off right inside the circle, except that there just maybe might be a change. We now have a long on. So we got 3 deep fielders on the leg side. It's pretty hot outside, Terry.
Yes.
If you feel my
It
shirt,
looks it.
I made a mistake.
Well, look at that. You're back to normal.
Yeah, it's hot in town. It's hot in St. John's, Terry.
It's hot out there in the middle too. So we've got a good contest on our hands here.
Yeah, I think this, whatever runs Cricket West Indies get in the final analysis, they're gonna have to back their bowlers to defend that score.
Most definitely, and especially, I think Sri Lanka would be, the way they're going about their business, very happy if they could restrict West Indies under-19s to around about 250. I think they'd feel that it'd be very gettable in these conditions.
Now, Nelson, Terry, has been
squared up with every delivery.
He's been turned around there very consistently. He just needs to just wait. He's looking at every delivery, he's looking for a short ball. Really has to be able to lead with that left shoulder. The right shoulder is turning him right around consistently all the time. Again, going right around the delivery again. He'd be advised to play with a nice straight bat. Look to compact to come forward. He's got to be leading with his head and his shoulders there. Getting that left foot out confidently to those deliveries. And maybe he might be advised, maybe if he can maybe just bat off of his crease. More changes being made here by the Sri Lankan captain. Fine leg fielder comes up inside the circle now.
Oi, again. Good over. Comes to an end. Just 2 off at 224 for 7. Van Lange remains. He's on 60. And Nelson is on 2.
Yeah, concerns here now, Terry, because Van Lange is placed in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
Now, he has to face most of the balls, and at the same time, he has to look at the scorecard to recognize that he cannot get out because he does not want Cricket West Indies to get bowled out.
That's right. And he had a very able partner in Racha who was rotating the strike excellently and given Van Lange most of the strike. When the ball was there to be hit, he was able to dispatch it over the ropes, but otherwise he was playing neat strokes, just picking the gaps. Yeah. Nelson, unfortunately, so far in his innings anyway, hasn't been able to maneuver the ball. But it will be Van Lange on strike.
Just maybe taking a towel break just to catch himself. It's been a hot day. And he's a big guy. He's a big man.
He is
big under 19 youngster as well.
Yeah. So
he packs some power.
Definitely. Chamadita, left arm orthodox, will continue around the wicket to the right-handed Van Lange, who punches it into the cover region, and they take a single. Now this is where Nelson needs to come to the party.
But I think it's a matter of him
just pick the gap.
Finding a way as to how he can be able to get a single. The Sri Lankan captain has been very smart. He's worked out that Nelson is maybe not one of the most attractive players in the West Indies under-19 team. So he's putting some pressure on him inside the 30-yard circle. He's now got a short third man, a backward pointer, and a short mid-wicket, and they're closing him off. And maybe they decide that they're going to bowl to Nelson as much as possible. So good game awareness here by the Sri Lankan captain. Left arm spinner. Again, all he can do. Nelson is defender. Van Lange is itching. He wants to get down there. He just wants to get a single. Again, Nelson can't score. This is good pressure, good bowling here by the young man. Viran. 225 for 7, Terry. We have a game on here, Terry.
We do. You suggest that West Indies Academy, West Indies under-19s need at least 260, 270 to be competitive. He's got that one away, though, has Nelson, all the way to the fence.
Gets a boundary. And this is a fast outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And I can't overemphasize the magnificent work that these guys have done under the conditions. Really, it's really looking like an international venue. Really chalk to cheese to compare to some of the other venues that we've seen around. Van Lange won't mind that, Terry. What do you think?
Not at all. But at least he was able to get one away. And although he wasn't able to rotate the strike, the boundary helped in that over. Pushed the score up to 229 for 7 after 45. So a very important last 5 overs of this innings. They can get another 30 at least.
It's got to be maybe more messages coming out. So Van Lan. So the total you think they'll be thinking about now, Terry?
Well, I think 260, 270 would be in their minds. And I think they'll need every one of them. Sharpish delivery. Where's Wonders Van Lange?
Yeah, he was trying to get fancy there. He just didn't make contact. Because had he maybe just made contact, Terry, he would have been able to just rotate that vast acres of land on the leg side area. And I think he was just trying to get pretty. Sort of rushed him quicker. Maybe just have to think about the next delivery. So he got a long off, deep backward square, mid-wicket. Man in the short, fine leg. Got a mid-off, cover, backward point, short third man, and a fielder sweeping on the offside. The keeper goes down.
Peels off the outside edge, but safely enough down to third man for a single. But he's just trying to, you can tell that he's just trying to force the issue now, Van Lange. He hasn't had as much as of the strike as he would like. He's just starting to lose his shape a bit in these last 2 or 3 overs. So well, it's important that Nelson realizes that, though, Vernon, and tries to...
He's a power hitter, Terry.
Turn the strike over.
But in the context here, he's going to have to maybe run a couple of twos here.
Right.
That's going to be a way for him.
And there we go.
He's out. He's going to be out,
straight
Terry.
Down, deep, backwards, square's throat.
That's what we're talking about, Terry.
Not the most intelligent batting.
Just roll the bat around and just hit the ball down.
Yeah. He got bogged down by not being able to maneuver the ball into the gaps. It was a streakish 4 in the previous over, and this ball was short enough. It was there for the hook, but he was never really in control. Just simply hit it straight down, deep backwards, square legs, throat. So here, Nelson has gone for 6. West Indies under-19s lose their 8th. They're 230 for 8 in over number 46.
The boundaries are 70 meters there.
Right. And he's a little guy.
Just roll your wrist over and get a single, and Van Lange comes back onto strike. No sense trying to go for glory.
Right.
You've got to understand the context of the game.
Which is the game awareness, isn't it? Where that all comes into it. So it was so disappointing to see. You talk about our batsmen and the fact that you can't run, you can't hide from the fact that our batsmen just cannot bat. They don't have the technique, they don't have the discipline, they don't have the game awareness, as you're saying. We go back to that test match in Jamaica. I'm not talking about the second innings, but the first innings. And you know what Mitchell Stark is going to do, especially in those conditions at night with the pink ball. And yet all of them were trying to force it through the offside instead of just letting his natural swing, bring it back into you, take one, be happy.
Your call, Terry. We have a left-hander, new batsman for the Cricket West Indies under-19.
We do. Vital Laws, and beaten by Matulan, and that is poor cricket by the keeper. He just rolled it back to the bowler, who missed it, and they've gone through for a bye. More importantly, it brings Van Lange back on strike. Vital Laws, another Jamaican. He's a bowler by trade.
I think the bowler needed to feel the ball, Terry, or stop the ball.
The bowler, I don't think he expected the keeper to throw it back
but even if he did, he has to get in position
stop
and stop the ball.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
The first objective.
Absolutely.
Stop the ball.
Absolutely.
Ended up giving away a single.
Van Lange drives that, but can't beat the extra cover, no run. Vital Laws was the leading wicket taker in the CWI Rising Stars Under-19's Men's 50-over Championship with 17 wickets at 12.65, an economy of 3.47. But he's out in the middle with bat in hand at the moment, trying to help Van Lange see these next 25 legal deliveries to complete the innings. As Matulan is into Van Lange, full toss, driven back past the bowler.
I think he'd just be thinking about one. He
Yes,
shouldn't be going
he
anywhere.
should. Yeah, and he takes one, so he will keep the strike. He moves on to 63, and the score at the end of the 46th over, West Indies under 19's 232 for 8.
Van Lange 63 from 81 deliveries. He's caught in more or less no man's land here because he's got 4 overs to go, and he just needs to really just
Needs a
as
decent
much
partner.
balls as possible.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he's going to have to do. He's going to maybe have to also on this big outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, maybe at least even try to get 2s, not just a single.
Mm-hmm.
They got vast acres of space here. These boundaries are 70 meters. We're playing on track number 5 here. And he maybe might fancy that he maybe wants to go for maximum. But I think if he doesn't get maximum, he has to be thinking about how he's going to be able, especially on the leg side, how he's going to be able to get 2 runs on the leg side. In the meantime, the non-striker, he has to make up in his mind that he's going to have to run as well too.
Driven that firmly up to long off for an easy single. Well, out of his 64 of 82, he's hit 5 boundaries, and he's played a very controlled, sensible knock. Came in with a score of 108 for 5, team in trouble, and he's dug them out of that trouble. Now, I know there's only a few overs remaining, but he doesn't need necessarily to go for big shots, start losing his shape. More importantly, that he stays there for the remaining 20-odd legitimate deliveries of the innings.
Count run rate 5.05. Just came down and gave some assurance to his partner that I'm backing you. That's good. That really shows good sign of leadership, something which we don't really see consistently, Terry, with enough batsmen. Oh, he missed that completely. Oh, his left foot never moved, Terry.
No,
You've got to be able to defend the
punch it off the back
stumps
foot.
here and look to be able to find a gap, as you rightly said, Terry. Still can't find a gap, looking for power, looking to go square. The gap is right in front of him, Terry. He's got to look to punch that ball right between cover and extra cover.
Oh,
He missed that, Terry.
missed that, and the keeper missed a stumping.
Wow. Was that an on the edge, Terry? Let's look at the replay here. Maybe the keeper was a little bit unsighted. He came off of his pad.
Off his pad,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why. Now again, he was looking for an extravagant shot there.
Yeah, and look
Looking
at the space he's got to be.
Yeah,
Just drops it and runs. Again, he looks for extravagant shot, and lucky he wasn't bowled.
Is this the final Is this the
If
final
you-
squad, Terry? No, I'm just asking. If this is the final squad, because these games would give the selectors and the coaching staff an opportunity now to figure out in terms of what they're going to need. Because when you go to a Cricket World Cup, these are the scenarios that you're going to have to think about as to who can be able to hold their nerves and to be able to have rotational strike where they get a single. Sri Lankan captain just slowing the game down completely. So too is the wicketkeeper.
It was going to say the wicketkeeper has had a lot to say.
So they got 3 fielders on the leg side, Terry, and they're deciding that they're going to bowl him outside the line of the off stump. He's bowled him.
Tried to drag it through mid-wicket, and it's caught the under edge, and all he succeeded to do was drag it back onto the stumps. Again, pretty poor batting, pretty average mindset there by Vital Laws. He's gone for naught, And West Indies under-19s lose their ninth, 223 for 9. Danger, as I've been saying, of not completing their full quota of 50 overs. That was the end of the 47th, so still 3 overs to go, just the 1 wicket remaining.
That ball was pitched outside the line of the off stump.
And he's trying to drag it through mid-wicket.
Trapped the ball on the offside.
Yep. But for the entire over, though, Vernon, as you rightly said, he was looking for the big shot when you could see the body language of Van Lange down the other end, who's there on 64, pleading to just knock it into space.
Well, I thought Van Lange
I don't mean outer space, I just mean take a single and be happy.
I thought Van Lange was tall until Pollard just walked out. And I saw Van Lange looking up at Pollard.
There's some big boys on this team.
I know you didn't see that.
No, I didn't see that. Jakeem Pollard is the last man in from Barbados. Van Lange on strike. And he takes the single off the first ball. I think he was looking for 2. No, didn't run the first one hard enough.
I think it would have been impossible there.
Yes.
The fielder,
was very quick.
Yeah, you could tell that they've done their homework.
Definitely. Keep me up with the English Premier League on Cricket 360. Manchester United 3-2 over Burnley.
Whoa.
Sunderland 2-1 over Brentford. Bournemouth upset Tottenham 1-0.
Why is it an upset?
Well, it was their first loss of the year, isn't it?
So that's why it's an upset?
Well, I reckon they'd be upset.
It's a football game.
All right.
You journalists always coming with somebody upset.
Tottenham's not upset, but they've been beaten 1-0.
Wow, Terry. It's amazing.
Everton 3-2 winners over Wolverhampton. So you're up to date now with the English Premier League as Pollard faces his first ball. Beaten through to the keeper. No run. 234 for 9 in over number 48.
It's something, Terry, originally when I tried a thing at coaching, I always tried to emphasize to the teams, whether it was men or women, that it's a cardinal sin if you got bowled out, and make up your mind to know that you would have to pay the kitty.
Right.
If the team got bowled out, whether it was 20 overs, 10 overs, 50 overs,
whatever.
Yeah.
You
know, you got to put that emphasis, put some value on your wicket.
True. And the late great Malcolm Marshall used to charge them $5, wasn't it, or £5 every time they overstepped. With no balls and so.
It's just the mindset, Terry, that you want to get into the players, and that begins, Terry, from how you practice. I don't think a lot of people really understand. When you go to practice and you're reckless and you just overstepping, you're going to come in a game and you're going to do the same thing.
The same. Yeah.
I find a lot of the coaches don't cut the players' bad habits out in the nets, and so they come into a game, and it's the same way they approach. Just how they approach a practice is just the same way they approach a game.
True.
Remember, you also have to understand that preparation starts from in the nets. Well bowled. That's a beautiful delivery. That's well bowled. Can't get frustrated, Van Lange. He just has to just keep batting.
You're right, though. Maybe I should have said Burnley are upset because Manchester United apparently injury stoppage time penalty taken by Captain Bruno Fernandes got him home.
Stop finding excuses. There is no upset. Please.
Liverpool are doing well, though, aren't they?
Are they?
2 out of 2. What more do you want?
It's a long season, Terry.
It is extremely long. Slashed through. Oh, he's refused the run this time. Interesting. You might as well run.
You have to take that single.
Yeah. There's only 1 ball left.
You have to take that single. Yeah.
Doesn't trust him even for a ball.
Yeah, but he's showing you that he can bat. He's getting a little frustrated now because he's not been able to get a boundary. He can't get a maximum. But he just has to, you have to trust the instincts, trust his partner. Everyone is important, Terry.
Absolutely.
You're thinking about trying to refuse runs at this time?
Absolutely, and I know it's runs on the ball, but I don't think they got anywhere near enough. I think Sri Lanka would be very happy with this, especially if they can keep them under 250. And we've only got 2 overs to go, 236 for 9.
It's called for another bat. I don't know if that is cosmetic. It will make a difference.
Winston Benjamin will tell you they watch too much television.
No, just look, you see what I'm talking about now. He has to look into Pollard's face.
Yes, okay.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah.
So, Pollard.
Hey, big boy.
Very big boy. Sort of has a kind of look like a Joshua James.
Mm-hmm.
Kadeem Aline. No, Pollard has to find a way. No, in fact, Vanland is on strike. How will he handle this over now? He got 12 balls to go. He's called for a new bat.
Well, he's got to face the majority of these 12 balls, but at the same time, he can't be turning down runs. They need runs.
He's hammered this one. Terry, one
straight. Yes, can't catch it there. All the way for 6.
Yeah,
much needed.
That's what he was looking for.
His first 6 of the innings.
So I guess the new bat
played it well. The new bat must be his favorite.
Yeah, it must be his favorite. This has gone 1 bounce for 4. The umpire, Terry.
Yes, I thought it.
Well, I thought it was 4.
You called it.
Yeah.
You called it 4.
So I couldn't.
He's changing it now, is he?
He has to.
He did. So just the 4, 240 for 9. Van Lange moves on to 70. Excellent innings, though. When it's all said and done.
I think this might be the bowler that he would maybe want to target.
There he goes again, and this one is definitely 6. Straight over, long off.
Into the ambulance.
Well, there you go.
The only thing is that the door was not open.
No, better the ball than anybody in person.
This is friendly bowling here.
Yes. 2 half volleys, basically.
Just too easy. Umpire wants to check the ball to see if it is okay. Would he make a difference right now, Terry?
I don't think so.
This is the 49th over.
Yes.
You're not going to change the ball.
No. They do like changing balls, though, don't they, these days? Every 5 minutes.
Why?
I don't know. I heard the owner or manager or whatever of Dukes saying it's got nothing to do with the ball. The balls are fine.
Just got to do with the surfaces.
It's the surfaces and the
bats.
The bats these days.
Yeah.
So stop blaming me. Because they say the ball keeps going out of the shape. He says, well, if you're using a plank of wood, what do you expect?
Right, so the umpire...
He's coming round the wicket now.
Yeah, so we got long on, long off.
Kamage.
Mid-wicket. Sweep on the offside. Sweep on the wide... Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled.
Yeah, slower one, that one.
Yeah.
Gone through for 1. They're going to look for 2. No.
I don't think it is on.
Good fielding again. Quick off the boundary. 247 for 9.
Maybe he's upset with himself that he's maybe off strike here. And he's got what? 11 runs out of the over. If Pollard can just get 1 run for him, and then he can maybe get the next 2 deliveries, or at least 1 out of the final 2. You never know. Maybe Pollard is a big boy, and he maybe too can hit a long ball.
Maybe.
Certainly got some long levers based on what we've seen here so far. .247
minimum 250 they had to get. So they're going to achieve that. They get it up to 260 odd, pushing 270. It's a competitive score.
Short ball there. And played very nicely by Pollard.
Played it very well.
Yeah, very nicely. Controlled. He really rolled his wrist onto it. Looks like a batsman.
Rolled his wrists and got Van Lange back on strike. He's on 77. 248 for 9.
He has to find a boundary here with one of these two deliverers. Oh, well,
that's a wide.
But that's a wide. He's have to bowl that over again.
Brings up the 250.
Yeah, 250. This partnership has been worth some 16 deliveries. Current run rate is 5.12 at this time.
Or it doesn't. 249.
He's batting very deep into his crease as well too.
Moves across, knocks that in the air, but falls well short of long on.
I think he's done his job. He's got the strike.
Oh,
where's he going?
Yeah, he's going to pinch a second.
Yeah, well,
didn't need that. There's only one ball left.
Yeah, no need for that.
250's up now. 250 for 9. One ball left in the 49th.
Let me apologize. Terry led me down a pathway there.
I never believe a journalist. Well.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You tell me.
Sometimes
the things you see written today, my God. Anyway.
Folks try to muzzle journalists as well too.
They do.
That's a problem. Well played by Pollard.
Excellent.
So he's done his job, Pollard.
He has. Van Lange has got the strike. 250's up. 1 over to go.
Akish 4 for 33 from his 10 overs. And that's always going to be the danger in which delivery you pick from the spinners. Whether it is the arm ball, the googly, you name it. Anyway, you go around the world, you just find all the spinners you can't keep them out of the game. The Rashid Khans, Hasarangas.
Absolutely, these days.
Yeah, you can't keep them out. They keep coming. Imran Tahir, we saw Imran Tahir come here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and really just wrap the ball around the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. Picking up a fifer at his age, and he's still competing at the highest level with vigor and intensity. Final over, Terry.
Van Lange looks for the big shot. It's gone high in the air. Fielder's coming in, but bounces in front. They take 2. Moves on to 80. 252 for 9. Slinger Matulin, medium pacer, bowling the last over. He's got a deep mid-wicket and deep long on. And the ball fell just in front of the advancing long on. Matulin in again to Van Lange. And plays that very nicely. Backward a point, but the sweeper comes round. Restricts the scoring to 1. Well taken by the keeper. Fired that return in. So it brings Pollard on strike. 253 for 9. 81 to Van Lange. Pollard, well, if the ball's there to be hit, try and hit it. Otherwise, imperative that he tries to get Van Lange back on strike.
Ooh.
Oh,
I think that one
that was almost a beamer.
almost thought that one was pretty high.
Yeah.
Umpire is saying
check
no.
that. No.
Yeah. I'd love to see that. I see him just above the waist, but he's a tall guy.
He's a tall guy, though.
Yeah, so maybe that one might be.
Maybe that's what saved him.
I think also, Terry, when we look around at the modern day game, everybody gets excited, really. You know, they see 6s and 4s, and sometimes maybe just become one-dimensional, where they just decide that this is just how their approach is going to be.
Van Lange up and over, extra cover. Sweeper comes round. He's going to run back without his bat, but he makes it.
Yeah.
Keeps the strike.
Yeah, he certainly.
What's the umpire calling now?
I think he got one shot there.
He won short after all that. Give the guy a break.
After all of that. Can I say
he
that again?
nearly had a stroke trying to get back there.
Hold on, Terry. How did that happen, Terry?
But he was he was past even the umpire, wasn't he?
No, hold on. We got to see this, Terry, because it's been called one shot, and he forgot his bat. So you're telling me that his bat never got to the crease?
But he was miles over the crease.
That's what you felt, Terry. The umpire didn't feel that way.
No, obviously not.
He didn't feel that way. I can tell you that.
Well, he kept the strike anyway. Good ball up in the block hole. And they're going to look for 2 again.
Somebody's in trouble.
And he's gone.
I think he's going to be in trouble.
He's gone. Run out Van Lange. Good throw from deep mid-wicket coming off the fence.
I think he's going to be in trouble.
And West Indies under-19s have been bowled out. 2 balls short of their 50 overs. For 255, Van Lange, excellent innings, run out for 82.
But I think he was ball watching there, Terry.
Well, I don't think there was 2 on in the first place because he's not the quickest between the sticks, is he really?
Yeah, but he was ball watching. You know, your first thing you got to be doing is running to get to your crease.
Right.
If I can get my colleague to just pull it back up, Terry, so I can show you the demonstration in terms of what's happening. Because these little things do matter, Terry. Here's him.
But see how long it takes him to get going.
Yeah, but hold on, Terry. Look here now, Terry. Look.
Yeah, he's watching. Yeah.
He's got to be thinking about getting to the crease.
Yeah.
Right, and he diverted.
Yeah.
So he
diverted because he was watching. He was looking the way. So he was running the way he was looking.
So,
but nevertheless, excellent innings. He was trying to keep the strike. Didn't quite work. They pulled up 2 balls short of their full quota of 50 overs. He made an excellent 82 off 93 deliveries, did Jonathan Van Lange.
We'll get into the crease.
Yeah.
Right, and he dived now, as you rightly said, to Sri Lanka, who always kept the pace of the game compared to now, as you rightly said, to Sri Lanka, who always kept the pace of the game compared to the start of the game. If you remember, in the first 6 overs, they lost their second wicket on 2 for 57.
Yes.
After an excellent start from Carter and Greenwich, and then fell away in the middle. Thanks to Van Lange, who really stepped up in the end, 82 of 93 balls.
Held the innings together.
I think they will have to examine their batting lineup and their approach in terms of what's going on. But I think we have a game on here. The current run rate is 5.14, 256 all out, cricket West Indies. And I think how well the bowl is going to be very, very key here. We've known over the years, Terry, that the Sri Lankans have always produced some outstanding batsmen. And so we don't expect anything else here. We'll be on show here to see a good game. So, on behalf of the 360 team, Terry and myself, and all of the technicians here, we get ready for a second half of the game, and we'll bring that to you. For all the folks who have shared their comments, we thank you very much for your comments and your assistance in viewing, and we'll be back in another 30 minutes, Terry, after we get some lunch. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. And Jakeem Pollard on the money to Viran. First up, the Sri Lanka under-19 team will require 257 runs in 299 balls. And just now I see Terry putting on his Adidas coat. I will soon have to get on my winter jacket, almost like I'm in Connecticut weather. Pollard, a left-arm seamer. No, one of the things I've really quicked up already is Pollard's non-bowling arm is really not doing anything here. So let's look at that very quickly. Oh, Terry, sorry, Terry. Gotta have a look again at Pollard's non-bowling arm, which would be his right hand. West Indies started with 2 slips, a gully, third man, cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, final boundary. Yeah, that right arm not doing anything here at all. Something the coaches will certainly have to look at. See Miller down on the wide third man boundary. So I think in this team, Terry, as I welcome back my colleague Terry. Good
afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners.
Lovely lunch today, Terry.
Lovely lunch.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Compliments to the caterers and chefs and looked after us very well.
Yeah, and you had a cup of coffee as well.
Of course, yes.
I'm going to bring my cup tomorrow, Terry.
Definitely.
So I can get my coffee as well. Wide delivery here by Pollard down the onside.
And good evening or good night to our friends in Sri Lanka. Got a good contest on our hands here. Chasing 257 to win. Openers Chamadita and Polisha.
Ball more or less stopping there on Shamadita. Just a little tinge of grass, Terry, on the pitch. Nothing alarming about it. And a lot of the young Sri Lankan players that have grown up on pitches like this in hometown Sri Lanka, except that when you come to the Caribbean, the surfaces are somewhat different. Sometimes the ball shoots through, sometimes the ball kicks up. Nature of the soil. Pollard from the CIU road end. Worked away nicely. And the batsman is straight away off the mark.
Big left-hander, Pollard. And left-handed Joe Garner.
And except that Big Joel would have had his non-bowling arm right up into the air.
Most definitely.
Yeah, so.
And then you had 9 times out of 10, 2 of them up in the air celebrating another wicket.
Good afternoon, Joel. Phil Wallace, I know, would be very keenly locked into his television. Richard Berridge, John the Dentist Maynard in England, Leslie Weeks. All the enthusiasts.
I like Lesroy. He was a good bowler.
He's one of the Leeward Islands under-19 captain. It's just kind of amazing, Terry, because a lot of guys who went on and live in England at the end of over number 1 and come back to that, 2 without loss, always wanted to come back to the Caribbean and make a contribution. I know of someone like a Robert Joseph. We were trying to get Robert Joseph into the system, and for some strange reason, nobody wanted to even engage. A Robert Joseph came here. I remember during COVID working with Robert Joseph. During that period of time, we brought you a whole lot of young players. Shanisha Hector, the Joel Andrew and company. Matthew Miller wearing the number 2, just marking out his run. So he's also one of the top all-rounders in this lineup too.
Definitely.
And that's why I was asking you, Terry, if this is the final squad for the West Indies under-19. Because I think Matthew Miller is now being considered to be a Jack Callis. He's been given that role.
But the squad that we've been given, Joshua Joshua Dawn, Shaquan Ball, Brendan Boodoo, Tyreek Bryan, another wicketkeeper batsman from Jamaica, Afraz Ali Boodoo from Guyana, Zachary Carter, Sino Fontaine, Ajay Gittins from Barbados, Micah Greenwich, Vital Laws, Pajay Nelson, Matthew Miller, Israel Morton from Leewoods. Well,
Big save there by the young man.
Well saved. Excellent work.
That is magnificent piece of work there. Might have maybe saved the winning run there in that context. No Israel Morton here today for the West Indies. He's really got some potential as well too. Is that the number 11?
I think it was, yeah, which was Fontaine.
No, he's 21, I think. Is it
21 was
no,
Laws.
11. It looks like 11.
It's 11, yeah, so Fontaine.
Yeah.
Miller in again, 2 slips weight, peels off the edge all the way along the carpet to third man for a single. Jakeem Pollard, Aiden Racha, Jonathan Van Lang. So the only ones that are missing from today's match is Ajay Gittins, fast bowler from Barbados, Afraz Ali Boodoo, batsman from Guyana, Tariq Bryan, wicketkeeper batsman from Jamaica, and Shaquan Ball, all-rounder from Jamaica, from Barbados.
But the reason why I asked that to you, we got Matthew Miller now who's opening the bowling here for the West Indies. In the past, the West Indies have always produced some young fast bowlers. So we've only seen one so far in Pollard. I'd have to consider Matthew Miller as a medium pacer all-rounder. So that's why I was asking you.
Shot.
Half volley, spanked away beautifully. Matthew Miller is going to have to be on the money. That was a wide half volley, and half volleys have to be put away. And Viran leaned into that classical left-hander's shot, and he spanked that through cover for 4. Sri Lanka under 19, they're 10 without loss.
Excellent shot that. Over pitch by Miller, but it still had to be dealt with, and it was dealt with authority there by the captain himself.
On the money. I think that's what he's going to have to work on. No friendly freebies here. You're not a Mercedes Benz, Matthew Miller. Make them work for their runs. 8 runs out of his first over so far. Cricket West Indies under 19 starting with 2 slips. The fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Clipped in the air. More runs here again. Races away into the boundary. Hits the rope now for 4. So Miller strain and whipped away beautifully here by Viran Terry.
Yes, good confident start by the young Sri Lankans. That's what I say. Is 256 going to be enough on this surface? Full credit to Kadeem and the boys. Ground staff here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Another excellent cricket wicket.
A major concern I feel that we seriously have to spend some more time on is the groundsmen or the grounds official, the ground personnel around the Caribbean. We have to get them inclusive. We have to get them to be part of the setup in terms of uniform. They have to look uniform. Bowl him.
That's what they wanted, early breakthrough.
Pollard strikes. The batsman was neither forward nor back. A straight ball through his defense. And Pollard strikes early for Cricket West Indies under 19. Let's look at it, Terry. He was very low in his stance.
Extremely low, isn't he?
Straight ball.
Boy.
He was almost leg side to the ball, Terry. There was no movement at all there.
Never got behind that one.
Yeah.
Pollard strikes. Important blow for West Indies under 19s. Sri Lanka lose their first 14 for 1 in the third over.
So, just what the doctor ordered.
Absolutely.
It's always something that you want to see happening. They still need 243 runs. Quite a long way off from movement of this game. Just would love to see Pollard get that non-bowling arm up. Really come from high and really hit the deck. This young man. I think his run could be even just adjusted back to maybe another 5-7 meters so he can begin to look like a sprinter. Really striding in. I think his run is just too short. He's a tall guy. A couple of steps need to get out those strides there. Pushing that ball wide. Umpire had a look. Said not out. You're listening to live coverage here of the Sri Lanka under-19 West Indies under-19 series. We're here at the home of Cricket West Indies, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, formerly known as the Stanford Ground. And if you knew anything about the history of T20 cricket, it started right here in Antigua and Barbuda at the famous Stanford Ground.
Inside the edge down to fine leg.
If I was a batsman, Terry, and I see the height of somebody like a Pollard bowling to me, I certainly wouldn't be thinking about looking to want to come forward.
Most definitely. Especially the stature of the Sri Lankan young boys. Tilakaratne was the wicket to fall, bowled by Pollard for 1. Wenku Nagoda is the new batsman. Oh, got a hand to it.
Beautiful piece of work there by Matthew Miller down in the third man boundary. Number 5 for Cricket West Indies
I
there.
think that's Dawn, isn't it?
Number 5.
Yeah, the captain himself.
Captain Joshua Dawn.
That second slip, it went wide, flung out the left hand, didn't stick.
Gotta stick. Those gotta stick.
Pollard continues to cause problems.
It was a loose shot anyhow, Terry.
Very loose.
It was short and wide. I think it's something that all of the West Indian teams are going to have to really work on. Their catching. Big stop there at the number 15. West Indies buzzing with some excitement here. Don't hear a lot of chirping. I think when you were around the West Indies under-19, the West Indies Academy team, you have Carlin Boyne, Tuckett and Bishop and company.
Yeah, and
You hear so much chatter, Nathan Edwards.
do their best to keep each other on their toes.
Yeah.
So far what we've seen of on these Sri Lankan batsmen tend to keep very leg side to the ball.
And I think that is one of the things why they have always established a working relationship with West Indies cricket. Because, they're a land that is full of, the batsmen will play a lot more spin bowling. So coming to the Caribbean would give them some insight in terms of the West Indian fast bowlers. Good practice. Also give good practice to the West Indian batsmen as well too, where they can be able to also learn the art of playing spin bowling and also swing bowling as well. Sri Lanka is very famous for that. over the years. Shaminda Vass, Malinga, Fernando. So many. Matthew Miller, he gets a second over. First cost 12.
Slashed again. Over the top of slips this time.
Going past Dawn again.
Into the boundary. 4 more.
So maybe an assessment maybe might have to take here. Let's look at that one, Terry. The first and second slip maybe just a little bit too close. What do you think, Terry? Based on that shot view there.
Could be. They do tend to stand close though. Slip fielders, they look like they just
but the position in the
giving
slips
themselves a bit more room.
starts from the wicketkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
He would relatively control that.
Cracked beautifully through the cover region. 4 more. Very nice shot, just over pitching again there, Miller.
I think the fine leg is wasted, Terry. I don't think they need the fine leg. What they need is a sweeper, because Matthew Miller is looking for swing. And if he's looking for swing, then he needs to have protection on the offside, especially in the power play, to be able to close that off.
Another fine looking cover drive, this time off the bat of Wekanurugoda. I think we'll call him Sanuja. But keeping up the tempo, 25 for 1 in the 4th over, chasing 257 to win this opening encounter. Best of 7 series, youth one-day internationals, of course, as we say, in preparation for the Under-19's World Cup in Zimbabwe and Namibia next year, in January. Driven firmly, but straight to Captain Dawn at mid-off, and there's no run. Those of you who were following the US Open tennis, Coco Gauff, the 3rd victory of the tournament. She beat Magdalena Freck in straight sets, 6-3, 6-1.
Squeezed away into the offside, Terry.
Yes, looking for 2, but it's not on. Good work there. They now employ a sweeper on the cover point boundary, so it restricts it to 1. 26 for 1.
Just to let you know, Terry is keeping us up to date with what's happening around the world in terms of sports. US Open. You saw the outburst the other day, Terry?
I did, yes. That was rather peculiar.
Don't think we needed that.
No. When you think of these tennis players, though, I just find them very much Hollywood. Prima donnas. They're always complaining about something. They're never happy. They win, they cry. They lose, they cry.
I think it's the tension and the pressure.
You think?
Yeah.
Big money sport.
Yeah. The expectation and the pressure as well, too, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
On the world stage. It's also sort of kind of intimidation as well, too. Trying to intimidate some of the black players around the world, but they've been pretty focused.
Yeah, they've been playing well.
Especially the Canadian. She seems to be on a mission.
Yeah.
Joaquin Pollard.
Knocked off 4 Grand Slam winners to win the
Canadian
Open. Boko.
There's so many good players coming to now, Terry. It's just quite amazing, really. You look into the scene of tennis, there's always somebody new coming through. Played
When Kunagora on strike, and he seems to be making a more deliberate effort to get behind the ball.
Well, I think he's maybe sort of kind of judge. Maybe he might have been expecting more pace from Pollard. But I still feel that Pollard can bowl a lot more faster, Terry. He just gets a longer run. I don't think we've seen the best of Pollard yet. He can get a longer run, Terry. He becomes like a sprinter, like an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets into that rhythm, so and he can hit the crease, and he can get his non-bowling arm, which is his right hand. He can come from on top and really complete his action. He'll be a dangerous bowler.
Yeah, because he's really off a few paces. Because if you watch him, he takes 2 or 3 paces before he actually gets into.
And his
stride.
strides are pretty short.
Short, very short
almost
for
like
a big man.
like
That's right on target.
No,
Big
I think
appeal.
That's going down.
Not out, says the umpire, but right in the block hole, that one.
Can I see that again? Where that one might have pitched.
I think the umpire thought he might have got a bit of a tickle on it. Pollard was convinced.
Let's look at it, Terry. And the batsman. There we go.
A leg by a mile.
Yeah.
Wow, that wouldn't have hit 6 down.
And the keeper was already moving down there as well too. Maybe in regional cricket he might have got that.
Yeah, well, we won't go there though, will we?
Yeah, I'm only just saying.
And that spills over into the international scene. That's lofted over mid-wicket. And a roll out to the boundary off this fast outfield into the rope for 4.
No, that was a gentle half volley there served up by Pollard. And simply...
Yeah, he played it well. He didn't try to overhit it.
Yeah, just too easy.
Yep. When Kunagora gets going, look out, Vernon.
He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. And to
30 for 1.
Kunagora. Both batsmen looking very stylish in their shot selection.
And it remains 30 for 1 at the end of over number 5.
Looking at Pollard run up, Terry, sort of looks as if that he is very conservative, that he doesn't want to bowl a no ball. And I just think that his run is just too short.
I agree.
He can go back another 10 meters.
Because
and really stride out.
Yeah, because his stride is like half steps.
He almost just look like a normal medium pace bowler, really.
Right.
This young man, with the right tools around, first he needs a sprint coach. You get a sprint coach around him so he can work on his stride pattern. That will help in his momentum.
True.
Matthew Miller. I want to see him really hitting the deck here, really. It's a hot sun. It's 1:53 in Antigua and Barbuda, 12:53 in Jamaica. So not much swing here around. I think he has to realign himself now and look to be able to bowl as straight as possible, but bowl the ball into the surface. They'll hold up in play here. We had some replacement of some boots for the batsman. I think he's got that, finally got that worked out. And the umpire is satisfied. And Terry is ready to go again.
Yes, local boy, Matthew Miller. From the commentary box end, bowling to Chamadito, who charges him, knocks it straight up in the air. Dawn runs in, doesn't get there from mid-off.
Dawn has to take that. That is an easy catch.
That is a chance gone begging.
You have to take that. That's a simple catch, Terry.
Somehow the batsman has done himself some injury. Oh, no, I think it's cramp.
How don't you... You have to take that, Terry.
Yes.
That's just
it was in there a long time. Miss hit. and he just took that fraction too long to get off the mark there. Dawn, he's right on the 30-yard circle. Didn't quite get there.
Look again, Terry.
If you have a look at
Hold on.
Dawn, he goes
Look.
backward. I think he thought he hit it a lot better.
But is in the air long enough, Terry?
Most definitely.
Mines. You have to take that. Gotta take that. Have to at this level. Now, this is an area which I feel, Terry, all around our facets that we have to work on. The fielding of almost all of the West Indian teams. The franchise system.
Yep, I'll bring it up, Vern, as we were talking off air, and I was saying to you how back in the day, back in the glory days, and I know people don't like to say, that's their time now, it's our time now, and that was then, this is now, but the thing about it was, traditionally, Test match used to start on a Thursday, and you did your week's training and practice in the nets, batting and bowling, working out your plans through the week leading up to the Test match. When it came match day, and every day of the Test match, regardless of whether you were batting or bowling, you arrived at the ground 2 hours or so before play, and you did your warm-up exercises and your training drills, your fielding drills. And as we were saying, it was like watching the Harlem Globetrotters. You had 5, 6, 7,000 people who would turn up just to watch West Indies go through their fielding practice. Nowadays, it's more like an afterthought. Did we do any practice today, Vern? No, I don't think we did. Come, let's go now. And they're hell-bent on getting their lines and lengths right and getting the batsman's eye in and everything like this, that they only spend 15, 20 minutes. Even if they spend half an hour, it's still not long enough, and it's still not continuous enough in their routine, as you say, across the board, whether you're talking test level, one-day level, franchise level, whatever form of cricket.
And West Indies were privileged to have produced some outstanding fielders, starting from Sir Viv, Roger Harper, Forward Bacchus, Keith Atherton, Gus Logie.
Even Lloyd himself in his younger days.
Yeah, so many. That was the brilliance. That's what made West Indians beautiful delivery there.
Exactly.
By Matthew Miller.
And if you have a look at all great teams, they're great fielding teams before anything else.
That's where the Jonty Rhodes and those guys would have come from.
Mm-hmm.
The Michael Clarks.
Australia, England, they're good slippers and so, yeah.
You always look around at that.
But I don't believe, I see for myself that there's not enough emphasis put on today, and it shows. As you say, you practice what you preach, or you preach what you practice, because at the end of the day, we were doing that test match against Bangladesh late last year. 4 in the 1 over. It was like watching the highlights live. 4 drop catches in the 1 over, 4 different fielding positions.
You have to enjoy fielding. 30 for 1 here.
You gotta want the ball to come to you.
Miller on the money. Could have well had a wicket here.
Should have.
Matthew Miller is not to be. So he's really just settled now into a lovely groove here. His third over. His first 2 cost 21. I think he was trying to search for some swing. But he's got to forget about that. Beautiful. That's the line that he has to bowl, young Matthew Miller. First time I saw Matthew Miller, Terry, I think it was alongside you. He was about maybe 9 years old, playing in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. And he was a short youngster, wasn't afraid. But trust me, he's come a whole long way, this young man. One for the future, young Miller.
There, this time.
This time.
Has to be.
This time.
Has to be. Too easy.
It's paid off. Matthew Miller strikes. Finally, Dawn takes an easy catch. This one will be a lot more easier, right, Terry?
Well,
Is it fair for me to say that, Terry?
very fair. I think to be fair though, that first one he should have taken, but I think he thought the batsman had got more on it and it was going to go over him because he started to take a couple of steps backwards, and of course it cost him in the long run because he had to come flying in and just didn't get there. But that one, that's lobbed simply straight into his hands.
Well, thank God it didn't cost the West Indies anything, Terry.
Exactly.
Sometimes you kind of look back at those things and you says, ooh.
So Chamandita is gone for 13. Miller picks up his first. And Sri Lanka are 30 for 2 after 6 overs.
So, good start by the opening bowlers for Cricket West Indies on the 19.
Good
Pollard
start.
has got the first wicket. Miller is into the conversation now. 6 overs bowled, 30 for 2. At the end of 6, West Indies were 2 for 57. So, can we say that at this time, the West Indies are ahead, Terry?
Most definitely.
Yeah, but it's going to be a long game.
Important that Sri Lanka do their best to keep wickets in hand. That's going to be the key. As we say, it's good conditions for batting, good batting surface. They're not chasing a particularly huge target of 257.
And I think the Sri Lankan batsmen, they may be looking for more pace. So that's be a little worrying sign for them. And you see the look of a Pollard, big, tall, strong guy. You expect to have the ball sizzling at your head.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not been extra space here by Pollard. And young Matthew Miller, his last over, he really settled down into a lovely groove and attacked the stumps.
Yes, and I don't think they've quite picked up the pace of the wicket yet, or lack of.
Here goes Pollard. Colleague Terry next to me.
Another beautiful delivery there by Pollard. They're well on top here. Is Wakuna Goda.
Well, he'll tell you that he picked up the line completely of that.
He'll tell you that, but
one of the things I want to give you credit for there, Pollard did use his non-bowling arm at that time. And so the natural variation from the left-hander, it just held this line.
He got it, yeah.
If he can just get that non-bowling arm up consistently, it's almost like a radar. That will certainly help him. Driven.
Good shot. Well fielded. Yeah, well done there at mid-off. Had a lot of work to cover. That's our friend Lange, I believe.
Yeah.
One more to the total.
Has it sort of look like a Basham Yadram from Ghana? Did you remember that young man, Terry?
Yeah.
Big, powerful guy. I went way back there, right? That's how long I've been around cricket, and I've been longer than that. He lives in the U.S. now. Yadram plays a lot of cricket in the U.S. And that's what's going to happen, Terry. If we got all these young potential youngsters. If they don't get an opportunity, they're going to go elsewhere. Canada, U.S. is going to apply their skills. Naughty shot there.
Flash and a miss by Gamage.
I can't overemphasize, and I keep talking about it all the time. When I look at the West Indies team and to see you have somebody like an Isaiah Tom who has maybe not even made his test debut after we would have seen him maybe 2 years ago playing right here.
But that
Ireland team.
That upsets me greatly, Vernon, and I just think it's a catastrophe. And I don't understand the mentality. But I'll tell you something, though. Again, I was reading an article the other day. As you know how played down to third man quietly by Kagame for a single. You know how the various territories have put their squads together for professional cricket league, and out of Guyana they dropped Ashmead Ned and Kevin Sinclair. Now it leaves me speechless, because at the end of the day, you're only going back a couple of seasons where Ned was performing extremely well for Leeward Islands. Then all of a sudden, Guyana take him back.
No, hold on. He went from Leewards to the academy.
To the academy, yes. And then Guyana takes him back. Kevin Sinclair came through the same pathway.
He just
ends up playing.
He came from Australia as a test player.
Test cricketer. Thank you. They all laughed at the great Desi Haynes when he put the squad together. Then they all wanted to be his best friend when they drew the series. And then after that, they've gone to this one-man show, right? Does that the question I'm trying to ask is, that mentality play out through the entire region when it comes to selecting these squads? Because I just think it's a catastrophe. The players of that caliber who want to play for West Indies cricket in the main version, not just being a one-hit wonder or, I'm on show because I'm trying to be picked up by anybody that's watching. Why do we keep letting them fall by the wayside, as you're saying, Bernard? I don't know. It's disappointing. We've got some good or top young fearless cricketers out there. Stop bringing me people who are 28, 30, 32 years of age, and they call themselves top order batsmen, and yet when they get into the real game, they got no clue where their off stump is.
Another dot delivery here by Matthew Miller. But I'll go a little further, Terry. And I'm saying that everybody has to be working in the inches of West Indies cricket, where I know Guyana's strength is really on their spinners, and you got your Niall Smith and company. But if you got a young guy like Thorne, and he's maybe not in your setup, I could see Thorne going to the combined campuses and colleges, or maybe to another franchise area, really. But just he has to be played. The whole last 4 the season, Terry, there was no Thorne.
No.
I'm hearing some lame excuses that he was injured, and but sometimes he was in the squad. He was in most of the squads and never played.
Right.
I'm saying put him somewhere where he can play. Let him go and play with the combined campuses and colleges. Let him go and play maybe with the Leewards, with the Windwards. Bring him back to the academy.
Bring him back here. Yeah, exactly. He's not too old to come back here.
You even look at the situation where you have you got a Colin Boy in Tuckett. Good glove work. You got to start asking yourself some questions. Where you go from there. I saw in the draft that what's his name? Our good friend, the spinner Terry. Oh gosh, Joshua Bishop. Gets an opportunity to play for Barbados this time around. So the academy now, there'll be a new hunting ground now for a couple of other guys to come into the makeup
because
of that area.
He's reached that age now. 25.
But he showed leadership while he was here.
Yeah, he showed leadership qualities for sure.
So, and I think he'll be sadly missed for the next season.
Definitely.
But they had a good foil going for them, and I think West Indies now will just have to be able to now find some funds now and be able to have an A team, get a couple of A team tours going somewhere. So folks like Colin Boyne, Tuckett, and Bishop and company, they'll get some really practice. Maybe get a tour to England, maybe get a tour to South Africa, because in a couple of years' time, those are the guys that are going to be
looking at
the West Indies team.
Absolutely. 32
for 2 at the end of 8 overs. West Indies really clawing their way back, putting some pressure on the Sri Lankans under-19 squad here. It's going to be pretty interesting, Terry, to see after the power play some of the West Indian spinners.
Yes,
to see that.
And Sri Lanka will be telling themselves too, just a couple of good, strong partnerships. Stitch them together, and we can chase down this 257 as Pollard will continue from the northern end.
Yeah, his run seems to have even got shorter, Terry.
I was going to say.
Yeah, he's taking a couple of steps here. And like I said, sort of kind of
unusual though for a big bat.
Sort of kind of reminding me as if like he's got no ball problem. So he's just trying to be as conservative as possible. And that's why I'm saying to you, Terry, that in the academy setup, in the West Indies under-19 setup, you need a track and field coach, a sprints coach, who's going to come and work with these seamers to work on their strike patterns and really get them. He's just motoring on. He's not really striding out there. If you look, Terry, just picture yourself looking at a Michael Holding. Michael Holding was a 400-meter athlete coming out of Jamaica. You saw his strike pattern, how he was gliding across the turf. That's what he's got, that potential. Pollard has got that potential. Fast bowling is about rhythm.
Definitely.
And you have to have the right rhythm. Got to be, that is important.
But it's very short for a big bat. He hasn't got much time to build into his action.
But he's not finishing his action either.
That's what. That's right.
That's what you want him to come from on top.
Yeah.
Get that right hand up there and completely. If we look at even someone like a Kelvin Pittman, when Andrew Coley came back and was assisting the West Indies Academy team, you saw an upsurge in all of the young fast bowlers, Johan Lane, the Kelvin Pittman and company, simply because Coley is a teacher. Coach is a teacher, and you have to go through these drills consistently before the game. Stroke nicely, beautifully from the gap.
Shot.
Yeah, didn't try to overhit it there. And he got 2 runs quite easily.
He's looking all right. When Kunagada.
Playing the ball as late as possible when Kunagada. You can see that.
Moved on to 18, 34 for 2 in over number 9. But you just see when he gets into his delivery, you're expecting, because of the height and the build. Ghana used to really go up and open up. He's more or less, he reaches halfway and he has to deliver because he's run out of room, as you quite rightly say. See, just there. Hey.
Try to bend his back there.
Yeah.
But bowled an effort ball in the end. But I like the look of Jakeem Pollard. And if he can just get around the right system. Because everything is a structure. It's a network. And so you got to be able to have all of the moving parts
going in the same direction.
That can be able to bring in. Now, his bowling coach might not be able to, he might just be conservative. But if you get a sprint coach in here, then all of a sudden he recognizes that he could be bowling a whole lot more faster. He's got a better rhythm, completing his action. Clipped away.
Nice shot. There'll be another couple, if not 3, if they want to. And yes, no, and they come back for 3. So good run in, good shot, good positive shot. Moves the score up to 37 for 2 at the end of over number 9.
Yeah, 9 overs bowled. Some 5 boundaries have been hit so far by the Sri Lankan under-19 batsmen. And so it's been a quiet start in the process. West Indies would have lost their 3rd wicket in the 15th over. Their first 1 for 54, Greenwich and Carter. They got off to a hurricane start. 2 for 57, and then it was 3 for 97 in the 15.4 over. 4th over. Matthew Miller. 4 overs, 1 for 21. After an expensive start, has really settled into a lovely groove. David Allen's under-19 captain. He was also the under-17 captain as well too, but had to pull out because of Cricket West Indies under-19 duties. Also, a young guy who was part of the West Indies under-19 setup from Antigua and Barbuda, Tongue. An unfortunate situation. Now, that is wasted, Terry. And I hate when we just throw the ball just because we want to throw the ball. Really, had that ricocheted off of the stump, Terry, it's gone.
Yeah. Or if mid-off in Lowe's Day wasn't paying attention.
Really, he has to be paying attention at all times.
True, but the non-striker never moved. Half a shot there, but no edge through to keeper Nelson.
Got to look again at Nelson there. Nelson seems to be one of the keepers who seem not to want to go right down into his stance. So I see the modern day keepers now, Terry. They're all standing up and have their hands on their knees. And they're looking at. Let's look at him. On the Caribbean wickets, you need to go down. You need to stay as low as possible.
Right. He only goes halfway down.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You know, when one dies on you, because you're already in that standing up position, you won't be able to get down to catch that ball. And I just find that the coaches around are just allowing the players, with these bad habits. Get put in the work, get your drills done, put in your ab work, put in your squats, and go down as a wicketkeeper. You have to stay down. Your job is the hardest. Because no bowler is going to forgive you when you drop one of those that just dies on you.
Absolutely.
I always remember, you read Courtney Walsh's book, and he says that one of the best, he rated Ridley Jacobs as one of the best wicketkeepers because he said during his time, Ridley never dropped anything.
Well, we were talking about that the other night, how he very rarely, if he did drop a catch, it was so rare that you can't remember him dropping a catch. But also, he was so pugnacious with the bat that how many times did he dig along with Chanderpaul, dig West Indies out of terrible situations.
But the West Indies have always produced some outstanding keepers, including the leewards. You would have had someone like a Sherlin Williams, a Livingston Harris, who's into taekwondo. His flexibility was so great in the process.
Got him this time, nicked him off, did Miller. Picks up his second.
Loose shot there again.
And when Kuna got her, he got to go.
He was nowhere close to that, Terry. Just the hands going. If you look back at the replay there, Terry, a ball angling across him. Beautiful delivery.
Beautiful left-handers.
He was off balance.
Dismissal.
Yeah. The right foot never moved, and he knows that.
Yep. They're in trouble now, though. 37 for 3 in the 10th. Chasing 257, which is still a long way away.
So they'll be tested here. Still need another 220 runs in 240 balls. I like to break it down as simple as possible. 220 singles, that's what they need. But that seems like a mountain away. Matthew Miller picking up his second wicket. The end of 5, 2 for 21. Miller. Labor Day coming up in New York, Terry, on Monday. A lot of folks moving from state to state to get themselves organized. Going down for the big, massive celebrations.
But talking about keepers, I always say, and I still say, even though Vivi and I often argue about it, that Jeffrey Dujon was the best I've seen. He says David Murray.
I support him. I think Dujan was a diver, really. When I say a diver, he brought his own skill set as a wicketkeeper.
That's called athleticism, Vernon.
No, but you never had the chance of seeing David Murray, so that's
I
why-
did. Of course I saw David Murray.
If you look at
I
even
saw
someone
David-
like a Derek Murray was very conservative.
Yes.
Kept it as simple as possible.
True.
In his glove work during his time. Many people rated that Finley Easy was one of the finest glove men that you would have seen around as well too. Ignatius Cadet. So there was always some good keepers. In fact, I don't know if you remember time, Terry. Telston Payne was also
Telston Payne.
around the West Indies team as well too.
Yeah.
As a keeper. I think he kept in some
One-day matches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stop at backward point.
The late Milton Paidano, who I think passed
Yes.
away the other day from Ghana.
Brendan Boodoo there at backward point.
Junior Murray himself was
Yeah,
also
was fair enough.
a tall, really excellent glove work too as well. Junior Murray. So good afternoon to Junior in Grenada. OECS Netball Championship time kicking around. Got Carrie Fester, I think, which finishes tomorrow in Barbados. So a lot of activities taking place in the Caribbean. Antigua and Barbuda Carnival, Crop Over, PVL, Culturama just completed. And soon it's going to be school time, Terry. September is here.
Yes, it's Monday week, isn't it?
Yeah.
The 8th.
And we've got
They
a
go
very
back.
quiet hurricane season. We pray to God
Don't talk too soon.
that it will continue to be that way.
Talking about the netball, we'll see if St. Vincent and the Grenadines have almost guided that straight into the hands of Carter there at slip. Just one bounce before him.
Well, with Raja's pace, to be honest with you, Terry, I think that the keeper can take a step up because that ball, that's just my view. You could look at the pace and see. He's maybe just almost a medium pace to me. Medium pacer, really, Raja. See, the ball is dying in front of him there. He can take a step up. He could take a couple of steps up. So, no
Yes,
real
the
out-
last matches are coming up today.
Today or tomorrow? Think
Today.
Today is the last?
Yeah, for the netball championships.
So the championship is with who? St. Vincent and Grenada?
St. Vincent and Barbados.
You sure it's not tomorrow, Terry?
No, well, I'm reading here, Saturday, August 30.
All right. But I thought the showdown of the championship match would have been St. Vincent and Grenada. Am I not right?
No, well, it's Barbados that only lost one match,
Yeah,
wasn't
but
it? Because
Barbados wouldn't be entitled to the OECS championship. Remember, they only
no,
played for
true,
points.
they're visitors.
Yeah, right.
Right, so
And the Cayman
you'd be
Islands.
right, yeah.
Right.
But anyway, Antigua and Barbuda face St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today, big shout given. Another one down. Sri Lanka lose their fourth and they're in all sorts, Vern.
Yeah.
38 for 4 in the 11th as Captain Vindinsara goes for naught.
One time West Indies were 4 for 97. So, top order of both teams.
Yeah, I just don't think they've picked up the pace or lack thereof with this, but that was a loose shot, driving on the up, hands way away from his body, gets the edge through to keeper Nelson, and the Sri Lanka skipper unfortunately has to go without troubling the scorers.
What you can do, Terry, is maybe just give us an update of the scores from last night's game. I think that might be interesting.
Well, they didn't play last night, but
didn't?
they played Thursday.
Okay, Thursday would have been the last round of matches.
Right.
It's good to see. I saw Montserrat defeated Guyana.
Yes.
Pretty interesting. You had Anguilla also. I think Anguilla won a game as well too.
They did.
So
Everybody won a game except Guyana.
well, the thing about it now, what I think now that, and this is where I feel, Terry, that we really need to start paying attention to in terms of our coaches and the technical assistance which is needed for especially in the OECS. We have to get our coaches technically prepared. And no sense of us having all England netball there and not maybe trying to acquire to get some former players who are coaches to come out to the Caribbean and run maybe coaching workshops in Anguilla, in Montserrat, in St. Kitts. I'm a little disappointed that St. Kitts and Nevis is not part of this OECS Netball Championship as well too, after being Caribbean Netball Champions 50-something years ago.
You're a bit surprised, or disappointed. I was a bit surprised that they're not there. But have a look at Antigua and Barbuda. I mean, they won 4 matches. Had a decent tournament. Going back a couple of years, they're in the same boat as St. Kitts. You know, Karen Joseph, president, has done exceptional job. Yeah, of bringing the game
not
back
only done an
into
exceptional job, she's put her hand up and hosted the OECS Netball Championship right here in Antigua and Barbuda last year.
Absolutely.
To send a statement and to say,
and
listen,
to get the game revitalized in
netball
the
is
country.
alive.
Yeah, because you remember netball was, you know, right up there with cricket and football. And all of a sudden, the young ladies started playing basketball and volleyball and everything else but netball. But she has done a magnificent job. Good afternoon, Karen, if you're listening.
And I think what the Antigua and Barbuda Netball Association has done too, Terry, is that they've moved the netball out of the central area from YMCA and taken it to the respective communities.
Right.
So it's now become a community-driven concept where now you drive to maybe go to Liberta or to different areas of Antigua to see the netball championship. Somebody could be in trouble, and it would have been interesting if Dawn had hit there. And that brings me to the point of us maybe going back to community sports games in the respective Caribbean islands. We have to go back into the communities. You know, I always feel, Terry, we should be paying our young sportsmen and women some sort of salary to play sports. You know, if they're not working, you know, you give them a little stipend to go and train and go and play, be cricket, football, track and field. That's just my view.
But unfortunately, though, Vernon, these days we do the opposite. I mean, you remember years ago, you used to get time off to train, time off to practice, time off to go on tour when you're representing Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, or whoever the case may be. Nowadays, it's opposite. You put your job in jeopardy to play and represent your country.
But I'll come back to that, Terry, after this Matthew Miller delivery.
Oh, he gives him the charge, and he's at high over, wrong on.
That's a big shot.
That's a big hit by
and he made
Kamaje.
He made proper contact with the ball. He really charged Matthew Miller.
Yeah, stepped into it. And bang.
That was a beautiful shot.
Good swing.
Good swing. You know, when you look back at a lot of our sportsmen and women who, in their time, it was a joy for them to represent their countries throughout the entire Caribbean.
Yes.
They took pride in that.
Right.
And so they sacrificed their lives, you know, both men and women, for country.
Right.
You know? Beautiful shot here.
Cut that beautifully.
Square cut for 4.
No.
He saved it.
Sweeper.
Beautiful shot.
They pick up 2, but Kangame says, we're in trouble. I'm going on the attack.
Also a no ball signal here by the umpire.
Oh, there we go. So we'll be up to 49 for 4. And a free hit coming up for Kamage.
So all of the bowlers for the West Indies have really just built some pressure on the Sri Lankan under-19. 51 dot balls to date.
And played it beautifully behind point for 4 off the free hits. So Kagame on the charge in this over as the 50 comes up for Sri Lanka under-19s. A 53 for 4.
Well, Kamaji looks like the impact player for the Sri Lankan under-19s.
Absolutely. But 51 dot balls, that's very interesting, and far too many are out of 12 overs, Vernon.
Yeah, but that was simply because of the pressure.
Yes.
If you keep losing wickets, and you always hear that, you lose wickets in clusters. You've been taught that at an early age. 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4. And then you have a partnership, and then you have to look to now,
start again
to be able to create that opportunity.
But you talk about pressure, but I just feel that they brought some of that pressure on themselves. Take nothing away from how well the West Indies opening bowlers have bowled, but I just, in assessing the conditions, I think they thought the pitch was playing a bit quicker, and therefore they weren't really getting into line, really getting behind a lot of those deliveries.
A lot of loose shots. It's something that they will assess very early. Beautiful shot.
Beautifully.
That's
back
4.
with a square into the boundary for 4.
That's a lovely shot there. Woo. I hope some of the West Indians can be able to take a page out of the shot selection here. Kept that down, Terry. Didn't try to hit it up. Rolled the wrist on it. And found the gap.
Hina Tagala gets in on the act. He moves to 5. 57 for 4 in over number 13.
Very low in the stands as well too. Again
cracked it
that for 4.
Forward a square this time.
Beautiful shot.
That's how early he picked that run up. It went a long way forward a square.
Now this is poor bowling here.
Yes, we got a new bowler, change of bowler, Aiden Racha.
Yeah,
the Trinidadian.
He's second over. No need for him to be bowling. He's got to bowl the ball on the off stump.
Yeah, he's bowling it, leaving it far too short at the moment, and Hina Tagala, no problem. Nice, 2 good-looking pull shots off the back foot. So Racha has decided to come over the wicket now to the left-hander, and he pushes that past cover out to the sweeper for another single.
Bowling, Terry, it's you have to bowl in partnerships. In too many times, I think you get carried away in U cricket or regional cricket where you just run in and you intimidate some folks, and you got to be patient here. And this is something I think that Raja has to be able to work on. If you're bowling to a 6-3 field, why are you trying to still bowl short? Just too many things happening. Just stick to the plan.
That's cut beautifully away, back with a point.
4 more.
Great diving effort there on the third man boundary, but it's 4 more. Kamage playing a top little knock here. He's moved on to 19, is it? Yes, 19, 66 for 4. And some much needed life back into this Sri Lanka innings. West Indies under 19 still well on top, but a good little partnership forming here.
I'm looking at Carter, who's now moved from first slip to second slip. I think he needs to make his mind up as to where he's going to be. $14 runs out of that over so far, Terry.
Yeah, and good batting there by Kamaga.
It's beginning to feel like winter in here, Terry. I've got to put on my jacket just now.
Yes.
It's beginning to feel like Christmas. A boot.
Almost is that time of the year again, isn't it? That's good intelligent batting between these two. Cut the boundaries away, pulled them ferociously, and then just dropping the ball, dropping and running. So a good over, 15 off it. It's 68 for 4 at the end of 13. Kagame is moved on to 20, and Hina Tagala is on 11. So good little counter attack. They were 38 for 4. Now they're 68 for 4. So they've added 30 for the fifth wicket, much needed. West Indies under 19s, of course, still well and truly on top. Good to see some fight from the young Sri Lanka boys. It looks like Lange is going to take up the attack from the commentary box end. There's a bit of medium pace, right arm medium. Of course, he was the one earlier today with a very well constructed 83 run out of the penultimate ball of West Indies innings, but resurrected the innings after being 108 for 5 to get them up to 256. Jonathan Van Lange from Guyana made 83 off 94 deliveries, 6 4s and 1 6, and he takes up the attack. And that's played quietly through the covers out to the sweeper for a single by Hina Tagali. So he moves on to 12 at 69 for 4. We're in over number 14. Bit of a laboured run-up. He's a big man. Is Van Lange. He's bowling to a slip, third man, backward point, cover, sweeper on the cover point boundary, mid-off, mid-on, deep forward square leg and a fine leg. He's bowling to Gamage, who's on 20 off just the 16 deliveries. As Van Lange's taken the slip out, so Carter moves into the mid-wicket region. Kagame advances, but forward in defence up to mid-off, and there's no run. I reckon Kagame fancies chances against Van Lange. As we say, he's had an excellent day with the bats.
He'll be bubbling with confidence now.
Yes, let's see what he can produce with the ball as he drops his mid-on back to long-on, which is Micah Greenwich. Big name to live up to, of course. Wonder if he's any relation, do you think? Grandson or something, maybe? Of course, a popular name in Barbados, though.
You talking about Greenwich?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't talking about Van Lange, was I? Oh, yeah. Can't recall too many Bayesian Van Langes. And that's turned around the corner nicely down the fine leg for another single.
Don't like the positioning of the keeper there, Terry. The return was coming in, and the keeper's behind the stumps. The keeper has to get up to the stumps so he can be able to effect a run out. He's just collecting the ball.
Yeah, he seems to be a bit out of sorts. His pattern wasn't too cracking. That's poor. there by Carter and now they've let 2 go through. That's pretty ordinary fielding there by the West Indian boys. Carter, first of all, letting it go through. And then by the time they run round, it was time enough for 2. But it brings the over to an end. We've had 14 overs. Sri Lanka chasing 257 to win. A 73 for 4. As the players take a water break, we'll take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360 before we return with more live action.
So, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. After the drinks break, Sri Lanka 73 for 4, 14 overs. The West Indies at the end of, considered to be 15.5 overs. They were 4 for 97. Sri Lanka need 184 runs of some 216 balls. Rasha continuing from the CIU road end, no slip. Short delivery into the surface, and the batsman just playing it down to the gully fielder. Fielder collecting that ball would have been Boodoo. So West Indies on the defensive very early o'clock. Fine leg third man, sweep on the offside. Keep back a square. Played into the offside, no single. Fielder from cover coming around very quickly. Swooping it into the keeper. Mid on and mid off inside the circle. Count run rate is still ahead. Let's go in at over 5 as I'm joined by my colleague Terry. Welcome back, Terry.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. West Indies Academy well on top, looking to press home the advantage.
Good Academy, under 19.
Under 19, I should say.
We're so accustomed of
Yes.
our own team, the Academy, who was
That's our team.
training out at Ball Beef, Liberta Sports Club. Also the women's team as well too. The emerging squad. So a lot of activities taking place. I hope that somebody seriously think about making a serious investment in the Liberta Sports Club. Maybe even getting them a small indoor net facility that I think that personally that can be able to help.
Yes, a lot of talk around the region, building indoor facilities so that we can keep up the pace with the other nations that can practice round the clock, so to speak. So it's Racha continuing the attack from the northern end of the ground. 73 for 4 in the 15th over. Chasing 257. Sri Lanka under 19s. Racha bang on target, but that's just clipped nicely up to mid-off. Almost a misunderstanding there between the two batsmen, but they're through safely to complete the over. So at the end of over number 15, 74 for 4. Kamage is on 23 and Hina Tagala is on 14. Racha has completed 3 overs, taken 1 for 17. So West Indies under 19s well on top here. It's a glorious day here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. His first youth one-day international, first of 7. That will be played between the two countries. And I'll just bring up the fixtures for you. As Van Lange starts a new over from the commentary box end. Kagame plays it quietly up to long off for an easy single. Yes, so 7 matches I should say. First one today here, and we're back here on Tuesday. First 4 matches will be played here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So the second one is on Tuesday, September 2. The third one is on Thursday, September 4. And the fourth one on Saturday, September 9. And then the fifth one, Saturday, September 7. And then the fifth one, we move over to, and that's played very nicely, backward a point into the boundary, 4 runs. Guided that very nicely, just using the pace of the ball, steering it well past backward point, and it rolls in between short third man and backward point into the boundary. So the first one, which will be the 5th Youth One Day International, will be at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium on Monday, September 9, and then Thursday, September 12, and the last one will be on September 15. So 4 here at Coolidge, and the final 3 at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Hopefully it can go right down to the wire.
Yes. Well, I feel that Sri Lanka just feeling their way today, getting more acclimatized, more accustomed to the conditions. But they're not going down without a fight. This partnership is going along nicely. Moved up to 80 for 4 between Kagame and Hina Tagala. They came together with the score on 38 for 4. So they put on some 42 runs for the 5th wicket thus far. Full pitch to complete the over by Van Lange. Can't beat the field. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka under-19s 80 for 4. We've had 16 overs. Kagame is on 28. And Hina Tagala is on 15. So they're roundabout up with the run rate. Current run rate 5. Run rate required 5.71. 177 needed in the next 204 deliveries. Sorry, run rate required 5.21. They're going at 5, so they're just about up with the run rate. Problem is, they've only got 6 wickets remaining. Racha looks to start a new over. He's just bringing third man, which is Vital Laws, up from the boundary inside the circle. That's clipped up to long on by Gamage for a single. 81 for 4. Haven't seen Laws yet. Fast bowler out of Jamaica. Haven't seen any spinners yet. Either from West Indies under-19s. Bang on target is Racha. Defended into the offside by Hina Tagala. He stays on 15, 81 for 4. We're in over number 17. Two men out for the left-hander. And that takes the edge, flies past keeper Nelson into the third man boundary for 4. So a bit streakish there by Hina Tagala. He'll take it nonetheless. Natural angle of the right hand. Right arm fast bowler. Going across. If you're going to slash hard, as they say.
Yeah, you've always heard that. And to the point now that I think that Van Lan and Rasha, they're going to have to be the bowlers now who are going to be looking to build pressure. Take away the boundary balls.
Yeah, and I'm surprised the score as it is in the partnership building. It's up to 47 now.
Still a long way to go. They need still 172 of 200 balls.
Yeah.
It's reachable. And so Cricket West Indies under 19. I know they're striving to get wickets, but they also have to look to be more or less containment. Those are the kind of deliveries that they're going to have to bowl.
Yeah, which is why I thought he might have left the slip in for the left-handed Hina Tagala. He had it in the last over that Raja bowled.
I think it's the lines that they're bowling. We got to look at your field placings. Right now they're bowling he's bowling to a 5-4 field, so he has to make his mind up as to which side he's bowling on. Over number 17 comes to an end. And at the end of it, 85 for 4. Sri Lanka fighting back here quietly.
Yes, most definitely. As I say, partnership 3 shy of a half-century stand between these two for the 5th wicket.
So, based on what we've seen so far, Terry, the Cricket West Indies under 19 seems to be concentrating on their seam attack. We've seen four medium pacers, Van Lan, Miller, who maybe we'd have to consider, and Sasha as all-rounders in the context. So maybe that seems to be their strength. We won't make any early judgment call as yet.
It's played nicely through the cover region. Sweeper will tidy up. Another one to the score, 86 for 4. Yeah, just looking through the squad, Zachary Carter bowls a bit of left arm orthodox. Brendan Boodoo, a bit of off break. But not much in the way of spin bowling. Slow left arm Israel Morton, but of course he's not in the final 11 today. So you're right, Von, they're just concentrating on their all-rounders, giving them a run.
We'll have 6 more games after this, Terry.
Exactly, so no need to show all your cards with the one sitting.
Yeah, they'll certainly have to. This bowling unit will be tested today.
Van Lange, ball into Hina Tagala, plays it up to Greenwich at long off for an easy single. He's put in, he'll sleep well tonight, Van Lange. He's into his 3rd over.
Don't think he will sleep well. He maybe needs a victory under his
Sure.
belt.
Well, and if you
It'll be hard for you to put in all the hard work and then you
end up on the losing side.
But it's life. It's cricket is life, as we always say. Short ball that didn't get up. The most important thing is the batsman kept his eyes on the ball.
He adjusted well. 83 run out of the penultimate ball of the West Indies under-19's innings was Van Lange. Well constructed innings. Stitched things back together after they're in some trouble, losing 3 for 11 in the middle period to slump to 108 for 5. Got him up to 256 as he's in now to Gomage, who clips that nicely round the corner, beats the diving short fine leg into the boundary. 4 more.
Poorly line delivery there by Van Lan. He brought the fine leg up, put the short third man down
Back
to the third man area, and
then
then bowled the loose
leg
delivery down the leg side.
Yes.
I think he could have maybe had a bigger effort from the fielder, but barring that, the line was just a poorly line delivery.
So Kamage goes on to 34, 91 for 4. Van Lange in again. That's cracked. That's straight to a sweeper out on the cover point boundary for a single to complete the over. So after 18 overs, Sri Lanka Academy 92 for 4. So Hina Tagala has moved on to 20, and Kagame is on 35. And partnership has gone over 50 for the 5th wicket. It's up to 54 now. So a good little fight back by Sri Lanka under 19s.
67 dot balls in the process, Terry. And West Indies would be still looking to clinically close out this game. It's their first game together as a squad. Sri Lanka need 165 and 192 balls. So that's the 68 dot ball being bowled. And this is what happens in cricket, Terry. 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 4, and then you have a partnership. And you got to stay on you got to stay in the game. You got to stay on the money.
Exactly.
You can't rest on your laurels. The half chances have to be converted into a real chance. Whether it is a run out, a close catch, got to stay there. Last wicket for Sri Lanka.
Fell on 38.
Yeah, right. Fell at 73, right? It was 73 was the last wicket. Flags flying here. Antigua and Barbuda, Sri Lanka, and Cricket West Indies.
Oh, good ball, and just fell short of a diving attempt there by Carter at short. Extra cover.
I don't think Carter was paying attention.
Well, he was on the back foot, that's for sure.
Yeah, he wasn't paying attention.
And he's a big man, so it takes him a while to move.
It wasn't as if he was. He looked as if he was surprised that the ball was coming to him. Really?
The batsman was surprised that it was a
change.
Slower delivery, yeah.
Yeah, really. He was in two minds. He was maybe more caught, looking for more pace. So good variations there from Raja.
Advances this time, gets it over the bowler, but can't beat mid-off. So 2 or 3 times in this over, Kamage has advanced.
But Kamage has shown you from the time he's come to the crease, Terry, that he's willing to take on the medium pacers of the West Indian players. His first scoring shot of Matthew Miller, he just charged Matthew Miller and hit him straight down the ground into the media center area for 6. So he looks like an enterprising player as well too.
Turn nicely back with a square. They're thinking of 2, but Van Lange does some good work there at fine leg. Restricts it to 1. Yes, he's been willing to take up the challenge from ball 1. Moves on to 36, 93 for 4. And Vital Laws looks like he's warming up, so he might be coming on pretty soon. Now he brings the slip back into play for the left-handed Hina Tagala. Plays that down to backward point to complete the over. So at the end of over number 19, Sri Lanka under 19s, 93 for 4. This partnership now worth 55.
Couldn't help but listen to Terry talk about the OECS Netball Championship, which is taking place in Grenada, Spice Isle. It's good to see the netball. And I was talking earlier, Terry, about our technical coaching. We really need to begin to improve on our technical coaching ability to be able to help some of the young players, because got to move on from some of the players that I'm seeing participate in that championship as well too, Terry.
Definitely.
Got to get some development. There was a time when we used to have a Caribbean Netball Association under 16 championship, Katiapo Hall, that it was used as a feeder system to help a lot of the territories, you know. You would get into that area and then, you know, at that time you'll be able to break into your national team. That's something I feel that we really need to pay attention to. So, spin for the first time for the day, Terry, for Cricket West Indies under 19?
Yes, Vital Laws
From Jamaica?
from Jamaica, left armour.
Wrist spinner, it looks like.
Wrist spinner, leading wicket taker in the CWI Rising Stars under 19's 50 overs championship.
So let's see how well the Sri Lankan batsman will handle him, or if he can maybe continue to take wickets at this level.
Got a bit of turn there, but that's cracked through the cover region with no effort whatsoever by Gomage for 4. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Laws.
Yeah.
97 for 4. Kagame moves on to 40.
So variety, it's good when you see this type of bowling. Here's where I think that we need the technical assistance to be able to help our young spinners. You know, be it the Hayden Walsh and and company. Need some technical coaches, bowling, batting technical coaches that will also help our cricket as well.
Lighted up there this time by Laws. Yes, good afternoon, Hayden. If you're listening, not involved with the Falcon squad this year, Vernon. Not selected in the Leeward Islands squad either. He's coming back for 2. He's in trouble, but the throw was wide. He caressed that through the cover region. The sweeper came round. Gagame always felt that there was 2 there. Hina Tagala never moved. He was more than halfway down the pitch, but the throw was wide and he dived back in, and now he's injured himself.
No, I think the keeper.
Keeper's injured himself.
For Cricket West Indies. I think he got into more or less a wrong position.
Yes,
and
it is, Nelson.
I think at the break, Terry, I don't know if he was nursing an injury, because I think the same physio came out and was having some stretches done with him. So he maybe seemed to jar his going. The Sri Lankan physio is also coming out to give some assistance too. So the sportsmanship between these two teams have been excellent. Let's see if the Cricket West Indies. Let's see what's happening here, Terry, based on my own collection.
Yeah, I think you're right. Vernon's either his groin or his thigh, it looks like.
And like I said, during
he's
the
in
break,
trouble with.
The physio was out taking him to some wheel. So those hip flexors maybe could be an issue as well. Yeah, the body taking that sort of pounding, he's struggling to get onto it.
Club.
Well, I think all of the clubs are big, but
yeah, but I know what you're saying.
In the context of, what we're talking about. So much billions of dollars being spent, Terry.
Football, my God.
And sport, Terry, not just football.
Big one tomorrow, though. Liverpool, Arsenal.
Who you got your money on?
Mighty Reds, of course.
So Viv will be
2 very good friends, the Gunners supporters, though.
So Viv will be glued to his television if he's not on the golf course. I don't like where the slip is, Terry, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's a bit. Well, that was neat glove work for somebody that couldn't get off the ground a couple of minutes ago.
It was an appeal for a stumping, but the umpire said not out.
No. Could you call it from there anyway, Vernon? Seriously? He's halfway to St. John's.
Yeah, I thought he dismissed it. Yeah.
turned.
Yeah, but he didn't collect the ball.
No.
And simply because I think Terry's just rising too
He's
early.
right. Yeah.
He's got to stay down. He's got to stay down as long as possible.
Too true.
In fact, he's not really going down, Terry. He's halfway if you check there. Right? It's got to go down, stay down for a long time. That lower back.
Yeah.
Got to stay. This sort of shortcut is taken and he's rising. You know, you got to stay down. Over comes to an end. Good start here by the spinner.
Yeah, not a bad over at all after being cracked for 4 of his first delivery. Came back well, did Vital Laws. And he's the only one I've seen that actually turned the ball today for the spinners.
So he looks like somebody, Terry, one for the future.
He's got a great name.
Yeah.
Vital Laws.
Just hope that we can manage him properly, you know, we can help to develop him. Because I think that is
all
one
about
of
the management.
Yeah, that is one of the areas that I feel that we are falling down in the context where our technical coaches have not been able to take our players to the next world-class level where they become match winners.
Mm-hmm.
You look at our batting, you see that we're struggling in terms of, you know, getting any of our young batsmen consistently up in the rankings.
Played nicely out to the cover point fielder for a single to Gomage, the first ball of a new over from Raja.
Now, to the right-hander, Terry, what I think I would like Joshua Dawn to do is to get the fielders who are in the 30-yard circle to maybe just go back and start from just a couple of meters outside the 30-yard circle, especially to the right to the right-handed batsman.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's a sort of power hitter. He tends to go hard at the ball. So where they're starting from halfway inside the 30-yard circle, maybe need to give themselves some room and maybe take pace off of the ball. Raja. Still continuing with the slip for the left-hander. You called for the slip, Terry, but I don't know if it's needed at this time.
Yeah, I think the horse is bolted there.
Good presentation there, good running, good singer in the end.
They go on well, these two. They put on, what's that, 61 now? 99 for 4. They came together at 38 for 4.
The issue is that they need 157 and 177 balls.
Yeah, the issue is they only got 6 wickets.
Yeah, but that's okay. But at least there's a game awareness, and it's almost like they're going to a plan based on what's happening. It's important for Cricket West Indies under 19 to stay focused and look for that small chance. Stay away. Down to the boundary for 400 up for Sri Lanka under 19. So wide delivery again, strain away, short and wide. And the areas have just not been consistent at all here from Raja. Almost every over is giving away a boundary. This is his 6th over. 6 runs out of this over here already so far.
Better fielding there by Carter. Short extra cover.
So you see where he is, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to give himself some
a bit more room
so he can be able to see the ball. So, you know, you've got him, maybe just let him go back and so he can see the ball clearly, you know, especially when the right-hander is batting, really, and walking. Over comes to an end, over number 21. So 29 overs to go. They need 152 of 174 balls. Terry has already started to write his story for tonight's sports news. I wonder what the caption will be.
It's not impossible, but 4 wickets down is the issue for the young Sri Lankans. Vital Laws to start his second over.
His spell is going to be crucial.
Left arm wrist spinner over the wicket to the right-handed Kawage. Slip in place.
There's protection on the offside.
Yes.
To be honest with you, I'll take the slip out, Terry. I think he's most likely to get a wicket, maybe caught at backward point or short third man or gully area.
True. But the slipper in Zachary Carter
Seems to be
very
wide for me as well too.
Good single to mid-on. He seems to be warming up, so he may be replacing Aracha from the northern end.
A lot of people could be warming up.
It could be. Although you'd think they'd be warm enough, wouldn't you?
We need
Left arm orthodox.
We need some sunshine also in our boot as well, to Terry.
We do. That gets through the point fielder there. And an overthrow. That's slack again.
Keeper, you have to stop the ball. Keeper,
Yeah.
you've got the gloves on.
That's
You have to stop the ball. It's positioning, Terry. Is this a 50 up for Kamaji?
I believe so.
Yeah.
A good innings.
The dressing room just stand to give him an ovation. 50 or 43 balls, Terry.
Yes.
He's really changed the context of the game.
6 fours and a 6. He certainly kept them in the game. 71 the partnership worth now.
Well, he's ignited this partnership as well too.
109 for 4. It's fell away that cut shot, which they often do these days, immediately practicing moving more into the ball. He looks a very organized player, does Kavija Gamaje.
His strike rate is well over 100, Terry. Squeezes away. This is what I was talking to you about, Terry.
Gone for 4.
Gets another boundary. Got to take the slip out, Terry.
Yeah.
You're more likely to get a wicket based on how the spinner is bowling. And West Indies have to lift their
keep their energy level.
No, they have to lift their ground feeling.
Yeah, because they just slipped off in the last couple of overs. You can see by the body language, and also not attacking the ball as much in the outfield. Nicely bowled, nicely played to finish the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka under-19s 113 for 4. Komage moved on to 54, and Hina Tagala is on 22. And that's after 22 overs, chasing 257 to win.
No, the West Indies at that point in time, 19.2 overs when they lost their 5th wicket, they were 108 for 5. So in context, the game is almost even Steven when we look at it, 113 for 4.
Do they have a Van Langdo in their lineup as Zachary Carter comes into the attack from the northern end, slow left arm orthodox.
Sri Lanka need 144 from over 160 deliveries.
Persistent with the slip. He's put himself in slip as captain Joshua Dawn. Backward point. Extra cover. Long off. Sweeper on the cover point boundary. Short mid wicket. Short fine leg. And Sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary and a long on. And that's gone up in the air. Should be easy catch for Laws, and he takes it. Breaks the partnership. Zachary Carter does the trick. He tried to sweep that round the corner, caught the top edge, and Laws there at short fine leg takes a simple catch.
Made it.
Sri Lanka under-19s lose their fifth. It's Hina Tigala gone for 22, 113 for 5.
Made it look difficult in
I
the
was
end.
just about to say, why do they consistently need to dive?
Made it look difficult in the end. It's about.
It's all about the cameras, man. It's all about the cameras.
So we maybe need to get a camera in here.
What? You want to start diving around the...
113 for 5.
No, but, you know, you see them all the time. There's absolutely no point like that one. No need. Absolutely unnecessary. But they got to put in a dive because, I don't know, it makes them feel better or something. I don't know. Anyway, important breakthrough for the West Indies under-19s to break that partnership that yielded some 75 runs for the fifth wicket between Kamage and Hina Tagala, but it was the slow left-arm orthodox of Zachary Carter getting Hina Tagala for 22. So 113 for 5 in over number 23. And Adam Hilmai, wicket-keeper batsman, walks to the crease. So 2 right-handers out there now. Kamage is unbeaten on 54 as Hilmai plays that quietly to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, we've seen another Cornwall in the making here, Terry.
Could be. Left-handed Cornwall. That's a pretty potent mix, though, isn't it? If you tell me he bats like Phil O'Wallace and bowls like Raheem Cornwall, there you go.
It's a double combination.
There you go.
The only thing is not AI. So he's
End of a successful over.
he's come on and done the job.
He has broken the partnership, 114 for 5.
So almost like just a couple of years ago, Terry, you know, we, both Mali and yourself, we were at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and Shamar Springer was playing for the Cricket West Indies under-19. In fact, for West Indies under-19, there was a series there, and you know we were always looking at the potential of some of those guys.
Good cricketer, Shamar Springer.
Yeah, I think the Windwards missed a trick by giving him up, based on after his contribution with bat and ball the season before. Still don't know if we really understand the role, Terry, of the franchise system. You know, that's just my thought process, and that's why I'm saying that you know we really need to make an evaluation as to what's happening at the franchise level. You know, there's a lot of talk about you know who is coaching the team. I'll share my own thoughts with you, Terry. Lovely on drive here by the young man, and they get 2 runs quite easily. He's coming across Terry, 2 runs is already on. So why would you misfield with one hand? You come across with both hands and you pick up the ball. That's got to be the objective. Young Greenwich. I was talking about somebody like Andrew Coley. How is Andrew Coley not part of the Jamaican coaching staff setup? And he's easily one of the best coaches that you have in the region. And we're talking about at the franchise level.
I'm saying Andre Coley.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go one better. Why isn't he still test coach?
Well, we know the politics and the reason behind that. But that's what I'm saying. So,
but you'd still have him around the system.
Yeah. But even if he's not the test coach, he really should be around the academy setup. The West Indies Academy. If you decided that you were going to give Darren Sammy, which you have done, the role, I still feel that Andrew Coley needs to be around the academy setup. He's easily one of our best technical coaches that we have in the Caribbean. So, if Cricket West Indies is not using him, why is the Jamaica Cricket Association not called up Andrew Coley? Are you telling me that you have 10 other coaches who are better than Andrew Coley in Jamaica?
Oh, cut into the hands of Carter, straight through into the third man boundary for 4. Slow to react there, the big man.
Because he was not down, Terry.
That's right.
It's got to be down. The ball is going down. It's the same thing for the wicket keeper.
For the keeper.
His ball is going to go down.
And now Joshua Dawn is making a change. He's taken Carter out of slip, put himself in slip, and Carter is now at short extra cover.
Dragged down there.
Yeah, dragged down, got away with it though. Just a single pulled out to deep mid wicket.
I'll go a little further step more. Let's look at Desmond Haynes. Before Desmond Haynes was shortlisted as one of West Indies head coaches when Phil Simmons came back into the conversation. So you had 3 coaches, Floyd Weaver, Phil Simmons, and Desmond Haynes. All right? Phil Simmons got the job. Floyd Weaver was expected to come back to the academy. He never reached. And then Desmond Haynes was now moved from a coach to chairman of selectors.
Right.
But Barbados, where he's from, he's not even around the system for Barbados.
Right.
So are we really serious about West Indies cricket?
That's what I say.
The territories have to make their mind up. They have to make a decision. The players come from the territories. You got to get your best minds in. In Antigua and Barbuda, you have somebody like Eldine Baptist who's sitting, maybe sitting on a golf course with all of his expertise and his knowledge, and not being part of a proper system. He could be somewhere in Anguilla, in St. Martin, working with those crop of young players.
Winston Benjamin, Kenneth Benjamin, Ridley Jacobs, as we were talking earlier. List goes on. Gordon Greenwich in Barbados, not around the system.
I was talking to Lance Kluser the other day, Terry, and he told me the same issue what we're having in the Caribbean is the same issue that is taking place in South Africa, where you got a lot of some of the former players who would have made a contribution, who want to be able to give back to the game, and are not allowed into the system.
But then when all hell breaks loose, who do they call?
That's just a cop-out.
Exactly. And an important point that Brian Charles Lara made the other day, in that, okay, you want us to help, but you have to listen. You can't expect that we make these recommendations, or we say we do this, or we try this, or try that, or whatever, and then nothing comes to fruition. They go in a different direction.
Terry, the model comes from the territories.
Right.
Is Brian involved with Trinidad and Tobago's cricket?
No.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Is Desmond Haynes involved with Barbados cricket? Is Eldine Baptist in? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if we're serious, we must begin at the franchise level first.
That's what I mean.
Before we could talk about West Indies level.
Yes.
The franchise is where you produce the players That's where the coaches need to go.
Yes. Hey, come on. Should have stopped that. Good return. 127 for 5. We're in over number 25.
You look at let's look at the England setup. Who do they have? Kumar Sanjakara from Sri Lanka, Andrew Flintoff, Graham Swan. You hear what I'm talking about there?
Mm-hmm.
Players who would have made a huge contribution to the game, and then they got the technical backroom staff. That's what needs to happen in the territories, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get your best minds. The Leeward Island Hurricane franchise was in St. Kitts for almost nearly 10 years, right? Just about 8 years. And no time nobody ever invited El Comido Willett, or maybe even have a Keita to turn around the system, or maybe even have a Livingston Sargent, or maybe a Derek Parry, or a Victor Eddy come around and talk to the guys in the franchise. These guys have been there, done it.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying they have to be coaches, but they could come and they could talk to a player, they could mentor a player. Why are our players being used outside of the Caribbean but not being used at home?
Exactly.
Viv Richards walks into an Indian dressing room. It's like a god walks into an Indian dressing room. All of the players in the Indian dressing room, level of respect, they've read about Viv Richards, the energy that he brings to that dressing room.
But that's why I was even more proud of him the other day when he came here and spoke. He spent 2 days here speaking to the academy players. That is far more beneficial than sitting around arguing the toss, what happened. We all know what happened. It's been happening. If they all said that when we lost the title in 95 that the writing was on the wall, then what has been written on the wall for the last 15 years? It may have culminated in that last innings of the series against Australia, but it was bound to happen. We saw it, we watched it, we called it. First class cricket, the standard. Yes, you were getting centuries after centuries, but they're playing against bowlers that are inadequate to keep the ball in the one area, on the one line, on the one length, over and over to challenge these batsmen. So as soon as they come up, their deficiencies rise to the top.
29 for 5. You got new leadership in the Barbados Cricket Association elections. I think we have elections coming up in Trinidad and Tobago, Terry, in October.
Okay. That'd be interesting.
I don't think it'd be interesting. I think Mr. Bassarat has sent a message, and he says that whoever is going to run against him, they won't get 6 votes.
Well, that's confidence for you.
So you understand what's going to be happening? He called out some detractors the other day in his speech at the Cricket West Indies Under-19 women's closing ceremony. So
that comes up soon too, doesn't it? The Women's Caribbean Premier League.
Yeah, just now, just around the corner.
A week or so. Couple of weeks.
Again, that's another area which we seriously have to address, Terry. The quality of young ladies coming out of the Caribbean. CPL wants to expand the women's Premier League, but we don't have the quality to be able now to go to a 4th team. And that has to happen and happen very, very, very fast.
But I must say, and credit where credit's due, I think he's doing a fantastic job. I've never met the guy, but I think it's wonderful how he's used. I'm talking about Shane Days, the West Indies women's head coach, how he's using his contacts and his passion for West Indies cricket in general to send the promising young ladies to Australia for exposure. That is what is needed in the men's setup as well.
Yeah, but that song's good, Terry. So when they come back to the Caribbean, who do they go to? That's where the shortfall is, Terry.
I agree, but
we have to get our technical coaches, Terry. If we have women coaches, Terry, in each franchise, it's like a university, Terry. We have to have academies set up right across the region.
Right.
So when all that investment is made and we send players to India and to Australia, when they come back, they go back to their territorial academies.
Right.
And their system continues to be worked on.
Right.
Not that when you see them again, they're falling off, so they almost have to start all over again. That's what's plaguing us right now.
most definitely. But how long has Cricket West Indies been singing that tune? That the regional boards must get involved. It's like saying it's the government's fault. It's the government's fault. It's the government's fault. When you're in a position to do something about it, you can't leave everything up to the one body.
You like Calypso?
I love Calypso.
Well, I think you should write a song. I really think you should write a song, Terry. You had some good phrases there just a while ago. What you were talking about. Really, go and speak to Sir McLean and come up with a song.
Yeah.
I really think you sound very good, Terry.
Good
Over
friend,
number 27 comes to an end.
Listening today, Shorty. Good afternoon.
And 33 for 5. Once again, we want to say congratulations to the government of Antigua and Barbuda. If everything goes well for this year independence, the Honours Committee, the Burning Flames, all four will be knighted.
Yes, about time.
Well, I also want to
Thoroughly
raise now,
deserved.
it's about time now that Sir McLean Emmanuel becomes National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda.
There you go.
So we need to start the conversation.
I reckon...
and Terry should write a Calypso song on West Indies cricket.
I could do that.
Right.
But you have the cricket at heart. You have West Indies cricket at heart. And these people, like myself and yourself and Marley, and they want do good. You go to bed thinking about West Indies cricket. You wake up in the morning thinking about West Indies cricket because you care what's going on. They're the people that you need around the system. They're the people that teach you the legacy, the history of West Indies cricket. Otherwise, we're just going round and round in circles, and what happens? They see a Jewel Andrew, and all of a sudden he's whisked away, and West Indies cricket loses. When we're in the position now, like a Jewel Andrew, like a Micah Mackenzie, send them to England, send them to Australia, send them to South Africa, send them anywhere. But so they're in a different environment, playing in different conditions, and their game's improving, they're learning all the time. Rather than walking around here playing one tip every other week, I don't see how that benefits anybody. And then in the long run, you say, you can't stop them from chasing the dollar. You can't, and you can't stop people from earning a living. I agree with all that, but we've never actually sat them down and said to these guys, look, we want you to play for West Indies cricket. They're all right. Like these ones, under 19s. They want to play for West Indies. They don't know no better at this stage. But they start developing and they start showing huge amount of potential like a Jewel Andrew. And everybody in the world wants it. We've never sat them down and said, for argument's sake, there's 15 franchise tournaments coming up in the next calendar year.
Back-to-back boundaries here, Terry. Vital Laws in partnership. Just growing in confidence here, Terry. And he's got out the long levers there. Really getting low to the ball and splitting the gap there. He's got back-to-back boundaries, so Laws put under some real pressure. Score in the meantime goes up to 143 for 5. Gamaj is on 68 for 58.
He played excellent innings.
Well,
but let's say
he stands between Sri Lanka winning and losing this game here. And that's why Cricket West Indies under 19, they're going to have to be sharp. They're going to have to be focused. Full toss.
Tossed up, he missed out there. Picks up a single though, retains the strike.
I like this young man, Terry. First time I've seen him.
Oh, he batted very well.
No, I'm talking about
Oh, Lord.
the wrist spinner.
Well, as I say, he's the only one that's got some turn today.
Like his approach.
Definitely. But just to finish my argument or discussion, if there's, for argument's sake, 15 franchise leagues being played over the next calendar year, and you need these players for 3 months of that calendar year, you can't sit them down and say, listen, you can play 10, but we need you for those, or you can play 12. No, but hang on, just come to some type.
Terry, doesn't work like that, because you're not guaranteed that you're going to play for the West Indies. You can play for the West Indies today and don't get called back.
But that is why they've got the contracted system, though. And if these guys,
but you could be contracted and still don't get a play for the West Indies, Terry.
Yes, true. But at the end of the day, you're still helping the matter, because you're around the West Indies system to improve the West Indies system, and you've still got the time and the chance to earn.
So Terry,
your big dollars.
So what is West Indies doing to improve the system at the next level for the guys who are here? To get to that level, what are we doing to improve that system? That's the conversation that we need to be having.
Exactly. That's where I'm agreeing with you when you're talking about coaches and things like that. Now, they're looking at restructuring the coaching education system.
We've been saying that for the last 10 years now, Terry.
Exactly. And that is my point, and that is why you can't then turn around and say, have a look at these deficiencies and we can't fix them in 2 weeks. But you could have fixed them over the last 15 years if you made them learn the game and play the game more regularly at the first class level. Then go into your one tip, T20, whatever you want to call it.
What we need, Terry, let me
shot
cracked away for 4.
Back with a point by Lange. He's moved into the 70s.
Wow. He went leg side of the ball, real execution of a square cut, short delivery. And he got low and found the gap. That's a beautiful cricket shot, Terry.
Excellent. Up to 73, 148.
The point that I was explaining to you, right, Terry? You need specialized coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So if Terry is a good batting coach, or good fielding coach, or good bowling coach, specialized technical, that's the area that we need to be concentrating on. What we have is one-dimensional coaches.
Yes.
Coaching, batting, bowling, everything. We have to move away from that, Terry. That's what I'm talking about. At the under 15 level, Terry, we get 2 proper coaches to go with our youngsters at the under 15 level, and we get a manager to be deal with the administrative aspect of what happens on tour. You get 2 of your best coaches. Same thing at the under 17, same thing at the under 19 level. Right? That's the area. That's where we need to focus on. We have to get teachers around to educate the youngsters, both boys and girls, about the game. 149.
Agree.
For 5. Make it 150 comes up for Sri Lanka. They believe in Terry.
They continue in the fight, for sure.
They think that they can win this, Terry. 150 up. They need 107, Terry, and at least off of 128 deliveries. And Sri Lanka are beginning to believe that they can win this.
I wouldn't get too carried away, but at least they're putting up a good fight. Official statement for the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. Joint clarification on recent comments regarding injury and communication. Paul Nixon, head coach of the Falcons, together with the Falcons management, would like to provide clarification regarding recent comments made about Cricket West Indies during the ongoing Caribbean Premier League. We want to emphasize that there was no intention to offend or undermine the efforts of Cricket West Indies. Nixon totally regrets any and all remarks made. Both Paul Nixon and the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons apologize for any unintended implications or offense. These comments may have caused the CWI management and staff. We remain firmly committed to fostering a strong and collaborative partnership with CWI, one that is grounded in mutual respect and open, constructive dialogue to advance West Indies cricket. Currently third on the points table with 7 points, the Falcons look forward to their upcoming match against the St. Lucia Kings on Sunday, August 31 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, continuing to represent their fans and region with pride and professionalism. So that is a press release just brought out by the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons.
29 overs bowled, 156 for 5. And Zachary Carter has been switched from the CIU road end now, Terry, to the Meter Center road end. Let's see if he'll have the same sort of luck.
Yes, Steph Davis, this partnership now for the 6th wicket, is backing up the 75 put on for the 5th wicket very nicely. They've added 43, unbroken. Played nicely through the cover region to the sweeper for another single to Hilmai, who's on to 18. 157 for 5.
Now there's a little myth here now that Joshua Dawn has to pay attention to. Runs are just coming too easy. You have to stop the flow of runs. You got to get your bowlers to bowl to a particular line and to a particular field placing. It doesn't make sense that you have an artificial field and the bowlers are all over the shop.
Both sides of the pitch.
These batsmen are scoring at will simply because there seems to be no plan. There has to be a plan and the lines that you're trying to bowl. .99 from 124 balls. Don't know if you would have looked at, even when the West Indies was in their first innings, Terry, you realize that the Sri Lankan captain was able to look at the smarts, look at the fielders, look at who were the batsmen, and set different field placings for the respective batsmen.
Mm-hmm.
Can't sit back and expect that somebody's going to give you the wicket. You got to be able to create an opportunity or create pressure to make that happen. 159 for 5.
But that's all about learning and understanding the game awareness, the different aspects of the game. Laws just needs to give himself a bit more room there at short extra cover as that one bobbles through him for another single.
Because he's too close, Terry. Once the ball hits the surfaces here, it skids off. So you got to give yourself some room so you can see the ball. Second water break as the umpires wave and get themselves organized. At the end of 30 overs, Sri Lanka 160 for 5. They need 97 in 120 balls. We will also take a very quick break. And our technical crew will get reloaded with some water and most likely a snack. Here. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Game on here. 20 overs to go. 160 for 5. Sri Lanka need 97 runs in 120 balls. Pollard is back in the action. Starts with a wide down the onside. And Josh O'Dawn and his young cricket West Indies under 19. They have their work cut out for them. So too is Terry Laraja, who's asking some very pertinent questions. And some serious questions have to be asked, some serious questions. We still have to get some answers. Still like to find out why Carl Hooper and Brian Lara was removed from the West Indies team that was down under with Andrew Coley.
Yeah, very good point.
You think you can answer that for me, Terry?
I wish I could.
Or are you afraid to answer? Which one?
I'm never afraid, Vern.
Oh, I was just asking. I was just trying to be inquisitive and give you a hard time, Terry. I didn't mean anything. Pollard is back, Terry. Let's concentrate on the cricket. Mid on, mid off. Third man fine leg, deep backward square. Sweep on the offside. Turned into the short mid-wicket area. And we got a cover. So I think it's going to have a big game here on here. Police car just passing in front of us here on the CIU road end. And today is a busy day here in Antigua and Barbuda at the VC Bird International Airport. Anybody found loitering or parking anywhere on the roads, the police officer is just making a check to have them move along speedily. Get into the parking lot. Pollard expected to get a breakthrough here. Driven out to the Carter. Misfield again. Fielder from mid-off comes around. No runs in the process. Score remains on 162 for 5.
Kamage moved on to 83 of just the 68 deliveries. 10 fours, 2 sixes. And he's knocked thus far. Certainly keeping Sri Lanka under 19s in the game. As if you just tuned in, they were 38 for 4 at one stage. A 75-run partnership for the 5th wicket.
Partnership
And now 50.
50 from 49 deliveries.
So excellent going.
And that's what happens in cricket. 1 comes, 2 comes, 3 comes, 4. Then you have a partnership. So we had a partnership of 75. Now we have another partnership threatening to take the game away from Cricket West Indies. They got to hold their nerves. They have to believe Pollard is brought back to make that breakthrough.
And pulled high, wide, handsome, over square leg for 6.
Yeah, that was a nothing delivery there, Terry. It had no pace, no venom, nothing.
Kamage onto it like a flash. Moved up to 89 with his 3rd 6 now. 169 for 5.
I think they need, when they bowl into Kamaji, Terry, they got to take pace off of the ball. Really, and automatically try and bowl him at least one side.
Yes.
You know,
definitely one side of the pitch.
Force him to drive the ball on the offside.
He charges and
4
gets
more.
it through for 4. Through the extra cover region, beats the mid-off. This is good batting. He moves into the 90s. 93. The score at the end of the over, 173 for 5.
4 more, Terry.
Partnership worth 60. But just going back to that, you make a very good point. It's only a couple of seasons ago that we were talking about how the test team was keeping West Indies in the game. Then the talk started about the 2-tier system. And for some reason, I just think the emphasis went off the main game, the red ball game. And Sammy, great mentor, West Indies cricket at heart, brought back in my opinion, to win a World Cup. of any sorts. But we're struggling in that area. The T20 form has been up and down, to say the least. The one-day form, we're going to struggle once again to even qualify for the World Cup. And the test team, or the test arena, has more or less been put in the background. And that's very, very dangerous, because you need a strong test team to compete in all formats in the international game.
Carter paddled around
Swept
here
nicely.
by the wicketkeeper, Hilmy.
Easy too.
He looks very organized as a young batsman here as well too. Adam Hilmy.
Yes, he's coming with some good intent. Quite comfortable. Picked up the conditions quickly enough. So 175 for 5.
Still trying to figure out, Terry, why is Joshua Don still forcing himself to go to slip?
Mm-hmm. He's taken short third man and put him at short fine leg. That's beaten him outside off through to keeper Nelson.
Containment. Got to build some pressure. Containment. Got to build some pressure.
Better fielding there at backward point.
Yeah, I think he needs to come to his left there. If he comes in the traditional position,
yes,
then he'll be all right. Just a while ago, had that gone past him, he would have gone away for 4. He got to start from outside the 30-yard circle. That's the issue there. Over comes to an end. 82 from 108 required. 175 for 5. Sri Lanka under 19 looking to hit the headlines for Terry's story tonight on ZDK Sports.
Yes, tidy over there by Zachary Carter. Just the 2 offered. With the danger man, Kamage.
New bowler coming
not
in,
on
Terry?
strike. Yes, new bowler.
Who you have now?
More spin, and we've got Brendan Boodoo with his off spin.
Almost look like everybody on this team can bowl.
There's no real specialist bowlers, though, if you go through. They're,
his best bowling has been 3 for 9. So
he had a lot of success at the under-15s level,
yeah,
didn't
but
he?
I think Cricket West Indies under 19 have to work out. In any format, Terry, you're looking for your best 5-6 bowlers, and that's what you try and see if you can work around to get your combination. You don't look for part-time bowlers.
Exactly.
Try and buy a wicket.
No, the bowlers win you the matches.
Well, maybe Boodoo might win the game for the West Indies here. We'll wait and see. Long on, long off, sweep on the offside.
He should be determined because he didn't contribute with the bat. Easy single there for Kamage. Moves on to 94.
If he gets to 100,
excellent knock.
It will be really one of the special hundreds that we'd have seen here. And we have seen a number. We could talk about
Absolutely.
even Joshua Bishop, who himself, demonstrated. Carter is now employed into the first slip area. .81 from 105 balls. I'm alongside Terry Laraja on a busy Saturday here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's the first game of the 7-match series. Cricket West Indies under 19 against Sri Lanka under 19.
Boy, should have stopped that. Voodoo and his follow through.
You think he'll blame the surface?
They always do, don't they?
You see how
sun got in his eyes or something.
You see how luscious this outfield
Absolutely.
looks here. So I know he can't blame anybody.
Not a bad first over though.
80 from 103 balls. Sri Lanka can afford to have a look at Boodoo.
So 177 for 5 after 33. And Kamaje is on 94.
Got a couple of birds just on the outfield, maybe just looking for some seeds, looking for some food. Zachary Carter, his best bowling figures have been 4 for 20. He's got 28 regional wickets. No rhythm. He just starts full toss. Lucky to get away with that. And again, another easy single.
Yeah, gets the single at least. Gets Gamage back on strike.
178 for 5.
It'll be an opportune time to bring up his century. He'll be just waking up in Sri Lanka, if they weren't tuned in overnight.
You got some age on him, Terry?
Age?
Yeah, on Kamaji.
I think he's 18.
He looks good.
He does. He looks very organized.
He looks good. He looks like somebody who's been around the system for some time. Looks like a seasoned campaigner. The first shot, when he advanced to Matthew Miller, had to be looking at the screen in the dressing room. He decided, well, listen, Miller doesn't have any pace, so I'm going to charge him. Oh, another full toss here again. Lucky to get away with that one there.
Yes.
Carter. Hilmi just playing it safe. Wicketkeeper for Sri Lanka. Total of 11 sixes have been hit so far for the day by both teams. Have to get a little haircut later, Terry. Get myself organized, freshen for tomorrow, Sunday.
Oh, big day.
Yeah, I've got a function tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, bit obvious, but avoided the short extra cover for another single to complete the over. So Hilmai will retain the strike. He's on 25. Gamage is on 95, and it's 180 for 5.
Lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda. Lovely day for cricket, as they would say throughout the entire Caribbean. It's been a very busy year, Terry, for Cricket West Indies. Under 15 here in Antigua and Barbuda. Then we had the women's tournament in St. Kitts. Then we had the under 19 tournament. Then we had the girls under 19 tournament. Then we had the completion of the 4-day competition. All that was mixed in with an Australian tour.
Under 17.
You have the under 17
2-day championship.
Yeah.
50 overs going on now. Yes. Leeward Islands doing very well in both.
Yeah. It was a pretty busy year. We also had the Leeward Islands T20 Cool and Smooth tournament in Antigua and Barbuda. And Anguilla coming to Antigua and Barbuda and making a statement. In fact, defeating Antigua and Barbuda, powerhouse twice.
Yeah, run away with the title.
Yeah, that has gained a contract for Anguilla's captain Dimitri Adams, who I thought originally should have been in the original squad before, not a young player. No Hayden Walsh in the being contracted for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes for the next contractual season. They've gone with Mackenzie.
Yes. Interesting, but you can see where they're coming from, investing in the youth.
I hope he plays.
And that's the next step, though, isn't it?
Oh. We saw a final where Mackenzie was the leading bowler in the breakout league.
Right.
But never bowled in a final against Anguilla. Could somebody please explain that to me?
Yes, and he's in the CPL too, isn't he? In one of the franchises. He hasn't got a game yet.
St. Lucia Kings.
Right. Oh, that's high. Coming in off the boundary. He's going to drop short.
He'll get away with it.
Swept by Hilmai. Gamage, I should say.
You know, you'll be looking in from outside the grounds, Terry, the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and you say, that ground looks small. The square boundaries are 70 meters.
Yeah. You still need to give it a whack.
You know, it's amazing, Terry. I hear our media and commentators always talking about Warner Park, right?
Mm-hmm.
But do you know, Terry, that there are grounds in New Zealand who are almost smaller than Warner Park, and I never hear anybody say
For
anything
sure.
at all.
Yeah, true.
Just amazing. End of over number 35, 182 for 5. This is the first of the 50-over series being played between the Cricket West Indies on the 19s.
They used to complain that Warner Park was too big back in the day.
I complain about everything. You know, we just try to pass the buck to something, you know. You know, we never deal with the root cause of the problem, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
We always said, well, I don't like what Terry said. You know, and somebody always, there is some big, massive expert that knows something that doesn't get anything done. Just amazes me. In the meantime, we're struggling to produce world-class players, but we find energy to deal with what Terry says and
complain
what
about
Tom
everything.
says. Yeah. 75 from 89. Kamaji, you could see now Terry's now
Yeah, he's
thinking about
looking at the 100. Yeah.
Don't fault him. He's
No,
done
not
all the
at
hard
all.
work. 96 from 78. He stands between winning and losing here for Sri Lanka under 19 today. Very respectful. He's in no hurry. Sri Lanka needs 75 from 87 balls. They need 75 singles. Kamaji needs 4 for his 100 first. He gets 1. Takes him up to 97. So he's contented with that.
He's played extremely well. Top innings this, especially coming to the crease 4 down with only 30 on the board.
And in a series like this, Terry, that's when you begin to look at the good players. Wicketkeeper here, he looks very balanced at the crease, both on his front foot and on his back foot. Judging the length there from Carter and made the adjustment and just punched it with a nice straight bat. Didn't go square, but went as straight as possible out to the sweeper on the offside. Carter's not done a bad job here at all. He's into his 7th over, 1 for 19. Oh, beautifully played.
Well, this could be the 100.
100.
Well
What a
played,
knock.
young man.
What a knock. He looks up to the heavens. He'll remember this for a long time. 101 of 81 balls, 12 fours, and 3 sixes. A strike rate of over 124. He's being congratulated by a player from the Cricket West Indies team and a couple of players. Joshua Dawn maybe just walks across to say, good knock, but the game is not over as yet.
It's not, but an excellent knock there by Kavija Gamaje.
Gamaje,
Took total control. The
what a
moment
knock. His first scoring shot, Terry.
It was a straight 6.
Yeah, he just marched into Matthew Miller delivery. And then we knew there was something special to come. He has delivered on a big
Definitely.
stage.
Under pressure, 38 for 4 at the time. So, 188 for 5 after 36.69 needed off the last 84 balls as Boodoo continues. Does well this time, gets down. Knocks it over to short extra cover.
Hilmi is on 27. So he wears 27 on his back too. He's also got 27. Can the West Indies stop or break this partnership? That's the big question, Terry.
Ooh, ambitious sweep. Way outside off stump. Doesn't make contact.
I think Kamaji is saying to him, hit the ball down to long
Straight,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. No need for looking to play that shot. Just get your hips open and hit the ball straight down the ground. He does that now quietly.
Yeah.
Punch onto the offside. They're going to come back for 2 runs quite easily. No, they changed their mind.
Kamage wants to strike, I'd say.
I think Kamaji's deciding, listen, let me take control of this game.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see him open up now that he's past his 100.
No, I don't think so. They need 68 from 80, Terry.
68 singles.
68 singles. That's what they need.
Well, he swept that through mid-wicket. And just be the one as the sweeper comes round the deep backward square boundary.
You always keep it as simple as possible.
Simple
Terry.
as possible.
Yeah, you don't try to get it complicated.
True.
You know?
There's enough.
If you can't get 67 singles on this field, then something is wrong with you, Terry.
Yes, true.
190 for 5, over comes to an end. Budu completes his task. His 3 overs, he scores 6 runs. And Cricket West Indies, 256 all out in 49 overs. They were bowled out, almost like a cardinal sin.
Yeah, one ball shy of their allotted 50.
It's been a hot day here. Fluids, and more fluids. They've been coming out. The men in the maroon, Sri Lankan team, the towels. Carter can't wait. He can't wait to get into the conversation. Seemed like a long time ago. He scored some 39 off 21 balls, 2 fours, 4 sixes. And he announced his arrival to world cricket. The name that we have to look out for. I wonder if he's any relation to Jonathan Carter. So we're back with the action again, Terry.
Yes, Carter to continue. Tosses that one up. Stroke firmly up to Greenwich at long on for another single to Gamaje. Moves on to 103. 191 for 5. It's over number 38, chasing 257 as the target for victory for the Sri Lankan boys.
So good afternoon to the folks at Emerald Isle, Montserrat. They're getting ready for Carnival. St. Kitts and Nevis also getting ready for Sugar Mass Carnival as well. So a lot of activities building up in December. Good presentation of the bat there, nice. That's something I would like to see Fontaine look to execute. I hope he'll be looking and paying attention. Drive the ball a lot more straighter.
And that's tossed up and
Safe.
hit high.
Safe.
But safe. Lobs
Safe.
just in front of the deep backward square fielder.
And that was
two.
That was deliberate too. Almost like you're on the golf course, chip shot.
Yeah, he didn't try to overhit it.
They need 64 singles from 75 balls. 193 for 5. Into over number 38.
Adjusting his short mid-wicket, telling him to go back a bit.
Still continue with a slip.
And that's paddled round. I'll take one, be happy. 194 for 5.
See, he's not spinning the ball, Terry.
No, he's just concentrating on bowling stump to stump.
He's just rolling over his arms.
Yeah.
So he's really not turning the ball.
He's been economical, 1 for 27 in his 8th over.
Yeah, the Sri Lankan batsmen, they can afford to just use his pace.
Yep, just maneuver the ball around.
But he's still trying to get a wicket because he's concentrating on making sure that the fielder in the deep backward square is in the correct position. I think what he needs to do is just try and bowl the ball as straight as possible. Try and bowl dot balls.
He's brought up his long on into mid-on position.
I think that's a big risk. I think
It is
that's a big
now,
risk.
because that's
I
exactly where the ball's gone straight
think-
over his head into the boundary for 4.
I think that's just a big risk. That just couldn't.
Especially when you're bowling to a man with 103 under his name.
It's just not adding up.
Moves on to 107.
They gotta concentrate on the game, Terry. They're giving away the game here.
They are, most definitely.
Why would you bring? Tell me, why would you bring this man up? And he's still having a
He
cluster.
still wants him up.
I really don't know.
Now he's got him halfway. This is where they need
Is the cricket that
some
hard?
leadership. No, but they make it difficult. Don't they?
I don't know. 198 for 5.
Oh, bit of a switch hit there by Kamage. Misses through to Nelson. End of the over. 198 for 5. 38 gone. Kamage moves on to 107. Partnership worth 85. So the game is slipping away though from West Indies under 19's point of view. 59 now required. Of 72. Still 5 wickets in hand. This partnership for the 6th wicket is even more important for Sri Lanka than the excellent partnership of 75 for the 5th. He's found a very solid and trusted ally in Hilmai as Kamaje. Hilmai has moved on to 31. He'll be on strike.
It's been a busy year for us as well, Terry.
Very busy.
We've done our cricket.
We've done a lot, huge amount. Boodoo, full toss, slammed. Didn't quite get hold of it.
Pollard came around.
Just get the single to mid-on. But brings Kamaje back on strike. He's on 107. Slip goes back to short third man in Carter. Tried to chase that from wide outside the off stump, and looks like he's pulled up with a bit of cramp there.
Yeah. Getting stretched out very quickly. Might have just tested the hamstrings there, but he's good. Physio needs to just get back off the field. He's still coming. I think the umpire is going to tell him
Go away.
to get back. He's still coming.
Well, they're all coming now.
No, you need to get off the field. Get off the field. Get off the field. Batsman is up and well again. Don't hold up the game anymore. 199 for 5. Umpire very firm.
As he should be. Oh, bowled again by Boodoo. He's just trying to keep that straight line. Being tidy. Into his 4th over. No wicket for 7. Quicker one.
200 up.
Played down into the third man area. Takes the single. 180 moves on to 200 for 5. 57 to win. Very interesting. They need a wicket.
You
Need
need
to
something.
break this partnership for sure.
Spectacular catch or run out.
Something to lift them. I think when the 5th wicket fell, they thought they were home. Interesting little swat into the square leg region from way outside the off stump by Hilmai, but picks up another one.
You saw where Hilmai hit that ball from. Right under his nose.
Yeah,
Right? He could have been able to just
could have put it anywhere.
use his wrists.
Mhm.
Very, very. That's the art of batting, being able to maneuver the ball.
Pitched up.
4 runs.
Can't catch him there. Straight back over the bowler's head into the boundary for 4. Alright, Kamage goes on to 112. 205, 206. What do we got? 205 for 5. Good batting. Partnership continues. 52 needed. 66 balls. First time Voodoo pitched up. Got clobbered. So Matthew Miller. It's Miller time. Once again returns to the attack. West Indies under-19s desperate to break this 6th wicket partnership.
Is it Jennings Miller?
Jennings Miller.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Because you know we have Miller Lite.
We do.
So we have Jennings Miller now. So good afternoon to Paul and to...
Label that.
Yeah. Paul Miller's dad, his mom. Saw some members in the stands from his club, from Jennings. They came out to support the young man. Same thing was demonstrated when he played for the Leeward Islands under-15. Had a stint also. Played in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament in St. Kitts. Played, in fact, for the champions.
To the UK, didn't he, too?
Yeah,
with Antigua and Barbuda?
Yeah. Also had a stint as well, a small stint in England as well. In fact, I was trying to get him to go back, really. Because he, as he rightly said to me, you know, he sort of struggled in the first couple of weeks. I tell him, if you want to learn cricket, England is the place for you, young man.
No better place.
One of the places. Next I rate would be South Africa.
Bang on target with his first
Terry.
delivery.
They've got an... I don't want to over-exaggerate, Terry. But they have about maybe over 100, 120 players from Barbados who play in Australia.
Yeah, that's right. That you're talking about people making noise before. That is what really irates me when people start saying quick single taken to mid-on, 206 for 5. When people start saying it's not a West Indies 11, it's a Bayesian 11. But have a look at the setup. As you say, over 120 in Australia, plenty in England. The first class level invites and encourages the under-15s, under-17s into their first class setup. They always kept it in the schools. They got the structure, they got the system, they got the high performance centre down there reopened under the Skerritt Shallow administration. So you can't have it both ways while you're sitting back, you know, doing very little yourself, and then complain because 8 out of the 11 chosen to represent West Indies come from Barbados.
I also think that Cricket West Indies needs to start also sending some scouts to the Sir Garfield Sobers competition, Terry. If we paid attention to the history of the Sir Garfield Sobers cricket competition,
there'd be many a player that's come out of it.
Brian Charles Lara is one of the names which stands out because before he was identified at the Sir Garfield Sobers schools competition. So it's an area. I also feel that most territories should be thinking about trying to send a school team to the competition. If we have teams coming from Australia, New Zealand and South Africa to the Sir Garfield Sobers competition, why in the Caribbean we are not trying to make that mandatory to make sure that we send a school team from Dominica, from St. Vincent, from St. Kitts, from Antigua, from Anguilla to that competition?
Definitely, but you know as well as I do, though, Vernon, a big mistake that we made over the years or over the decades of taking the game out of the primary schools. Should never ever have happened. Miller into Hilmai. Clipped nicely, but straight to short mid-wicket to end the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka under-19s, 48 away, 209 for 5 after 40.
I was talking to you earlier about Fitzroy Brand and how important the sports and games played a vehicular role in the development of sports men and women in Antigua and Barbuda.
Right.
I think we need a sports and games throughout the entire region, and I just don't like to label it just to cricket. I like to indicate to folks that I believe in all sports, and I think if you play more than one sport, it also helps with your coordination in
Definitely.
what sport that you decide to play.
Communication,
After all.
all that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you play tennis, it's going to help with your movement of your feet.
Mm-hmm.
If you play basketball, it's going to help you to grow.
Right.
You know, you have all these facets. So that's why I always try to encourage all sports.
Right.
I hate, it's just amazing, Terry. You have some coaches, they don't want Terry to play any football, football competition.
Mm-hmm.
But every time you see a team warming up, they're playing football.
Yeah. Yeah.
How you explain that to me? Trust me, Terry. I'm bemused. I could never get it worked out. I don't want Terry playing any football in the local competition or in the schools competition XYZ. But you come and you look at the teams warm up and they're playing football. Not catching, Terry. Playing football.
Raja is back into the attack. He's being cut down to third man for 114. Kamage moves on to 209 for 210, I should say, for 5.
Very good cricket wicket here so far, Terry.
Excellent. It's been a very good game of cricket.
These guys have don't know how much more I can emphasize and give them praise.
Yeah. Kadeem, Phillip and the boys.
Yeah. Soldier has done an excellent job here with the staff here. Just the unity, just the love, just the commitment. They're committed to the cause. I really don't think they get the praise that they really
Mix
deserve.
up.
No, he's going to get away. He's going to get away. Don't worry.
Needed a direct hit.
He's going to get away. Had enough time to.
Yeah. Had enough time to line it up.
They have to deal with the cricket academy, the women's camp, almost everything, Terry.
A full-time, full-on job.
24/7.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm appealing to the authorities. They need a holiday.
For
They need a
sure. And
window.
then, they finish here late today, back early tomorrow. Even worse when it's a night matches, back early the next day. They do an outstanding job.
Because remember, Terry, one of these teams might decide to use the nets tomorrow to practice.
Exactly. And you
They're
have
gonna
to
have them ready.
prepare for them, yeah.
Heads dropping, Terry.
Yes, they need a breakthrough.
West Indies look
Talk
as
about
if
dedicated to the cause. Well, Sri Lanka are pulling away in this match.
they just need one. You'll be amazed how the game can just change very, very, very quickly.
Definitely, they could break this partnership, but
46 from 56.
they got to believe, keep believing. Partnership's nearly 100, 98
98.
for the 6th wicket.
Those are important. Those are important. Now,
36 Hillmeyer's moved on to.
what are they trying to set here now, Terry? They're trying to set two short turn
Too
mans.
short. Yeah,
I don't like this field placing at all.
and a deep backward square. A deep backward point, I should say.
So let's look at this, Terry. You have two short third man, a deep backward point,
Cover,
a cover, sweep
Long
on the
off.
offside, and a long off.
long on.
Never seen this one before, Terry. You got a square leg.
Yeah. Backward square and a deep mid wicket. On the charge is Margay. Gets a single as it just lobs out to one of those short third man or men. Completes the over. 212 for 5. Partnership worth 99. Will it be a match-winning one? They're getting closer as we speak as Matthew Miller looks to continue from the commentary box end, but they desperately need to break this partnership. Or the visitors are going to draw first blood.
That's what your headline will say?
Visitors draw first blood.
Wow. I got to listen to sports news later. Sydney Carrot, Terry LaRoger. Visitors draw first blood in the Cricket West Indies Sri Lanka under-19 series.
Pulled firmly. Good work on the boundary at deep mid-wickets. Just the single.
100
partnership, yes.
And that came off 113 deliveries, Terry.
Excellent going.
Beautiful, beautiful. They're really working towards their target, Sri Lanka.
Kamage moved on to 117.
Yeah, he stands between
of just 96.
Sri Lanka winning and losing this game.
Mm-hmm.
He's readjusted his approach, his mindset as well too.
But excellent innings too by Hilmai, playing second fiddle.
He's batted well.
Excellent.
And that's what you want as a wicketkeeper batsman.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show that accomplishment that you can bat.
Rotate the strike.
Yeah. I
mean, all that business.
If you look at the Leeward Islands Hurricanes this season, last season, Jamal Hamilton would have scored close to nearly 700 runs.
Yes.
Right? Was the MVP of the Leeward Island Cool and Smooth T20 tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're talking about seniority. Still feel that Jamal Hamilton is still good enough, Terry, to get into a West Indies team as a wicketkeeper. He's the best wicketkeeper, I feel, in the Caribbean, barring none.
Yeah, you've always stated that.
In terms of his glove work.
Cleanest, yeah. Most efficient. And if he can keep scoring runs, there's no reason he can't push his way back in to the West Indies test team.
Even as a proper batsman.
Yeah, well.
He's capable.
Well, you've seen the top six. Nice slower ball there by Matthew Miller. All important dot ball. It's come down to that 43 off 50. Still with 5 wickets remaining.
You know, you were talking, Terry, about primary school cricket. That is something that the Nevis Sports Department has established. The Ranaka Morton TDC primary school competition. Maintain that throughout.
Yeah, vital.
Delvin Phillip, one of the coaches, Colin Archibald, who's also one of the coaches, played for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He is one of the main architects behind that competition, and all of the other coaches in Nevis, something that they've demonstrated and really kept abreast with.
Stroked firmly, but well fielded there. Short extra cover by Carter. Yes, another one, Colin Archibald. No contract for next season in the Professional Cricket League for the Leeward Islands. The over comes to an end, 215 for 5. 118 to Kawage and 37 to Hilmai. They put on 102.
You see, if you get cricket going back in the schools, Terry, then you can begin to build your club structure, which is certainly faltered right throughout the entire Caribbean region.
Absolutely.
The club structure for cricket, because even to run a cricket club right now, Terry, it's very, very, very expensive.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree
Massively
with that.
expensive.
Yeah.
And I think most associations have to start looking at the quality of players that they have, rather than just saying that you have a normal competition.
It's cut away, backward of point for another single to Gamage.
Talk about Antigua. You tell me you have in your first class competition 10 teams. Something has to be wrong with the quality. When you have games that are finishing in a day and a half, and you're starting at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
Sometimes less than a day.
Yeah, that can't be good quality at all.
Not at all. For a
216
first
for
class
5.
level. And you got the problem with combined schools. They start off playing with combined schools. They show any promise, they go back to their local club, or these days they want to play for the best club, so they
But the thing
They
about
try and get into Liberta.
the thing about the combined schools team, Terry, is that what you need is a father figure. You need a leader. You know, in Barbados, Sherwin Campbell, at a point in time, one of the ministry coaches, he plays with the combined schools team, right? And so, I think if you're going to encourage a combined school team to play in your competition, you really would need a leader. You would need somebody to be able to guide them, because losing is a habit.
Yes.
And so you can't just tell me that for 10 years you just never won a game and you've been losing all the time, and it's okay.
Yeah.
You certainly
Very
have
true.
to do something about that.
Racha thought he found the edge there. He's trying.
You thought he found the edge? He dropped the ball.
But he's trying to keep that line just outside off stump. He's doing a reasonable job. He dropped it or dropped before him?
He dropped the ball, Terry.
Dropped the ball. Your friend again, Paget.
No, but I was saying to you that he's got to stay.
Yeah, well, he doesn't
over,
go.
This is over number 43, Terry.
Yeah.
So no ball is really going to be bouncing. Most of the balls are going to be dying on you.
Yes.
So you have to stay down longer as a wicketkeeper.
But he doesn't go down far enough to begin with. He's only halfway down.
Because those
Those
lower back muscles are weak. That's what you have to work on, those lower back muscles. You look at the situation, Terry. You have somebody like a Kelvin Pittman who never got into the Leeward Islands breakout for the breakout league, and he was a Antigua and Barbuda Falcons player. Because of that, Kelvin Pittman didn't get an opportunity to play in the CPL this year, after being playing for about 3-4 seasons.
But this is what we were saying about how they're managed, how they're handled. You have all the potential in the world, but if you're not handled right, again, he's too wide. He's got the right idea, he's too wide. But this is interesting. They brought back the two short third men. And this is obviously a plan every time Gamage gets on strike. Gamage is 118, and I don't know about you, Vernon, but I have not, 119 actually, I have not seen him attempt to play a ball through the third man area, and there you go, it goes straight through mid-wicket, wide open spaces, and they pick up a comfortable 2, and now they only need 38 off 45, still with 5 wickets in hand. So interesting ploy here from the West Indies under-19s to try and get rid of the century maker, who is basically just playing with the field, knocking it into the gaps. Another wide. It's the third wide of Racha's over.
Now, what needs to happen, Terry, is I think the entire leadership is just gone off course. Everybody looks like they're just doing their own thing, and it's like they can't wait for this game to finish. But it's a cricket game that can turn around in a couple of balls.
Exactly. And this negative bowling is not what you need. You should be still trying to pick up a wicket, because as you say, Vernon, 1 breeds 2, and all of a sudden you're right back in the match, and the batting team starts to panic. At the moment, 34 or 43 with 5 wickets in hand, and them trying to bowl negative, trying to bowl outside the hitting arc of the batsman, are very comfortable for Sri Lanka.
Partnership is 110, Terry.
Yeah,
going
in the century maker.
No, more changes
out there.
being made.
He's changed the field with every delivery, but he's bowled the same ball. It's a long over.
Long on, long off. Sweep on the offside. Deep backward square. Is there a mid-wicket?
Yeah, short mid-wicket.
Short. Okay.
And he bowls and beats Hilmai outside the off stump to complete the over. 223 for 5. Sri Lanka under 19's.
What do you pass for today, Terry?
Rolling on. It is Nigel Dogood, Lyndon Raj Kumar,
The match referee is Mr. Stephen
Stephen
Proverbs.
Proverbs.
A lot of times we don't give credit to the officials. Pollard is brought now from the media center in. Matthew Miller is pulled out of the attack.
Well, in all seriousness, this is about the last roll of the dice for Joshua Dawn. He swapped ends with big Jakeem Pollard, but he needs a wicket. He needs to tell him to bowl the ball on the stumps.
I think
Try and get the breakthrough.
the scorer, the umpire is going around to the manual scoreboard. Something seems to be off. Maybe they needed
They're a run in front.
they maybe needed a walkie-talkie, so he wouldn't have to have done that. Or maybe just get a telephone number and call Mr. Black.
They do an excellent job, though, of standing out there in the hot sun all day.
I think it's punishment.
It's just about, isn't it? I mean, who'd want a job like that?
Somebody has to do it, but I think it's punishment.
Well, I agree.
It's about time enough that somebody get a shed, man.
Yeah, or at least some sort of
Some shade.
cover, yeah.
Jeez.
And they're directly in it the whole day. They can't escape. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Nowhere.
Round the wicket is Pollard. Sorry, over the wicket. Left arm Pollard into Gamage. Wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Dot ball.
The approach from Gamaji has changed, Terry. And it's changed because he's got a different mindset now, and the objective is
Win
to
the
get his
game.
team across the line. He knows
Exactly.
now that he can't get out, or he should not get out.
Short fine leg. Short third man. That one's bang on target. He digs it out into his boot and limps a single. 224 for 5.
Right, one thing I could say to you is that he's not giving away his wicket.
Not at all, but I reckon he'd have that foot of his in a bucket of ice all night. This is about the third time he's banged it.
He has. That's why he's got a backroom staff that includes a physio or two. They'll certainly pad him up later in the ice bath. 33 from 40.
Bang on target. Well played. They're running. They're not running. They're both at the one end. And they missed the stumps twice. Well.
But even Pollard didn't even get into the conversation.
Didn't even try.
Didn't even try. That's what I'm talking about.
It was hit straight to extra cover.
This is a cricket game. You
where
gotta stay in the game.
Captain Joshua Dawn of fielding. Hilmai took off with the stroke. Kamage took off with the stroke. Hilmai didn't move. They were both at the same end. Hilmai run for home. Dawn missed. The backup fielder then tried to bowl, and he's bowled him. Big wicket. Gamage has gone for an excellent 1, 2, 3. But he has to go. Clean bowl by Jakeem Pollard. Does this turn the game back into West Indies' favour? They could have had 2 wickets in 2 balls. They could have got rid of both of them, but at least they've got the big one.
Terry, there are just few basic things about a cricket game.
Yeah, he wasn't paying attention. So he's followed through and he just started walking back.
It starts with the players and about their awareness. It doesn't have anything to do with any coach and
No. That's
wherever.
basic schoolboy cricket.
It's about you. You have to take control of the game.
Mm-hmm.
He receives
He
a
should.
standing ovation. He really batted well. He showed some class, and we need to just pencil that name down.
Kavija Gamage.
Yeah. Beautiful.
123 off 102 deliveries, 14 fours and 3 sixes in that knock.
He'll feel very disappointed that he didn't get his team across the line. But I think he's left the job for somebody else to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think this game is over by a long shot yet, Terry. 32 from 38. There's another twist to this game.
They're back in it now that they've got rid of Gamage, but they have to be switched on, as you said, Doe Vernon. A couple of lapses in the field. I don't want that to come back and haunt them at the end. It's been an excellent game of cricket.
Oh, this is no.
Can they finish it off?
I don't like this, Terry. This is a new batsman that has just come to the crease.
Yeah, and the
Why
field
you
is not
spreading the
changed.
field?
You've still got deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on as this one full pitch again. Can't beat point. No run. New batsman is Seni Viratne. He's on strike 2, Pollard. Full pitch, full toss. Can't beat backward points. 2 important dot balls, 3 dot balls in a row completes the over. A successful over there for Pollard. He got rid of the century maker in Gamage. And at the end of the 44th over, Sri Lanka under-19's 225 for 6. They need 32 off the last 36. So it's going to be Matthew Miller to take up the attack from the northern end. He swapped ends once again. He bowled 8 overs so far. 3 maidens, 2 for 43. He'll be bowling to Hilmai, who's still there on 39. At sixth wicket partnership was worth 112. Bang on target. They think of the single. Backward point in quickly. No run. Get a run this time. Just the single up to long off. 226 for 6. Brings the new batsman on strike. Brings mid off up. Leaves long on back, and he's taken moving fine leg back. Third man is also on the boundary. Miller in now. Bang on target again, well bowled. Defended out to short extra cover, and there's no run. That one's played through backward point. It's rolling out towards the boundary. The sweeper comes round. Picks it up just inside the rope. And they complete 2. So Seni Viratne is off the mark with 2. Hilmai is on 40, 228 for 6. They need 29 off 32. And that is missed by the keeper, wide down leg side. It's called wide. Pick up the extra run, so 2 more to the total. 230 for 6. 27 needed. 2 balls to go in this, the 45th over. So 27 off 32. Plays that down to Carter at third man for a single. Be on their toes in the field, the young West Indians. 26 off 31, 4 wickets in hand. Still in favour of the batting side after that brilliant, or 2 brilliant partnerships. 75 for the 5th wicket and 112 for the 6th. And dab and run, good batting again to finish the over. So at the end of 45 overs, Sri Lanka under-19s chasing 257 for victory at 232 for 6. Adam Hilmai is on 41. So 25 needed off the last 5 overs, Vernon. Still in the batting team's favour, I would suggest.
It's been a good cricket game so far.
It's been excellent.
We've seen a century. We've seen half century from cricket West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
So, all in all, not bad. 457 in Antigua and Barbuda, 357 in Jamaica. Folks are just more or less getting up in Sri Lanka as well, too. So they'll be glued to their television. And Pollard could become a hero. He's got 2 for 50. This is his final over. No, sorry. Miller, 2 for 50. Pollard starts. He's got 2 for 31.
Oh.
Again, just throwing the ball.
Pure for LBW, struck him outside the line by the look of it, and then chance for a run out at the non-striker's end.
I think he got an inside edge onto that one, Terry.
Yeah, it looked like it was going across him anyway. Straightened enough. So a dot to start the over by Pollard. That one's wide outside the off stump. Can't lay a bet on it.
Just want to say good afternoon to Curtis Crook and his son Cardell in St. Kitts. I think also Terry got some football action taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis. They got a final 4 football matches taking place there. There's also, I think, a community league taking place here as well too, right, Terry?
Yes, the Param Super League is taking place.
Wide delivery.
Semi-finals today, the final tomorrow.
Everywhere you turn around, Terry, there's always some sporting action taking place, right?
Definitely. So wide there by Pollard. 233 for 6. 24 off 28.
Something a little bit strange here, Terry. Joshua Dawn, can you put up Joshua Dawn's figures for me? It's strange that he's not bowled.
He has not bowled, no.
I know you got some stats on him. And he's a decent bowler as well.
He took 6 wickets, 20.83, economy of 4.6 in the under-19's 50 overs championship. He bowled everybody else. He must well bowl himself. Adjustment in the field, 234 for 6. Hilmai on 41s, back on strike. Short fine leg, short third man. Well bowled again, full outside off through to the keeper. No run. It's going to come down to the wire this one.
Yeah. You know the normal Sabbath, Terry? 7-day Adventist?
Mm-hmm.
So many outstanding sportsmen, Terry, from all around the world who have been 7-day Adventists. And I know of an Antigua and Barbuda who has suffered tremendously to some of the outstanding women and men from that religion.
Comes across his stumps and he's cleaned up. Well bowled by Pollard, premeditated by Hilmai, trying to force the issue over the short fine leg. Pollard saw him move, aimed at the stumps, and took middle and leg. Another important breakthrough here for the West Indies under-19s. Hilmai goes for 41. It's 234 for 7.
Game on. Game on.
Absolutely. Now 3 wickets for West Indies Academy. 23 runs. Off 25 deliveries.
So
for Sri Lanka.
Pollard now picking up his 3rd wicket in his 8th over.
I reckon he fancies chances of cleaning up the tail here. Still got
looks as if
2 overs after this delivery.
Mr. Blacks and his assistant standing alone on the scoreboard.
I'd be happy for the shade now as the sun starts to set here at Coolidge. Pollard. Bang on target again. Forced to backward point. Can't beat the field. Dot ball to finish. Very good over there by Pollard. Picking up the wicket of Hilmai. The set batsman. 234 for 7 after 46. So that leaves 23 off 24. 3 wickets remaining. The balance tilts back in favour of the West Indies, as Matthew Miller will continue from the northern end. Difficult now for 2 lower order batsmen new to the crease. So it was an important wicket. Hilmai scored 41 off 75. Just the 1 boundary, but an excellent innings in total support with century maker Kabija Gamage, who made 123 and they put on 112 for the 6th wicket. And while that partnership was flourishing, Sri Lanka were well on top, but now different story. Run a ball, basically 3 wickets in hand. They take off for a quick single to mid-off the first delivery. 235 for 7. 257 is the target. Miller looking to keep it full on or about that off stump. He's got third man back, and he's got fine leg back, and he's got mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. And that one almost gets through. He's taken off and an easy run out. He lost the ball there, did Vodya. He dug it out of the block hole and then didn't realize where it went and took off for a run that wasn't there. In his follow-through, Matthew Miller picked up the ball and simply rolled it into the stumps to run him out for naught. Sri Lanka under-19s lose their 8th. West Indies under-19s now charge into victory, 235 for 8. Still 22 required.
Excellent work there by young Matthew Miller, keeping his eye on the...
Yeah, well aware of proceedings.
The object, which was the ball.
Exactly.
And never took his eyes off of the ball. Game awareness and understanding, you know, what is required. Didn't try to just completed the job, kept it as simple as possible. And said, I'll get this job done one time. So there's still another twist to this game still, Terry. 235 for 8. They need 22 in 22 balls now.
Yeah, it's a runner ball, but very difficult with the lower order. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Seni Viratne is on 5, and he's been joined by Matulan. Matulan gets that fine past. Backward points. Third man in Carter comes around. They pick up 2. 237 for 6.
I think we just left Tantimur by the D's gas station. She's finding her way up to the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Okay.
20 from 21.
Ho-ho. 2 wickets.
Yeah, she's seeking to get one of the Coolidge buses so she can maybe just get as close as possible and walk across. So we'll see what happens. The game might be done and dusted before she gets here.
I was going to say, she left her around a bit late.
Maybe somebody will give her a ride. We don't know.
Backs away, tries to drive it. Comes off the inner portion of the bat, backward of square. Fielder off the boundary, restricts it to 1.
This is Matthew Miller's final over. 2 for 54.
238 for 8. 19 required off 20. 2 wickets remaining. Fine leg comes back up into the circle.
Slow ball.
Pummels that.
4
Past mid-on
4
into
more.
the boundary for 4.
4 more.
Ho ho. Big boundary that.
4 more.
242 for 8.
He went searching there, Terry.
He did.
And
15 needed.
beautiful on drive there.
Seni Viratne.
Viratne coming up with a real much needed boundary.
Moves on to 9.
Miller was looking for the Yorker there.
15 off 19.
Just missed his length. And a real superb on drive there. 242 for 8. They need 15 from 19.
As the late sun returns.
I think the
field
fielder,
and changing.
I think the fielder deep backward square is wasted, Terry. Because I don't see Miller with his pace
He's
trying
not
to
going
bowl
to bowl
anything
short. No.
I mean,
He's trying to keep it as
I think
full
what
as
he
possible.
wants, especially at this time, is to bowl as straight as possible.
Exactly.
So I maybe might have had that feeler in the short mid-wicket area. I know he's trying something different. Now he's not putting the third man back.
He's putting the third man back. He's keeping a fine leg in, and deep backwards square has now gone to deep mid wickets. Long on is on the boundary.
Slow ball. Somebody could be in trouble. Who's backing up?
Good idea not to throw. They pick up one.
Spell is done.
243. Matthew Miller 2 for 58 of his 10.
Yeah.
243 for 8.
I think he's upset with himself with that delivery there at the boundary that he gave away. He went searching for the Yorker, but it was a really good cricket shot being played.
So we've got 14 required off
18 balls.
18 balls. Now,
Merle is still at the D's gas station.
Pollard is going to continue. Who's going to take over from the northern end? That's going to be interesting.
Could be Sasha. Can you put up your West Indies bowling list? Let me see who we got there. Oh, it could be Raja. Raja's got 8 overs.
Yeah, might have to be.
But I'll tell you something, and you might maybe find that I'm crazy, right, Terry?
Hmm.
I would have brought in Vital Laws.
Yeah?
I would have brought him in, Terry.
Yeah, not a bad call. Left arm wrist spinner.
I would have brought him in, Terry.
He's the only spinner today on both sides. He's got the ball to turn.
Sometimes you got to think outside the box, Terry.
Pollard starts with a dot. He starts with 2 dots. Oh, 14 off 16.
Tanti Merle has just decided to call a taxi. The taxi says 5 minutes. Quicker than that.
14 of 16, 2 wickets remain. Pollard in again. Driven straight to short extra cover, no run. 3 dots so far in the over. Exactly what the doctor required for West Indies under 19s. Going to be all important penultimate over. Who's going to bowl it? And can they do an excellent job?
So they used 7 bowlers today?
Yes, 7 bowlers used. Pollard's clipped through mid-wicket. Should only be 1. They're going to come back for the second. Oh, no.
Somebody's in trouble.
No, they're not going to run him out.
Yeah,
they ran him out. I thought for a minute then because the batsman he turned straight into Pollard and couldn't get round him.
Somebody's in trouble.
But he's gone. Another run out for Sri Lanka under 19s. Only the 1 wicket left.
Santi Merle has just stopped the APA truck. And she's decided she got to get to the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Oh, she's taking a risk in an APA truck.
Yeah. So she should be here anytime soon.
Should be.
Yeah. Anytime soon.
Yes. So
she just asked him to just drop her by the gas station. She'll
do the rest.
Yes. 243 for 8.
243 for 8. Still 14 required.
In fact, it should be 9.
For 9 now, yes. Last man in. Excellent 3-dot balls and a wicket.
So she's just reached the gas station, Terry?
In fact, that should be 244. That's right now. 244 for 9. Because they took one. It was when he was trying to come back for the second. He ran straight into Pollard. And his partner kept running and was run out.
13 from 14.
13 from 14 with 1 wicket remaining. Pollard has come back well in his 3rd spell. Been on the money, got some important wickets. Couple of run-outs. Looks like has done the job for West Indies under 19s. Is that one bang on target again? They think of the single sent back. Very wise, very wise. 13 from 13, but just the one wicket. Last ball of the 48th over coming up. Just changing the field again. The deep mid-wicket came into mid-wicket. Now he's gone back to deep mid-wicket.
I think he could have taken
Could have stayed there, no?
Yeah.
New batsman. Last man, number 11. Pollard into him now. It's a Cash, the leg spinner, and he plays it into the cover region. No run. Excellent over there by Pollard.
Excellent spell also.
Excellent spell.
9 overs, 3 for 34, 37 dot balls in the process here from young Pollard in his spell.
So 244 for 9 after 48. They still need 13 off the last 12 overs. Off the last 12 balls.
So he's got one more. So he very well could maybe win the game also here, Pollard.
He could. And who's going to bowl the penultimate? Looks like Lanka. Yeah.
Raja. 13 from 12. I've got a Vitamalt in the fridge, Terry. Who you got your money on? You seem very nervous, Terry.
They can't possibly lose from here.
I don't know.
Well, they can't.
I don't know. Somebody's got to win. The first objective is that maybe we could have
a tie.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he refused the run. Why?
Yeah, because I think he's worked out now that he's going to have to take most of the strike here.
He's the only one that can bat.
Right, 244 for 9. And the thing about it now is that somewhere along the line, he's going to need to get a boundary here to make this game
or two
more interesting. 13 in 11. Tasty Merle has just entered the Coolidge cricket gate.
Seni Viratne is on 11. On strike to Racha. Comes across, cleaned him up. It's all over. West Indies take victory. Well bowled, young man. He saw him come across his stumps, exposed the three of them, aimed at the stumps, hit middle and off. Clean bowled is Seni Viratne, 4-11. And Sri Lanka bowled out for 244 in 48.2 overs. West Indies under-19s draw first blood in this 7-game youth ODI series by 12 runs.
Yeah.
And aren't they happy? And so they should be.
Certainly should be. Think of misjudgment there.
They came back well. Yes, well, I'm not sure about. He should have just trusted his partner because he put too much pressure on himself.
Yeah, but he decided
trying to get the boundary that he needed. Yeah.
But I think this.
But an excellent game of cricket in all, though.
Yeah, I think this now sets up the series, Terry. 7 games to go.
Mm-hmm.
The first one.
First one was a very good game of cricket.
Pulling through, winning by some 12 runs. Very exciting game. We saw everything. We saw missed catches, we saw missed run-outs, we saw everything.
We saw a wonderful half-century and a brilliant century.
So I think
so all in all,
sets us up now for more to come down the road.
Yes, Tuesday is the next match here again at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 9:30 a.m. start. We'll be back on Cricket 360 via the Windies YouTube channel at the home of Cricket West Indies here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Some of the supporters there who came from his
Great
club.
to see some.
Yeah.
We don't often get supporters.
Well, that's good. That's what happens when you have the hometown boy in the team, Matthew
Exactly. Yeah, that always helps.
Bringing out the extra supporters there today. He worked hard. And in fact, the entire team.
We all worked hard.
Put in the work. Can you just give a recap, Terry? And maybe we could look at some of the improvements as to what we feel we may be needed by Cricket West Indies?
West Indies under-19s early this morning won the toss through Captain Joshua Dawn, and they put on 256 all out of 49.5 overs. The star of the show was Jonathan Van Lange after they slumped to 108 for 5. First wicket fell at 54. That was Micah Greenwich. He was made 11. Then Zachary Carty, who looked very dangerous, 39 off 21. Some big blows. That was 57 for 2. And the captain himself, Joshua Dawn, was the third wicket to fall. He made 19. And that was 97 for 3. And it started a bit of a slide as Brendan Boodoo went next ball for naught, 97 for 4. And then Fontaine was out for 19, was it? Yes, 19 for Fontaine. That was 108 for 5. And then good partnership between Matthew Miller and Van Lange. Miller made 33. He was the next to go, 172 for 6. Racha was the 7th wicket to fall. He made 25. That was 220 for 7. Was 230 for 8 when wicketkeeper batsman Nelson went for 6. 233 for 9 when Laws went for naught. And then Jonathan Van Lange was run out off the penultimate ball of the innings for 83 off just 94 deliveries, including 6 fours and 1 6. And that meant West Indies under-19s were bowled out for 256 off 49.5 overs. Main wicket taker was the leg break bowler Akash, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 33. And in reply, chasing 257 to win the match, Sri Lanka got off to a poor start as they slumped to 38 for 4 after 11 overs. But then a big partnership of 75 between Wakuna Goda, no, sorry, Jayanan, who, Hina Tagala and Kavija Gamage. Gamage, the main stayer, but they put on 75 for the 5th wicket, and then another excellent partnership of 112 for the 6th wicket between Gamage and wicketkeeper batsman Adam Hilmai, who made 41. Gamage stayed, made 123, a brilliant innings, 123 off 104 deliveries, 14 fours and 3 sixes. And at that stage, even when he went, they needed 32 off 36 deliveries, still with 4 wickets in hand. But they fell away to be bowled out for 244 off 48.2 overs as West Indies under-19s claimed the first Youth One Day International by 12 runs. And the pick of the bowlers was Jakeem Pollard, left arm pace bowler, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 34, well supported by Aiden Aracha, 8.2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 41, and Matthew Miller, local boy, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 59. So that gave West Indies first blood by 12 runs, 256 all out, played 244 all out.
So 6 games to go. The next game on Tuesday, Terry.
Yes.
And I think some signs of improvement that both teams will maybe have to work on is Sri Lanka. They would know that they would need somebody to be able to make sure they get the team across the line. Their middle order certainly, or the low order certainly faltered. Same we would have to say for Cricket West Indies low order, who also faltered as well too. So I think is an area and a concern for them. Mm-hmm. And it just shows you that runs on the board is always runs on the board. In the end, the West Indies winning by some 12 runs. Sri Lanka under 19, they'll go back to the drawing board, and they will know that they have their work cut out for them. It's 1-0 up. Congratulations to the West Indies under 19, and for all the supporters who came out and really supported U cricket today, both Sri Lanka and West Indies. We thank you very much for the folks who were viewing. Compliments of the 360 team. We also want to say thanks to you as well. And for all your comments and your feedback, we really certainly applaud you. And for me, indeed, along with Tanti Merle, who is by the ambulance now, getting the doctor
that was
having
quick.
it checked out there. Yeah. By the time she got by the ambulance, it was done and dusted.
You deal with APOA, you always need an ambulance.
So there you go. So Terry, thanks again. It was really a pleasure working alongside you, my brother.
Excellent, Vernon. Good game of cricket. Great start to the series, and we look forward to Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. We'll be on air from 9:25. Please join us.
And I want to give credit to Travis, Kadeem, and the entire crew here at the not Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They've done an excellent job based on the workload, Terry, because they've had to manage between the West Indies Academy, the Nets. Sri Lanka was here about 4 or 5 days earlier, having to be able to sort to get themselves out. Really, no praises too high for them, Terry. Final words from you.
Yes, excellent job by all the grounds in excellent condition. Very good cricket wicket for one-day cricket, and the two teams that they proved they're up for the challenge. They're both pretty even, showed some positives, couple of areas to work on, sets up the series nicely. As they say, best of 7, second match on Tuesday. Please join us then. On behalf of all the crew on Cricket 360, do a marvellous job through the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Tune in, we'll be on air from 9:25 on Tuesday. Until then, bye for now.